Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello and welcome back. Welcome to another week, another Monday, another stream. Hope you're all having a wonderful start to your week so far. Hello, hello, everyone. Yolanda, good afternoon, and congratulations on the first. Well done. Ori, good afternoon. Hatchney, good afternoon. Ori, you are the best duckling. Well done, well done. Soul King, good morning. Jimmy, good morning. Hello. How's it going, everyone? Forderb, hello, Forderb. Neffy, good afternoon. Hungry Ghosty, I hope you're doing well. Hello. Ring Song, hello, Ring Song. How's it going, everybody? Matu, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Alex, good afternoon. Greetings. Big Aggie, morning. Hope you're doing well. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Am I fine? No. No, not at all. Not at all. Hold up, one second. Here we go. Okay. All right. How you break foot? Okay, it's significantly dumber than you might think. Okay, I'll tell the story. I'll tell the story first. So, for those of you that are not on my Discord, first of all, good job. Like, you're avoiding it like the plague. Well done. You should. Second of all, I broke my foot. I broke my left foot. It's not any of the toes. It's like the center of my foot has just like a really clean break. Let me preface this by saying you're allowed to laugh at me. Like, I encourage this. I was sitting in my streaming room going like, oh, I've got nothing to do right now. You know what I haven't done in a while? I haven't vacuumed in a while. I should vacuum real quick. Just like give the room like a quick like de-dusting, nothing big, right? Like nothing fancy. So I haul the fucking vacuum cleaner from downstairs. Set everything up, I start vacuuming the place. And I'm trying to reach like on top of one of the shelves. So I pick up the vacuum cleaner. It slips from my hands and it drops edge first onto my foot. It hurts for a little bit. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever, fuck this. Like, you clearly don't want to, like, be vacuumed. Screw you, room. I put the vacuum cleaner away and I just sit down. And Hannah and I are doing Ratatan afterwards, right? So this is like 10 minutes before we do Ratatan. So Hannah and I get into call, we do Ratatan and everything. Wonderful stream. And throughout the entire thing, my foot just like weirdly pulses. It's like weirdly numbly painful, but it's not bad. I figured, okay, like, yeah, you dinged the fucking thing. It's gonna be fine, right? So I get up after stream and I set my foot down on the ground for the first time and I go, oh, no. I very loudly yell in pain. Head over to like urgent care, not the emergency room, like the smaller emergency room, the one that you go to where you're like, hey, this is bad, but I'm not about to die. That one, right? So I head over there, and they go like, yeah, cool, let's do a scan. Everything's gonna be fine. Like, this looks really really swollen. It's like bruised and blue and purple at this point, right? And they go like, yeah, this looks bad. Let's like do a scan on it, and then we'll know what the damage is. And he goes like, comes back with a scan. Yeah, no, this is like cleanly broken. Very, very cleanly broken. You walked there? No, I hobbled there, sir. I hopped there. I did not walk there. I cannot currently walk. Well, in reality, we drove there, but I asked Ellie, like, Ellie, can you, like, drive me over? I made it to the front door. It took a while. I made it down the stairs, by the way, on my ass. Like, I sat down, left leg in the air, and then I just, like, slid down step by step. Mind you, I'm on the 3rd floor. My streaming room's on the 3rd floor. Well, 2nd floor by normal standards, right? Like, if the ground floor is the ground floor, then the 1st floor is the 1st floor, 2nd floor. So I make it down to the 1st floor, I make it down to the ground floor, and, like, Ellie helps me into the car, we drive off. Waddle there, yeah. Then we waddled away, waddle. So they come back with a scan, yeah, this is cleanly broken, we're gonna put you in a cast. This takes, like, 4 to 6 weeks to heal it, fuck you. Okay. Great. So, the lag's fine. It's literally just the foot, right? Here's the problem. Like, at my desk right now, I can't put the thing on the ground. I can't put it on the ground because that's actually really, really painful. Putting pressure on it is bad. Even, like, resting the cast on the ground is, like, not pleasant whatsoever. But I don't have a good way to, like, rest this cast thing anywhere on this desk. So I'm sitting in this really uncomfortable position right now that I'm going to have to hold for, like, a couple hours as I'm trying to be funny on the internet. And that's not great. So you might see this week's schedule looks a bit like shit, and that is because I want to sit at this desk a little less. I expect this week and next week to be like that, and afterwards it should have been fine enough that I can, like, rest it normally at least. It's still not going to be healed, like I said, 4 to 6 weeks is what the doctor said. But at least I can, like, rest it somewhere comfortably that I can stream normally. But for foreseeable future, this week, next week, we're going to do slightly less streams just because I don't want to sit here. I can sit in a way that I can rest it, like, on a stool on the side of the desk. My desk is, like, in a corner, right? But then I can't really use keyboard and mouse. Like, I'll have to contort weirdly. So I can't really stream and do this. I can just, like, watch shit, but that's it. On that note, if this becomes really uncomfortable to stream with, I haven't tried it yet, obviously, this is the first stream, then we will end stream. I don't see that happening. We're gonna be fine, but you'll every now and again hear me shift a bit and then go, ow, 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 and that's it. So, that brings me to the important thing. The moral of the story. Don't vacuum your room. That's it. It's not be less clumsy or, like, pay attention to the things you're doing or be mindful. No. Vacuum cleaning is the devil. That's it. Cleaning bad. Embrace filth. Praise Nurgle.
What? Hey-ho. Did you slip on a frozen pea? Just arrived, paramedic Karno.
Menden, thank you for the 61 months. No, I dropped the vacuum cleaner on my foot. That's all that happened. Hope you're doing well, man. There's my doctor. Well, not my doctor, but there's a doctor. Hope you're doing well, man. To make some space, still just hope it heals. There is no good way to do that, no. There's no good way. This is kind of my own faltering song. I could rearrange the entire room. But when I made the room, here, you know what? I'm gonna draw you the layout of the room, okay? I'm gonna draw you the layout of the fucking room. That's what I'm gonna do. And then you'll understand what I mean. Because it's kind of shit. And this is by my own design, okay? This is by my own awful, that's the wrong button, Karen. That's just the wrong button. Hold up. So, the room looks kind of like this. This is like the door, right? Like, this is where the entry is. And then this, right? And my desk is right here in a corner. Next to the desk is a bookshelf. This is actually way too long, like, this is way too long. Here is a sofa, and here is here's a table, and then, like, here's the chair. This part doesn't exist. This part doesn't exist. Ignore this part. I'm just too lazy to cross this out. So when I like rearranged this room back in the day, I wanted to make like a little like small cozy alcove because like claustrophobia doesn't exist and I like things being like tightly arranged around me. So there isn't much room to move here. And that's by design because for some reason my brain associates that with being comfortable. I could move the entire shelf on my side with all the books in it. We could move that away. But I cannot currently muster the force to push that, and my wife's in the USA. So I could ask the kids to help, but fuck it. We're just gonna live like this. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. But the entire room is a bit fucky like this, right? And then, like, there's a bunch of other shit in it, but that doesn't matter for the story. Basically, the point is, why does this sound like a Christmas song? Basically, the point of this is I can't really move anywhere because I've entombed myself. Yeah, moving that much furniture with one leg sucks. Considering I incurred this injury by trying to clean said furniture, I will now assume that the furniture has got it out for me. So I'm not going to touch it anymore. So that's the predicament I'm in right now. That's where we are right now. This just sounds like too much of a Christmas song. I don't like it. Oh, this is just Christmas songs. Hold up. Oh, that's exactly what this entire album is. Okay, never mind. Hold up. Okay, there we go. Caroline's office is Necron Tomb World confirmed. You know what? Kind of, sort of, maybe. Maybe, potentially, who knows? Soul King. I'm never gonna say. Whimsy! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, everybody! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. I hope you had a lovely stream. How was it? What were you doing? And what's your favorite cheese? What's your favorite cheese my standard question these days? How did that happen? I used to be creative! And then I fell off. Ironically, like falling right now would be really, really painful, actually. Oh no, we're playing Aethermancer! Hell yeah! Favorite cheese right now is Brie. You know what? Brie is a pretty decent choice. Pretty baseline. You're not too dangerous there, not too daring, but a pretty good choice. Whimsy, I hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you again. How did you find Aethermancer without spoilers? I mean, I can talk about this now, right? Like, I've played a bunch of, I played a bunch of early builds offline. How did you find Aethermancer? And Rye, thank you for the resub. Hope you're doing well, Rye. Hello. Super strong mature cheddar. Okay. Yeah, that's got a more pungent taste in a kind of good way. Fair. Smoke Crowder is pretty good. True, Ring Song, very true. Just gonna say the game is so fun, quite hard, but it's a wonderful experience. I reckon it's going to be quite difficult, yeah. It's been a while since I took a look at the build. Obviously what we're getting today is going to be vastly different from what I played early. But Aethermancer has so far not been an easy game. I've been very, very loosely following some of the background as well, and it's a breakable game, but it doesn't follow the tradition that we've had recently of being easy to break, which is great. Fantastic. Thought you were a cute anime girl, but you're a duck? That's correct. Hello, love Elemental. Chowder is smoky and semi-tough, very, very tasty. I love Chowder. Chowder is my favorite cheese, by a lot. Like, anywhere from, like, mild to, like, stronger Chowders. Love them. Absolutely love them. No, I'm, like, hello, my name is Karenai, and I'm up here. That beneath me, that's Zoe. She helps me reach the things on the top shelf. Hope you're all doing well today. For light, sharp cheese, Cheshire, super nice and crumbly. I don't know, I don't like it grinning at me, right? Like, that's always the weird part. But no, like, we're about to get into Aethermancer in a bit. I'm just telling everyone on how I broke my foot the other day. Because I made a dramatic post about it on Discord and people were really worried. Thank you, everyone, by the way. Like, it's only a foot. I'll be fine. I'm not a horse. Am I? Hold up. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is that how you're supposed to pronounce Gouda? I've always pronounced it Gouda. So the German version to pronounce it would be Gouda. Gouda is the way that a lot of English-speaking people pronounce it. The original Dutch pronunciation, and I didn't believe this either. This is something that was taught to me on stream. Neville came into chat and went like, why are you pronouncing Gouda weirdly? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he goes like, it's supposed to be... I'm like, no, it's not. Fuck you. There's no way it's supposed to be pronounced like that, you little troll. And like, he pulled up sources and proved me wrong on stream. No, like, the original Dutch pronunciation for it is Gouda. But I don't know anyone that pronounces it like this, especially like native English speakers. It's just Gouda or Gouda, right? That's how everyone else pronounces it. So like, by all means, you don't need to change the way you do it. But Neville proved me wrong on stream. So I'm just rolling with it now naturally. Can ducks land with a broken foot? Can a duck recover from a broken foot? Well, I bloody well hope so. I haven't broken anything for many, many years. I haven't broken any body part for many, many years since I stopped doing martial arts, which was a period in my life where I was very, very injury prone. I've got double digits, like deep double digits worth of like broken bones in my body. Almost every single one of my ribs had been was broken at least once somewhere. Except 2 ribs. 2 of my ribs are unbroken. The other ones have all been broken at least once. Practice sport responsibly, by the way. Like, be safe out there. There's a reason why I don't do sports anymore. But it's been many, many years since I broke any bone in my body. So this is like a nice retro callback, really. The Dutch pronunciation is way too posh. Nothing about the Dutch language is posh. Dutch people sound like adorable little gnomes. And I'm sorry, Dutch people, I love you. You're the best neighbors possible. I live about 20 minutes away from the border, and like, just driving into Venlo to like grab something is really fucking nifty. But your language sounds like it's spoken by adorable little gnomes running around the neighborhood stealing socks. I hope you can understand that. Can't misunderstanding suffocation noises for a cheese discussion. It was named with a bit of it stuck in the back of their throat. Yes. So how do you pronounce this like this lovely cheese you've created? Correct. Absolutely correct. I have suspicions I have broken bones, but was too busy to get a doctor. Right. That's bad. There's a study now that Dutch is just drunk in German. I don't think so. Here's the crazy thing, right? Like, I don't speak Dutch at all. And if you show me like written Dutch, I can like maybe get some of it, but really I can't. If you speak Dutch to me, there's a good chance I understand about 50% of what you're saying. It's kind of like, I love that shit, right? Many, many years ago, a couple of friends and I were, we decided to drive to this like open, like this huge, like, what would you call that? They've got this like, yard sale thing set up, like a gigantic yard sale thing, basically. Right? What the fuck is the English word for Trödelmarkt? What the fuck? So we decided, hey, let's just go there. Let's just go like garbage shopping, right? Whatever. But we didn't really know how to get there.
What?
So we relied on our phones doing the navigation.
Maybe on my birthday fantasy banner.
We decided to like do this on like navigation, right? We got in there. It turns out none of us had connection once we crossed country borders. So we were driving blind, to which we hold on a random parking lot of like a supermarket there, and a friend of mine goes out and just like talks to a random woman there in fluent Dutch. I'm like, what the fuck? Toby, since when the fuck do you speak Dutch? What the hell? And he goes like, yeah, no, I grew up learning Dutch. I'm like, what the fuck? And he goes like, yeah, I know where we need to go now. Like, she gave me directions and everything. And I swear I could understand about 50% of the things they said in it, but I couldn't replicate it, right? Dutch sounds really weird. Alex, thank you for the 30. Thank you, Alex. You're doing well. Hello, hello. None of these stream redemptions seem to affect Zoe. Is there a way I can feed her or throw cheese at her or something? Kind of ish. So I don't really have like stream redemptions that do anything on stream because I don't like things being spammed. Like I like my show to be relatively, I don't want to say clean because like I speak like filth, but you know what I mean, right? Like I don't like all of this like visual noise. And we do have stream loot packs that allow you to like do things. For example, I don't know. Like, oh, there we go. There's a different duck. Hold up. Is that Craig? That's Craig. Let me add Craig real quick. One of these days I was thinking, by the way, I was playing with this. I was trying to hotkey all the ducks. It turns out I can't hotkey the ducks. There's too many of you fuckers. Where did Craig go? Oh, there's Craig. Almost lost Craig. There we go. One Craig. Whoop. No, you know what, Craig? You can go dangle. You're a dangly duck today. There we go. Aha! No, like we have stream loot packs that allow you to do that like have a couple of things. I mean, there's also like not a duck, but that's a different problem entirely. Chill? No, nothing about me is chill. I'm loud and annoying. I'm very loud and annoying. Sorry, Tim, there's a fun Nobel Prize for funny, interesting studies. This year, the study won what looked into how languages are spoken. They found out drunken Germans speak way better Dutch than sober ones. There's no way, Tally. What the fuck? That's wonderful. I love that. Oh, I love that. To be fair, though, what I found, Tally, is that drunken people speak any language better. My favorite example of that is my dad and I, we went to a vacation on like an island off of the coast of Venezuela. Many years ago. I was like 14 or something. So in the olden times, after aviation had just been invented, like ancient times, we went there. And my dad doesn't speak Spanish, right? But they had like this like enclave of expats, of like German expats there that just live there because you can live on like $1 there over a year. It's crazy. You can't do that anymore. Like the entire place is like crime-ridden now. Like you just get shot to death. But back in the day, this was like a really nice place. They had like all of these apartments directly next to the beach. You could just live there. It was beautiful. And he went there like once a year for vacation to like get away from the family. And one year I came with. Dad doesn't speak Spanish, but every time we were out, like during the evenings or something, like allegedly I'd get drunk at 14. Don't worry about that. Like we'd drink a little and like dad would like just like talk to random locals and just like make friends. And the more they drank, the more they understood each other. Mind you, they didn't speak German and he didn't speak Spanish, but they had wonderful times. I vividly remember there was this like beach vendor that like ran around like selling random like beads and necklaces to people. And one evening we were sitting at a bar like directly on the beach there. And the guy comes up, like sits down, orders a drink, and like him and my dad just start talking, both in two different languages, not understanding one another. But they just had a grand time. This went on for hours. And the more drunk they got, the better they understood one another. I think it's just something about being drunk and speaking other languages that helps. If you didn't allegedly drink at 14, mind you, yeah, true. Translator, beers for help. Exactly. Exactly. In the old times, so how old am I then? I mean, right, I still hold that your dissertation was on the invention of fire, right? Like, ye who was old when this world was still young. When the tectonic plates formed, Rai was there to tell them that they couldn't park there, mate. When did ducks invent aviation? Pretty much from the get-go. We're gifted like that, Palin. We're gifted like that. That's because they're less inhibition, so you're more relaxed, right? I think that's exactly what it is. Like, if we take the joke away, I think that's exactly what it is, right? Like, you're just going off of body language, you're just going off of, like, the energy that the person gives you, and you don't give a fuck, and you just go, right? You can really go off some people, you know. What do you mean? You asked! I adore you, but you asked! What do you mean? Hey, Care, make a joke at my expense. Be annoyed when I make a joke at your expense. What do you know? Once met a guy who swore he understood Russian better the drunker he was. I believe that. I honestly believe that. I don't think you understand Russian better. I think you understand Russians better. Not because of anything innately. I believe that's true for every people on the planet. Like, if you're directly on that line of being tipsy, right? Directly on the line of being tipsy. Like, if you're full on fucking drunk, like, none of this helps anymore because, I don't know. But you're right there on that line. You're much less inclined to, like, lead into your stereotypes and you just, like, have a grand time with the people around you. The subpoena's already underway. Oh god, Alina's on her way again. Some of the greatest convos in Germany with me, them, and an English-German phrase book and a crap ton of Weizenbier. Exactly! See, Ryan understands precisely what I mean. Precisely what I mean. Sorry, everyone. 1 second. So, fun fact, ever since I broke my foot, my dog hasn't left my side yet. Because, like, she's incredibly worried about me. It's adorable, but also still allergic to my own dog, so... like, she's right there and she won't go... Yeah, I'm talking about you, idiot. I love you. Yeah, you. She's doing the thing where she's tilting her head at me, going like, what? What do you want me to do? What? Yeah. Yeah, you. Adorable. So she's not leaving my side in case I need anything. It's adorable. She can't do anything. She's not a service dog. She doesn't understand any commands whatsoever outside of here is food. Yeah, you heard that. Yeah, of course you heard that. Hold up. Now I need to give her a snack, otherwise she's gonna get sad. There. Yeah. Love you. But it's the thought that counts, right? Like, she's trying. That obviously means there's more dog hair, so now I'm going to die, but you know. Jimmy! You are the best duckling. Well done. Just wait for it to nod, if then it will... yeah, exactly. I'll just have to wait. Clever girl. Alright, everybody, so. You can always vacuum the dog hair late. Stay tuned tomorrow when I've broken my other foot. That's why other spellers spell T-R-E-A-T on stream rather than say it. It's like Alexa. Here's the thing, Palin. She understands that one too. She understands we've done that too much. She's associated that with the spelling already. We've had her for a while. Like, she's... How old are you now? You're like 12 now, right? God, you're ancient. An ancient creature of legend. Ken say good afternoon. Hello. So, everybody, here's the plan for today. We are going to play some Aethermancer. I'm going to be introducing Aethermancer for a little bit, because I want to talk about this. There is a bit of history with me in the game, and there's a bit of history with me in the devs. So I need to... I feel like I want to disclaim all of these things, so that you know, right? Because we're about to, like, take a look at a game, and then I'm going to give you my opinions on that game, and I want you to be aware what those opinions are colored by. Mind you, this isn't like a big thing, like, I don't have any stakes in it, but every time I recommend something to you, I want you to know where I'm coming from. So Aethermancer is the next game from Moire, who are the developers behind Monster Sanctuary. And for anyone that has ever been here, that should tell you everything you need to know already. For everyone else, welcome. Hope you're having a great time. Monster Sanctuary is a game that I've played a fuck ton of. We've organized events on stream. We've organized like a tournament on stream. We've been part of one of the like events that they hosted on their Discord where everyone got given like a random seed to run for prizes, which Cass actually won something in, which is crazy. I have streamed, I don't know how many fucking playthroughs of Aethermancer and of Monster Sanctuary, and every now and again, I just get the urge to play more to play more Monster Sanctuary. I have Aethermancer in front of me, so this keeps coming up. On top of that, Ebba, goddess that she is, made a randomizer for Monsank, which I still hold is better than the randomizer they have in the game now, which we tested live on stream, which she made because I asked her to, and Ebba is wonderful. There's a lot of history with me and Monster Sanctuary. A lot of history, and I will keep fucking up the name for it. Monsec is fucking fantastic. It's a glorious Metroidvania creature collector, and I love it a lot. Aethermancer is not Monster Sanctuary. It is the next game they're making, but it has kind of nothing to do with Monsank as far as we are aware at the moment. Aethermancer is a creature collector roguelike thing. Roguelite? I don't actually know. Like, there are perma upgrades, so I guess it's a roguelite. There are meta upgrades. But it is not like Monsank whatsoever. But I have talked to the devs a lot. Conan keeps sending me memes. Rill was literally in channel like on Saturday. These are people that I've talked to before, and they're really, really nice people. I like both of them a lot. Don't tell Conan that. It's going to go to his head. He won't send me dog pictures anymore, and then I'm going to be sad. So, as I'm about to go into Aethermancer, I need you to know that A, they gave me a key, otherwise I wouldn't have access for the fucking thing today. It comes out tomorrow, for Christ's sake. And B, these are people that I really like. So I'm probably really inclined to be nice to it, because these are people I really like. I need you to know that bias, that's it. This is also the longest bias discussion I've ever had with anyone about any game we've ever played on stream, because this is probably the most, like, the longest connection that I've had to a developer personally, out of anything that I've ever played on stream. We've had devs here that I've been, like, friendly with, that I've talked to before, that have brought out another game, and that was it. But there hasn't been another studio that has, like, seen me stream Monster Sanctuary, send me a DM about, what are you doing? What's going on? Then decided, hey, the stupid fucking race event that you're putting on, we're gonna sponsor that and we're gonna give, like, keys to the people that win it. Like, no other studio has done shit like this. Thank you, Rill, by the way, in case you're hearing this. You're a fucking menace. I adore you. Like, no one else has ever done that. So, know this. These people have, like, a big place in my heart. I should probably see a doctor about that. Aethermancer, like I said, comes out tomorrow. It goes into early access tomorrow, and you might have seen me stream... No, you might have seen me stream the demo of it. There was a demo of it at one point. But the other builds that I've had access to, I haven't streamed because I haven't been allowed to. Doesn't matter. So, with that being said, I'm gonna boot this bitch up now. And because I am the most prepared streamer on Twitch, I have, of course, prepared it so that it captures immediately. Like, of course I've done that. And I've, of course, made sure that it runs before stream. Right? Right? Oh god, it's not launching. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? Oh no, what have I done? Uh-oh. Ah! Ha-ha! See? I did it! Seek medical help, correct, Galonia. And I've of course made sure that it's not loud as hell. I haven't. 1 second. It mutes on tab out. Okay, strike 1. God, I fucking hate when games do that. Let's see whether there's an option to get rid of that. Before we go in, let me take a quick sip. Wonderful. And now, let's go! We want to improve Aethermancer's features and balancing. You can help by sharing your game data with us. If you'd like to help, select agree below. This will allow us to collect usage data from your play sessions. Which monsters are popular, which skills choices overperform or underperform. Yes. Early access, I like opting into these things. Mind you, I like when they're opt-in. I don't like when they're an opt-out. But I do like opting into these things for the purpose of early access. That's what it is for, right? Welcome, Aethermancer. You're ready to go on your first adventure in the Fractured Ruins. The game is currently, well, is going to be tomorrow in early access, which means we'll be adding new monsters, areas, bosses, and whole features over time, as well as crushing occasional bugs. As a community-driven project, your opinion is much appreciated, so if you have feedback or encounter bugs, let us know on Discord, the Steam forums, or via in-game bug reporting. Or by me sending real random messages about, hey, this exploded. Hold up. Okay, never mind. Good luck and enjoy your adventure. Anton, Dennis, and the rest of the team. In we go. First things first, let's look at settings. Audio. Play sound in background. Beautiful. Problem solved. Volume? That's fine, right? WSD, interact, dash, open map, open menu, toggle, tooltips, that should all be fine. We're not skipping the tutorial, we're going to allow this, and we're not going to disable anything. This is all fine. Wonderful, it does that now. This now works as I want it to. Aha! Let's do this, shall we? Play! Oh, this is like... Okay, we're gonna... Can I delete this? This is from like the old sessions. Wonderful. An empty save slot. See, I have prepared. For too long, you've overstepped your place. Void will cover every city of our world, starting in Vigil. A fitting end, if considered. All was created. Now all shall share our fate. First the fractured ruins, then all Terraste. Then you, Mithras, Syriax. Seriously? One foot in the grave and all. First monster, choose your soul bonded monster. You can start with this monster in future runs. Here are our starters, and there are a lot of new starters. I think care streaming the early access is how I really found Monster Sanctuary back in the day. Yes! Hell yeah, Ring Song. I will recommend Monster Sanctuary to anyone that ever asks. That game is fucking fantastic. Do you like Metroidvanias? Great, buy it. Do you like RPGs? Great, buy it. Do you like monster collectors? Great, buy it. If you like any of those things, you should play Monster Sanctuary. However, this is... normally, we like to compare games back to other titles, right? This is not Monster Sanctuary. It's almost non-comparable. Every now and again, the idea will come up. But this has nothing to do with Monsank, right? What if like Balatro? You should buy Monster Sanctuary. No, it doesn't have anything to do with Balatro, sadly. So I can't even recommend that. Can't even recommend that then. But Balatro is good. You have good taste then, Palin. You've good taste then. So our first creature, a Cheroof. Worthiness level 1. Level 1. Health 40. It's Earth and Fire element. And its types are Critical, Purge, and Burn. For our traits, we have Scorched Earth. Whenever this monster applies one or more burn stacks to an enemy, breaks 1 poise on them. Oh. Well, that's kind of sick. So think of poise as a bar that every enemy has, and when the poise gets depleted, they get broken. And then they get stunned. And that's really, 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 really important. Maybe they like roguelike stuff. This isn't... Monster Sanctuary, however, isn't a roguelike at all. So Monster Sanctuary is a like full playthrough RPG. In addition, we get Grapple. This costs 1 Earth and does 2 times 3 Earth damage against target enemy. Purges 1 enemy Ether. Ether is their mana, their resources. And then Ignite costs 2 Fire. 3x3 fire damage against target enemy. Applies 2 Burn to target enemy. And then Scorched Earth applies 1 or more burn stack to enemy, breaks 1 poise. This should break more poise. For our perks, we have 25% crit chance as well on it. You can see that in the bottom left there. So it has higher crit. So this is like the punch it creature. Next up, we have Jotun. This was my monster of choice early because you know me, I really like turtling. I really like defensive plays. I like armor and counterattack and not giving a fuck. Like, that's my playstyle. Like, give me a healer, give me a tank, and then give me something to stack thorns. Jotun, Rime Wind. Whenever damage is dealt to this monster's shield, deals a combined water-wind hit to the attacker with that much damage. So we've got inbuilt retaliation if we take shield damage. But if our shield runs out, this goes offline. Roar costs 1 wind, shield self for 2 times 3, applies redirect to self. Redirect means that the next attack gets applied to us instead of someone else. And then Countess go burr. Exactly. Aurelian there, like a fellow turtle player amongst us. Aurelian understands. Ring says, one big thing I like in Monster Sanctuary, they made every monster viable, even first stage evos. They're not worse than the evolutions, they're alternatives. Exactly. Exactly. And Alea, what kind of game is this? This is a roguelike creature collector. Roguelite creature collector. We also have Ice Smash, 3x3 water and wind damage against target enemy, costing a wind and a water. Our perks are shield generator +2. I think that means we do 2 more shielding per shield hit, but who knows? We're water, wind, and we're typing tank, shield, and age. Thirdly, this was new! Nixie! Toxic Tides. Uh-oh. The one thing I like more than turtling is debuffs. Whenever this monster receives or applies a heal, applies poison to the enemy with the lowest amount of poison. Oh. Oh. Ha. So I know who we're starting with. We are Earth Water Element and our types are Heal, Ether, and Poison. Our perks is Ether +1, so I reckon we just produce more Ether, but I have no idea how that works. We're gonna leave that on almost the entire time, huh? Yeah. Leeching Strike, 2x3 water damage against target enemy, heals all allies for 5. Oh. Poison just liquid spikes! Restore, Earth and Water, heals target ally for 3x3. Target generates 3 random ether. It goes +1? What? The fuck? Wait, that's sick. So, random ether monster generates ether semi-randomly, preferring ether they're missing for any of their actions. Okay, that's pretty sick. And then we have Toxic Tides, obviously poison at the start of your turn. This monster takes X earth damage at the start. This is important. Poison deals damage at the start of a turn. So debuffs are really powerful because they can kill you at the start of your turn and then negate your turn. Wonderful. Then consume a stack. X equals amount of stacks. A stack. So poison is also really hard to get rid of. Zoe! Hello, Zoe! Hello! Airship nerd! How you doing, Zoe? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello, hello, hello. So I immediately want to pick this creature. If we find a tank creature alongside this, I'm going to be happy. We also have Minokawa. Oh, this is also new. Bird. We have fire and wind type. Oh, it's Phoenix again. Types are sidekick, dodge, and force. And its perks are crit damage +2. Shining Spark. The first hit of each attack of this monster deals +1 damage for every 2 buff stacks on it. And shield selves equal to that amount. Oh. So we immediately have some writing issues here, right? The first hit of each attack of this monster deals +1 damage for every 2 buff stacks on it and shields itself equal to that amount. Shields itself equal to that amount, what is that equal to? Every 2 buff stacks? Because that's the last thing that's referred to as a number, as an amount. But I think they mean the damage that it deals. So let's say you have 4 buffs, you deal +2 damage and then you shield yourself for 2. But it could also shield yourself for 4. This is not clear in writing. I do not like the description of this text at all. But I guess. So we've got an aggressive... Yeah, we've got like an aggressive critter here, right? That's cool. Tempering. Apply sidekick, force, and dodge to self. Oh. Dodge. Evades every second hit of an incoming attack. What? Evades every second hit of an incoming attack. Each incoming attack consumes a stack. That is fucking weird. So single hit attacks bypass dodge. Single hit attacks bypass dodge. Cracked? but also the weirdest dodge mechanic I've ever seen. Sidekick. Whenever another ally attacks, triggers a sidekick attack on this monster against target enemies, dealing 1 × 4 damage based on this monster's elements, then consumes a stack. So sidekick is assist attack. And then Force turns each hit into a critical, which deals 50% more damage rounded up and +1 poise damage. Each hit consumes 1 stack. So you hit Tempering, and the next turn you hit them with Supersonic Strike. 1 × 8 wind damage against target enemy, applies Sidekick and Force to self. Oh my god, okay. So you just do that every turn, huh? Sidekick plus Force? That's kind of sick. I like this creature. However, we will be absolutely picking this Nixie. Gimme. Do you want to give Nixie a nickname? Yes. Everybody, I'm opening the pool. Hold up. We're opening the pond. We're opening the pond. 1 second. Oh, that's the wrong button. Whoop. There we go. Get yourselves into the pond. We're about to draw a random name from everyone that has redeemed this. And you will be this creature. We'll get a lot of multi-hit attacks like in Monsang. Yes, Ring Song, absolutely. 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 The system is still in place. So, our first starter is going to be... Ring Song! Ring, welcome on in. Oh, I can type. Dumb! We're inside the void now. The entirety of the fractured ruins has been devoured by it. Wind monsters roam this area. My old friend, I will once again require your support in battle. It's adorable! I love this little creature. I'm sorry. Look at it. This is my new favorite. A wild monster is blocking our path. We'll have to fight it. Oh, Tatsel worms. So the Tatsel worm generates 1 fire. Monsters can use different actions in combat. Most actions cost ether to be used. There are 4 different elements of ether: fire, earth, water, and wind. You currently do not have much ether. Your only option is to use your monster's basic attack, which can always be used to generate additional ether based on your monster's element. So a basic attack is 2 × 2 damage against target enemy, generates a water and earth ether. Donk donk. And now we're poisoned because Tatsel worms are bitches. Every enemy has a poise weakness. The color of the diamond icon next to the health bar corresponds to the element that they're weak to. Attack those enemies with enough hits of that element and they will be staggered. Tomorrow, brethren. Launch is tomorrow. A staggered enemy skips its next action and all damage against it is increased by 50%. Try it out. You have enough ether now to stagger your enemy. So, Leeching Strike does 2 × 3 water damage. You can see the enemy has 2 water poise. This is 2 hits, which will immediately break it. Hiya! We trigger our poison because we've just applied a heal to ourselves. The enemy monster is now staggered, which means you can use the Craft Memento action on it this turn. The Craft Memento action lets you gain a monster's Memento, which permanently unlocks that monster across all runs. Use the Craft Memento action on the enemy now. Craft Memento of target staggered monster, if it's not already owned. Consumes 1 blank Memento. We have 3. Tatsel worm Memento unlocked. Earth, fire, critical regen, poison. However, it is still alive and presumably doing science. We can't have that. Foot slap! Oh god, it has the feetsies. We get some... This is the worthiness screen. Your monster gains worthiness in combat through a variety of means like dealing damage, healing allies, or preventing enemy actions. Worthiness provides small permanent bonuses to your monsters, which persist when you rebirth your monsters on future runs. So over the course of combat, we'll get more. We've done 1 combat. On the second one, we will level. Tachyon would like to know your location. Oh no. You gained uncommon armor. At the start of your turn, shield self for 2. Damage +1 rare. Increases damage of each hit by 1. What the fuck? That's insane. Wait, have we now equipped this? Yes. That's kind of cracked. We just deal 1 more flat damage? There's a monster shrine over there. These constructs have been created by my kind over the course of thousands of years. I can perform a monster rebirth there. We should do so. Safety in numbers. Get us a new friend. Get us a new friend. Hey, look, a Tatzelworm. Who would have thought? Monster rebirth allows you to add a new monster to your party. You only require a monster soul to do so. Each shrine may only be used once. You start each run with 3 souls. Each shrine offers you a random selection of monsters equal to the amount of monster souls you have. So the more souls we use, the less monsters we can pick up, or the less options we have. You also need to unlock them first. You can only have the memento of the monster you fought earlier, so that's the only option available to you. Give me this Tatzelworm. The sprites in the game are so good. This is one of the huge standout things about Aethermancer. There are no generic animations in Aethermancer. Every monster is animated fully, every attack looks sick. The amount of craftsmanship that has gone into like portraying the creatures here is out-fucking-standing. Our next contestant, by the way, will be... Hold up, let me pull another random name. It is going to be... MJM. Do the underscores work here? I wonder. Hell yeah, it's been a while since I've had an MGM. You're a generic animation, that's correct, Aldo. I am very much a generic animation. You don't have to tell people that, that's rude. So onward we go. Can't go up there, never mind. This time, let's initiate combat by performing a Void Blitz. This ability allows the Aethermancer to ambush the enemies, which removes 2 poise from the targeted enemy. This makes them easier to stagger in combat. Whee! Donk! Look at Bird! Okay, you can't see Bird because I'm in the way. But Bird staggered. Your party's almost complete. You just need your 3rd monster now. To add your 3rd monster, you need at least 1 more memento. Stagger one of these enemy monsters and use the craft memento action on it to gain its memento. Good luck. So what do we have? We can inspect enemies, right? There's a Warpetinger here, which is a critical purge sidekick creature. It has Eagle Eyes. This monster can copy the last 2 enemy actions and use them once. Uncopied action purges the same amounts of elements ether as was spent on the action, so it eats your resources and then uses your tricks against you. And we have a Cockatrice. Tank, burn, and dodge. Hot Temper. Retaliate. Applies 1 temporary power to self every 7 times this trait triggers. Applies 4 burn to each enemy. So we get stronger when we get hit. That's kind of cracked. Look at the amount of attacks this thing has. Wow. So that's the memento we're making, right? We're going to be making this memento. I would like this bird. Hope it's a crab. The face on the bird, it's very cockish. So let's do things. We have an earth attack on the Tatzelworm, which means we can break this Wolpertinger. I can break you. And also, Leeching Strike will put it down to 1, and then at the beginning of its turn, the poison will kill it off. We also apply 2 poison to the Cockatrice, and there we go. Unfortunately, the Cockatrice is now no longer stunned. So, we are going to Leeching Strike it. Puts it to poison 3. And then we're going to Toxic Slash it. Hiya! And now dies. So in canon, it's now a duck. Correct. Absolutely correct. And Ring Song levels. We have the following options. Blood Pact. Aura. At the start of your turn, deal a water hit to all enemies. Damage equals 1 for every 5 healing received by allies this round. That's kind of insane, considering we heal a lot. This will just do damage in water form. Viral Healing. Whenever allies heal for 50 or more in the same turn, trigger poison on all enemies. Heal for 50 or more in the same turn. This is going to take forever and a day to get going because healing that much in one turn is a bit crazy. But it makes all of your poison trigger immediately. That's kind of cool. And debuffs deal 4 more damage against enemies. Oh my god, that makes poison insane. Zoe could be smaller. Zoe could also be bigger. Have you considered that? So it's either Blood Pact or it's Fatal Upkeep. I think we're leaning into the whole poison thing quite heavily. Let's go Fatal Upkeep. And we have a Monster Soul. So more options next time. You're up on a height now. You can use Void Dash to dash between cliffs. When you get close enough to another cliff, you can see the Phantom of Syrinx to indicate that you can Void Dash to that cliff. Right out here by dashing to the other cliff. Whoop. Like that. And then we can hop down and back up. And we can't go over there, right? No, we can just go down and that is it. But we can go up here and then go across. Lily! A body made of ether and a fellowship of beautiful little monsters. You must be an Aethermancer. I hope you're here to help us out and not cause more problems. I'll try my best. Who is us? Sorry, rude of me not to introduce myself. I'm Lily, resident witch of Pilgrim's Rest. You should come visit sometime. It's beautiful when there isn't a void threatening to swallow it whole. Perhaps I will. My name is Syrinx. I hope that no ill fate befalls Pilgrim's Rest and its people. That's sweet of you to say. I knew it. Somebody with a band of monsters following them around can't be a bad person. How about this? Meet me in Pilgrim's Rest and I will offer you my services. I'm an expert at soul bonding, you see. Soul bonding uses a monster's memento to bond its soul to you, which means it's always there with you when you need it. Whenever I enter the void in you, I can choose it to be by my side. That could be useful indeed. Exactly. Also, I can help you out whenever we run across each other in the void. Here, I found this blank memento. You can use it to craft the memento of a monster, right? So, soul bonding means we can now pick this monster as a starter. White Zoe is superior Zoe? I suppose. I guess? Oh. Yeah, hold up. Whoop, there we go. And now we can go past this. Otherwise we wouldn't, oh well. Never mind, we can always go past this. I thought I was being smart. Oh, blanket! Thank you, Affit. Blanket it is. Where's my blanket button? There it is. Aha! Thank you. Some monsters will attempt to ambush you. When you get close to them, you can press space to use the Void Parry to counter their ambush, giving you the same advantages when you perform a Void Blitz. Hiya! Hey, Sinjin! We are just in the tutorial. Just in the tutorial. Get blitzed, idiot! So, we could get this Mandragora if we wanted to. What does a Mandragora do? Wholesome! At the start of combat, applies 1 regen to self. Whenever regen triggers on this monster, applies regen to each other ally, then triggers regen on them. And what does regen do? At the start of your turn, heal this monster by 5, then consume a stack. Okay, so it's another healer. Spore applies weakness. Reduces the damage of each hit by 3. It has more regen, Pollen Blast, and Blossoming Strike. And our Wormling over here has Gift of the Worm. Applies temporary power to self on support action. On attack, transfer all power and temporary power stacks to every other ally. So this one buffs the creatures around it with more damage. Quick question. Whenever this monster receives or applies a heal, receives a heal. So what you're saying is if I have a Mandragora and we put healing on this Nixie, then we can go the fuck off. Punch this little worm. Trigger poison on the Mandragora. And then we Toxic Slash the Wormling. Now it is poisoned. And it is going to die. Beautiful. We don't have much left here. We'll just hit it. I love the animations in this game are fantastic. Like the really big thing. Fire Claws! Nice. The monsters make the mana essence colored dots remind me of the Song of Conquest thing. Yes, Eldu. Yes. I know exactly what you mean. I had an idea. Why don't we get you a Roomba? But you won't have to clean a little robot to do it for you. It's too late, Soaking. It's too late. You can't unbreak my foot. MJM is about to learn either Sleight of Hand plus 3 crit damage. Every third hit of an action is a critical hit. What the fuck? For multi-target actions, it is every second hit against each monster inside. Whoa. What? Hold up. What? With critical hybridization, on crit deal 3 wild damage hit. But it only triggers up to once per action, so it's an additional hit of 3 wild. We could use the Roomba as a transportation method, that's pretty good. However, transportation is the one thing ducks are excellent at. We can walk, swim, and fly. We're experts at transportation already. But I am lazy, so you have a point. Yes, Affit, absolutely. I 100% agree. Like, the art team has done a fantastic job at, like, on these creatures and the animations. On every 3 crits, apply 2 poison, then trigger poison. I think that's what I want to roll with. Like, we want poison. Now we need to find versions to, like, ways to crit more reliably. You gain Meteorite. On support action, converts 1 random ether into wild ether. We don't really have a support action on MJM. We're just going to give that to MJM for now, in case we find a support action. But in reality, we don't have one. These branching paths lead deeper into the void. I can sense that each path will take me to a different zone. All part of the same biome, but with a different fate in store for me. So, branching paths. We have a knight, an ether spring, or an envoy. Let's go... Envoy? I have no idea. We're gonna have to learn what all of these mean. Next stage. Monster Shrine. He is our 3rd party member. When choosing a monster, you should primarily consider the monster's signature trait elements and types. This way you can quickly identify what the monster's strengths are and what role it can play in combat. So we could take a Cockatrice to have our tank, or we can go into Mandragora to spam more bullshit. Let's go into Mandragora to spam more bullshit. I have no idea how good this is gonna be, but the Mandragora's name is going to be... Eldu! Eldu is not a bird for once. What the fuck? This has never happened. Do we have mouse? Oh, we have mouse movement. That's kind of fancy. That's kind of fancy and cool and unnecessary, but it exists. Oh, hi. I didn't actually expect this to go anywhere. Oops. I thought I was being cheeky about this. Get him! Your monsters don't have to fight alone. The Aethermancer can also use certain actions in combat, such as artifacts. Artifacts are special items that you can use in combat. Each artifact has a certain number of charges, which are refreshed whenever you get to a rest site. You don't have to worry about them losing them when you use them. So right now we have Craftamento and Monster Flask. Heals target ally for 15. We can use that 3 times. So what do we do? What are we going to do? We can't break any of the fire ones. But we can potentially... break this Volpatinger. There's some weakness for it. There's a break. And that's kind of all we have. But if we hit it now, it dies to the poison. 3 poison for the Orthrus. But now we are taking damage for the first time. Well, for the first real time. Here we are. Damage has been received. We trigger regen on everybody. Fucking lovely. We don't have enough fire to generate a fire claw to kill that Mandragora. And we don't have wind at all, right? We do not have wind at all here. So what are we going to do? We can Leeching Strike anything. And it's probably going to be this Orthrus. Because of the weakness on us, we don't do any real damage. But we do trigger healing for the entire party. So everyone's back to full health. And then we're just going to raw this down, I guess. We're now at 5 poison damage already. Oh, 5 poison stacks of it already. We do have Fatal Upkeep, so that poison is, I think, going to deal 9, but I'm not entirely sure how that works. Put Spore on it, and poison now does how much? Oh, it heals first. It does 9, exactly. Okay. That's a lot of damage. Oh, no. Woo. Back to us. Beware, at least one of your enemies is going to reset its poise in this turn as part of its reset action. Apart from resetting its poise, reset action generates 1 random ether and triggers an additional effect based on the individual monster. Enemies use reset actions the turn after they were staggered or when enough turns pass in combat without them getting staggered. So you can see the little reset button down there. Let's do this. That's a lot of regen. And we're going to try to kill this Orthros this turn. That's a lot of poison. We can also just stagger. You know what? We're staggering the Mandragora instead. Because the Orthros is going to take a shit ton of poison damage anyway. But not enough for it to die. I miscalculated. I'm very bad at math. Never mind. There was also regen on it. Oops. We've now healed to full successfully. Kill it. There's a lot of damage on the Mandragora. The Mandragora is very weak. Aldo is weak but cute. Yeah, that. Yeah, it's already happening. I was hoping they'd abandon this mechanic, but they haven't. At the end of turn, applies 1 temporary power to self. Healing plus 1 increases healing of each heal by 1. That's pretty big. I want to put this on this armor, but I don't want the armor to go to waste. But I don't think we can put the armor anywhere else, right? Yeah, it automatically scripts the armor. That's a shame. You're back on a height. If you perform a Void Blitz from a height on an enemy, it takes 3 poise instead of 2. Not what we're about to do, but good enough. What do you look at that? A stranger. Alioth. Do my eyes deceive me? Another Aethermancer here inside the void.
What?
I'm called Alioth.
I'm not cute. I am very scary. Rawr.
Aldo. Thank you for the 60. I am frightened beyond belief. I'm frightened beyond belief. Hope you're doing well, Aldo. Thank you so much. It's kind of stuck, Ringsong. It's kind of stuck. I'm called Alioth. They sent me here to investigate the massive void phenomenon. Are you here to assist me? Greetings, my name's Syriax, and I'm here on my own. The issues seem too important to ignore. Aethermancer are operating on their own. So you weren't sent by Aquilas. I was curious. No matter, surely we can still help each other out. I take it you're proficient with artifacts, aren't you? I am indeed. They've had quite an impact on my travels. In that case, I believe I can help you out with my magic. Let me see what I have for you. We can pick an artifact, or we can gain 2 gold. A strangely shaped ore chunk hovers in the air above Alioth's hand. This is ethereal ore, a metal infused with ether, commonly believed to be extremely rare, much more common within the void, however. I could split the ore in 2, forming 2 artifacts, one for you, one for me. You can have first pick if you like. We can have a Rod of Command, which reactivates a target monster, so it gives it another turn, or a Chromatic Soul, which breaks 3 poise. We're taking the Rod of Command. That's kind of insane. I like it a lot. Also, I want to go explore real quick. So at the bottom, you see our creatures, right? And you see that they have this purple stuff. Ringsong has 3 and Eldo already has 7. That's like a corruption mechanic, which means it lowers our max health. I really, like, I was very vocal about this earlier, and I still believe this. I do not like that mechanic. Why? Because it limits, it doesn't really limit, but it really hampers turtling to an extent, right? You can see here in combat, it doesn't really lower our max health, it lowers the max health that we start with. So Eldu will start on less than 7 health, no matter whether we heal to full in combat. We can overcome it. That's the important part. We can get past it, but it's going to handicap us in every combat that we come across. To an extent, this is fine. Like, this is not actually bad, but I don't like mechanics that, like, I don't see this doing anything but hampering exactly this playstyle. I don't get why it exists, right? I don't get why it exists. But we have it, and thus we shall deal with it. Give move, move, move. Yes. Move, move, move. You can see even with the mild levels of corruption that we already have, we're now back to full health. So we're still operating fine. It exists, I guess. It exists. Let's see. I don't think we're killing any... Oh no, the poison's enough to kill this Orthrus. And now, we just need to heal back to full. Dunk, dunk, dunk. But we can't effectively heal back to full, right? No, we cannot. Never mind, we can. That's... Oh god, I should have healed first. Never mind. That was 12 poison and a lethal. Woo, MJM. Ring Song! Leveled. We now get a new attack. We have access to Water Charm. This is a free action that heals 2/5, so this doesn't consume our turn. We have apply 5 poison to target enemy and then generate Earth, Earth, Earth. What the fuck? That's kind of cool. Or we have Slime Shot. 3/3 water earth damage against target enemy, applies 3 poison to target enemy and self. There is a self poison build, and I don't like it. It's pretty cool. I just don't want to play it. So we're not taking Slime Shot. There's another creature that really, really likes this shit. I think we're just taking the free Water Charm, right? And Eldu also levels. Eldu gets a trait. We have Cosmic Healing. For every 50 healing of your allies, generates a Wild Ether. Wild Ether! Or whenever you reach 5 Ether of the same element, heal all allies for 2/5, up to once per element per combat. Or Ethereal Regeneration. For every 3 consumed regen stacks, generate an Ether. Dream! Thank you for the 4 months! How you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining. Let's go pick up Synchronous Healing, I think. Yeah, let's go pick up Synchronous. That's, oh, wait, give me that. Interact, you regained a Monster Soul. We still have totems, right? You found the end of the zone. You might want to use the map to check if there is any undiscovered zones. So, you can see there's stuff left, right? We can fast travel over here. And we can make our way downtown. I want to break... Well, we can't break these. We can break these two. But I want to kill this Chimkin first. He's smashing the sub button. Thank you, Cream Dream. How you doing? So we do not have the ether to like interact with the Chimkin at all. We could make random ether, but we'd have to heal the Tatzel Worm. The Tatzel Worm is already full health. That doesn't really do anything. Instead, I want to use this Water Charm to heal ourselves. Not only does that trigger poison and trigger poisoning, or make poison and then make poison again, we also now get to hit this Chimkin. And then trigger the trait 3 times. Then we Toxic Slash and Spore, right? So we can break one of the Volpatingers. We do want to, like, this thing is just normal attacking, so let's do that. I forgot what the Tatzel Worm trait was. Primeval Blight. On crit, apply poison. This one's against 4% crit chance for every poise stack on enemies. So we crit a lot. We also have 25% more crit chance, so that's just what we do. Let's go Spore this down. The weakness is kind of an afterthought right now. Because we just murder. Kicker! How's this version of the game going so far? I believe you liked it previously. I liked this a lot. Aethermancer as a game has like a couple of elements that I really don't like. I don't like this corruption mechanic. I feel like there's no reason it exists outside of pissing me off specifically. But There is so much that's so fucking cool about this. I can't really tell you how this version of the game is yet because we're still like in the tutorial first run. It's a bit too early to say. But, oh my god. This is so nifty. It's a lot of poison. Look at it like scratching itself. It's adorable. The animations are so fucking good, dude. Let's once again heal. Water Charm turned out to be a really good idea. Like a really good idea. More poison. That's now 8 poison stacks. That's now 13 poison stacks. Triggers the poison, immediately kills. Cool. MJM very strong. We have the option Stone Edge. 3 times 8 earth damage against target enemy. First hit is a crit. Okay. So immediately triggers passive. Apply 2 regen to all allies. Then shields for 2 for each regen stack on them. Wait. And Toxic Eruption, 2 times 2 fire earth damage against target enemy, deals an additional X damage hit, 2 for each poison stack. So we can capitalize on our poison stacks on enemies as well. Crystallize would be fucking stupid, no? So I think Stone Edge is the one that we don't take. The auto crit is really funny, but spending 3 is not something we get to do early on. And all we do is generate a crit. We're much more into like regen and poison than we are into critting. But it all feeds back into itself, right? Like critting triggers poison. Or every couple of crit trigger poison. That's really cool. We also currently have an item stuck on MJM that works off of support actions. So using this would trigger MJM's current item. But I think we already have 2 creatures that are mostly dealing with our side of the board. So I'm going to go into Toxic Eruption here. This allows us to capitalize on the stacks we've already created. And we gain a skill reroll. Hold up. Uppy. Over. Down. Frog? This fountain is what the Monster King of Vigil simply called an equivalent exchange. I don't have a brother in a suit of armor. The equivalent exchange is an enchanted fountain that will produce a specific reward based on the offering that you give it. It allows you to trade gold for ether crystals or vice versa. Keep in mind that once a trade has been performed, the fountain cannot be used again. Okay, give it gold. The more you give, the more you receive. Once a trade, blah blah, 5 for 15. Okay. So now we have 27 ether crystals. And also, we can teleport back here. Right. We have an ether spring, a random NPC, or rare loot. Rare loot drop? Do we have a dog? I'm going to hit you. Hard. Let's get this cockatrice into the party. Oh no, never mind. So we can't have backup monsters, we can have additional monsters. And we can trade, but I like my party right now, so we're not going to do that. What? Loot drop rare! A deck of cards. So a deck of cards. Here it is. Consume all of your ether, then generate 7 random ether. This is just Professor Oak, right? Like, this is just Professor Oak. Cool. I also love the little, like, memento art. They're so cute. These are adorable mementos. They're super cool. The little necklaces that you make of the creatures, and I'm a big fan. I'm a very big fan of that. We can't do this from high ground, right? We could potentially do this from high ground. We might be able to get there. This must be what Monster Kill call the Blessed Pond. For a simple offering of coin, it may cleanse one's soul, so the story goes. Give 5 gold to the pond to cleanse 3 corruption from all monsters. We're not going to do that now. We're going to do this after we have assaulted this group here. Can't do it from high ground. And there is a slime. A slimy slime. It is very slimy. You're fighting an ooze. Its signature trait can be tricky to fight against, as it can deal increasing amounts of damage to your whole party if left unchecked. So, here's what an ooze does. It has a secret. Putrid Odor. Applies 2 poison to self on action. Whenever poison triggers on this monster, enemies also take damage from it. So, as we are about to poison things, we need to be very, very careful. This ooze needs to perish. But we don't have enough ether. So what can we do to have enough ether? We could reactivate here. Punch this ooze. That makes an earth ether. Weaken this. And then we still don't have fuck all to do. Damn it. This plan sucked. Someone boo this streamer. Awful. Awful play. Well, we've got something, I suppose. Ow! Ow! Whenever he wants to take a certain amount of direct attack damage from enemy actions without being protected by shield, they take on Corruption. Corruption lowers their starting health in each combat. Try to avoid Corruption if possible. There is still a part of me that hopes that over early access they will remove this. There is still a part of me that prays for that to happen. It will not. But damn do I hope for it. That was also absolutely just the wrong move. Let's heal ourselves. And then... Toxic Corruption isn't going to do much yet, right? 2 for each poison stick on enemy. We're gonna hit for 4. We should have... Here's what we should have done. We should have Leeching struck on the middle Tatzel Worm. Re-engage, break it. Because we're about to hit this as an AoE. So let me show you what this is about to do to us. Let me bring that down real quick. This is Firestorm. This is Firestorm. 2 times 4 damage against all enemies. Has a bonus crit chance, Tatzel Worm. And on crit triggers burn on target enemy. This thing's really cool. It's not about to be too bad for us because there isn't too much burn on us, so it has nothing to trigger yet. But damn, this is a big attack we're about to take, huh? There's an option to disable corruption in the game setting. Wait, did I complain enough during like closed during closed alpha? Did I complain enough? Nah, we'll play with it. We'll play the intended experience for a while. You are not the only one. I don't know why it's there, right? Like, I know that there was conversation around it. So corruption used to be reduced max health, right? It used to be just reduced max health. It is now reduced starting health. I am a fervent believer that every mechanic in your game should serve a purpose. Let's do an easy example. Inventory management is a very, very simple example of this. Let's say in your game, you have a maximum inventory size of 20. Your character can hold 20 items. You as a developer should ask yourself the question, why? Do I want my player to go out and have to pick between what they can carry? Is like the rarity of carrying space something that I can make interesting? Is this like a survival-based game where they can't just have their entire inventory with them at all times? Or is there no purpose to it, right? Like, so many games have a limited inventory, but all it makes you do is go back, dump your inventory, and then go back out again with no other interesting interaction whatsoever. I think a lot of roguelikes have limited inventory because they don't want you to have every option available at every single time. Think of Noita, for example. Noita has a very real reason to have limited carrying capacity because you don't want your players to have 50 million spells they can swap out whenever the fuck they want to utilize in every situation. I still struggle to see the purpose of corruption outside of it's a value that pisses off people that want to play heal strats. There is another strategy that works almost the same as healing, which is shielding, and shielding isn't touched by corruption at all, right? Like, shielders don't give a shit about corruption. In fact, they said it there, any damage you take past shields. I struggle to see the point of corruption outside of, well, we have a tooltip for it. It's another mechanic. Like, it just sucks. So for today, we're going to play with it as normal, and we're going to explore how much it affects us, how much it does to us, how much we have to play around it. And then at any given point when I feel like, when I still fail to see the point, I might find the point at one point, right? We might stumble across it. We might see, oh, this is how it integrates. This is what it's supposed to force you to do. This is the decision-making it tries to encourage. Once we find that, we can then like decide what to do with it, right? As normal, I'm going to be honest with you, as a streamer, it's always annoying to like have to turn off mechanics because like you're always afraid that someone's going to come into your chat and go like, oh, why aren't you playing with this on? Like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Like, oh, you're not playing the game for real. Like anyone that's ever played a Dark Souls game on stream, you'll be familiar with this, right? Like you play by using stats, you fucking casual. Like, oh, I guess, fuck you. So I'm incredibly disinclined to turn it off for like that reason alone. You don't want to lose your street cred, right? That's all it is. That's all it is. But I genuinely, as of right now, in the tutorial, early in the game, with some back-end knowledge about how the thing worked enclosed and some knowledge of like the conversations people had during testing. I've not been a big part of testing. Let me be honest here. Like I don't want to play this up, right? Like I haven't given too much feedback. I've talked a bit to people, but like I've been very low-key not there. There are people that have put an incredible amount of testing into this game early on. There's like volunteers on Discord that have done an insane amount of like playthroughs that have like that are much more knowledgeable than me. I'm not part of that. I've been gracefully invited to be part of that, but dad, full-time job, streamer does not allow for playing funny video games for testing purposes all that much, right? And I've had other priorities. So let me not play up that aspect, like I'm not that important, right? But that doesn't mean that that hasn't happened already. I'm gonna hit this Tatzel one because we can't do anything about this and this just hurts more. Another game to be broken. Aethermancer is breakable, but it is not easily breakable, if that makes sense, right? Firestorm! That is so... I love the animations in this game so much. So fucking much. And you see it there. We gain 3 corruption, another 3 corruption. Like, why? Like, what was I supposed to do in that regard? Right? There was nothing to do there, so now we're being punished for not playing a main shielder? Do you want me to go Jotun every turn? Do you want me to just, like, OTK every time? In my opinion, all this does at the moment is encourage me to find degen strats to, like, auto-clear encounters, right? So the more I break it, the more I'm rewarded by not having my max health lowered, I guess. We're going to leave the Tatzelworm at the top alone, because it's going to die to poison anyway. There is no lethal plus we can find right now. We don't have anything that rewards us for winning fights in certain ways yet, so we're just going to play this numerically. You use a magic strat in Dark Souls, filthy casual. You press movement buttons in Dark Souls? Well, you haven't beaten the game for real. Like, real Dark Souls gamers only beat the game by, like, only using the movement from their weapon attacks. Yeah, that's how this works. Anyway, on single target attack, if the enemy has 6 or more ether, purchase 1 enemy ether and earth generator +1. We're just going to put this on the Mandragora real quick, and then we're going to pay to reduce corruption by 5, I guess. Cool. We now have 12, 6, and 15 corruption, and I fail to see how we could have prevented any of it. I'm gonna complain about this until I turn it off. I'm sorry, I know I'm gonna be annoying about this, but I am going to complain about this a lot. And I know I'm gonna get shit from Conan for like, oh, he doesn't like a mechanic we put in the game. Yeah, fuck you. The mechanic sucks. We're gonna hit this bird. I would normally try to hit the Orthros because I feel like that does more damage to us, but we don't have the ability to hit wind anyway. And we don't have any wild hits, so we can't do anything about it. Unfortunately, we hit the top bird, who's just going to basic attack us, meaning we're not about to really do anything here. Oh, let's hand out some poison. This is probably better if we hit ourselves with it, huh? We might as well prevent that damage from hitting us. Never mind, that's fire. I'm very, very stupid. We have poison on them. Let's go. Should have put weak on someone else. I need to think before I put buttons in instead of putting buttons in and then think. Toxic eruption. There's a stagger. There's a poison. There's the poison trigger for 11 thanks to fatal upkeep. Fuck me sideways. Excuse me? So how much corruption did we take from that? We just went from full to half in one move. And now we're being punished for that because it gave us corruption. Yeah, this mechanic sucks. Leeching Strike onto... If we hit top, it dies. Then we don't have to deal with the bottom attack. Ether, we've got 1 fire, 2 earth remaining. So we can't restore and still have a worthwhile turn on the rest of our team. We're really operating best at 1 poison stack across the board, huh? This leaves us where we want to be. And then we weakness the Orthros. All true Dark Souls fans beat the game with a Guitar Hero controller using a broken sword. Remember the one guy that turned a carrot that he had drilled holes into to use it as a flute into a controller? I forgot what game they were doing that for, but remember that shit? That's the only way to really beat Dark Souls. Otherwise, you really haven't beaten the game. You don't play using your toes while playing the trombone at the same time? Shaking my head. Casual. I thought it was a carrot ring, so I was pretty sure it was a carrot. Do correct me if I'm wrong, please, by all means. Something something Donkey Kong bongos? Yo, that's the real deal. That's the real one right there. We're about to win just off of fatal upkeep, doing funny fatal upkeep things. Get booped. You know, one mechanic that I haven't seen come back, and I say come back very loosely, this isn't Monster Sanctuary, but obviously a bunch of things that happened in Monsank, or that existed in Monsank mechanically have been transposed in here into a very different game. Sidekick, for example. Sidekick is a really, really good mechanic that Monster Sanctuary had, a buff that I value quite a lot because I think it's interesting, it's not something that a lot of games do. And Sidekick exists here as well. One thing that they haven't brought back is Bleed, and I wonder why. I wonder why I haven't seen Bleed yet. Eldu has leveled once more, so we now have access to Healing Brew, heals all allies for 2x6. Most notably that will trigger Nixie, generates Water, Fire, Wind, and Earth Ether. This is important. This is important. I want you to look at this skill. Generates Water, Fire, Wind, Earth, Ether, heals all allies 2x6. What do you think is missing? What's weird about this? Wrong answers only. Dark Souls on that guitar controller, that's where it's at, right? Did you beat Dark Souls using Ratatan commands? Zuntaka, 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 duh, duh, died again. Bats were OP? It was the Suzune, no? The fucking succubus kitsune? God, what a good creature, what a good creature. A natural cure. Heals target ally for 3. Speaking of the devil! Speak of him and he shall appear. Rule! Hi, we're talking shit about your game. How you doing? Hi, Ril. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Natural Cure heals target ally for 3/7. Cleanses 4 debuffs from target ally. Cleanses 4 corrupt from target ally on first use each combat. Is that the first use only, or is it the first use per ally? Good, I agree. I'm nervous as fuck. What are you nervous about? Talk to me. Talk to me. What are you nervous about? Can I help you in any way, shape, or form? Ril has been here, but like, just to like clarify this for anyone, Ril has been here for a fucking eternity. So like, I value Ril a lot more than like I usually value dev contact. And we've had a lot of developers drop into like streams about like their game, and it's always been cool and all. But man, like I've talked to Ril so much outside of like promoting video games that like I value the I am nervous as fuck statement slightly more than just going like, oh, is it because your game release? It's like, no, how you doing? Just knowing all the bugs and how last minute things were. I see where you're coming from. Being worried about like the thing not being ready for public consumption, right? you're really close to the project, obviously, right? Like, you're so close to the bloody thing. It's natural that you would know all the flaws. I'm gonna give you an example from my life, Real. I'm gonna give you an example from my life. Every time I go to court and I prepare a defense, or I prepare like a layout, one thing that I'm incredibly aware of is where all of the holes in my arguments are, right? I can argue, oh, here's a work comp case that like clearly didn't happen on our time, clearly didn't happen like within our boundaries, like this is not our problem. But every single time I do that, I'm immediately aware of like, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, this can be attacked, this can be attacked, this. And we try to keep everything as much above board as we possibly can. Like, the lawyers have a kind of unjust reputation of being Weasley scumbags. Some of us are, I'm sorry. But, like, we genuinely try to keep things as much above board as possible. It's just that when we get portrayed in movies and series, that's boring, so we have to be, like, dramatic about shit. Having said that, Suits isn't a good representation about how the legal field actually interacts, right? But in reality, what I found over all of the years practicing now is that I'm always worried for no reason. Because I am really close to my own documentation, I'm really close to my own arguments, and that is what eventually causes me to be nervous, to be anxious about how this is going to be perceived, right? Like, oh, I wrote this like 2 days before it was due for filing. It has so many holes in it, like so many things are missing. Oh no, no, no. And like it's never once gone wrong, right? I've seen a lot of things over the course of Aethermancer's development so far, and you're about to go into early access. It's about to be day -1 for early access, right? You're about to go into early access. I've seen a lot of the things that like happen in development behind the door. I mean, outside of Conan sending me dog memes, right? Like, Conan's been sending a lot of dog and Toho memes. And I appreciate that quite a lot. They've helped me feel less miserable on some days. But I've seen early access games launch with much less soul put into them, and much more things wrong with them, and be celebrated as, like, cornerstones of indie. Saturday, we talked about Jump Space. One thing the Jump Space developers did after the game went into early access, they wrote a post saying like, hey, 130,000 people have bought this game. And then the next line they used wasn't about like how thankful they were or anything like that. The next line they used was talking about the fact that this was going to enable them to like guarantee all of the things that they were dreaming about doing with the game. The next line was them committing to like delivering the best they could, which no matter what's said in it proves that that's what their mind is on, right? Like it's the right heart in the right place kind of situation. With Aethermancer, I have seen that commitment to doing the good thing like over the course of its development so far. I know the public hasn't yet, but I believe that they will. So no matter how last minute you feel the thing is, no matter how many holes you think is in your child over there. Bad phrasing. I think it'll be fine. Because from everything y'all have done with Monster Sanctuary, from everything y'all are doing with it now, from the presentation of it, from the amount of effort that's put into things like the creature animations, right? The amount of effort, I think people can see that there is like love and care put into the bloody thing, and that helps people get over a lot of things. No matter how buggy it might be. I haven't run into a bug yet. I mean, I'm pretty sure I fucking will. Like, I'm pretty sure this is gonna break at least a couple of times during it, but that's gonna be okay. I honestly believe it's gonna be okay. I would like a week to just completely test the game. We found a bug pretty significant today. You'll find a bug pretty significant tomorrow. You'll find another bug pretty significantly in 2 days from now. That's okay. You're gonna be fine. I'm sure you're gonna be fine. Yeah, cast break the game was super effective. Yeah, I wish. So far, Care has only cast one spell, and that is complain about corruption existing. Taking healing, bro. Done. I just see 30k demo players, imaginary number that can all potentially send bug reports about their save not working. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a question. What are you gonna do when that happens? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Let's say tomorrow you get 30k bug reports about 3 different game-breaking bugs. What you gonna do? You'll probably find a speedrunner will find bugs every hour until they can beat the game under 1 hour. Yeah, absolutely. He also cast his foot and broke it too. That's correct. By which I mean, yes, absolutely. A staff! 50% chance for hit +1. I love staffs, but as a common, we're not going to use this for now. Cry and then start communicating what needs to be fixed ASAP. Remember, crying's a free action. And yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen, right? Like, you're going to start working on it. And that's it. That's all anyone expects, right? That's all anyone expects from an early access game. Obviously, day one, running into something like this is going to get you like a number of really angry reviews from people that don't understand what early access is or how early access is supposed to be used, because those people have been abused by AAA companies using early access as a get out of jail free card. And that sucks for the game's promotion. But all anyone can expect is for the dev team to pick up the things and fix what they can. Right? I didn't expect any other answer, by the way. Well, I didn't expect any other answer outside of like, yeah, I guess we'll fix it. That's exactly what I expect. And that's exactly what anyone expects. The best thing you can do, and the thing that you all are going to do, because I've seen how you've worked before, is all of these people are going to come in, it's going to blow up, and then you're going to like go, okay, here's what we need to do about it. Problem solved. Communicate, talk to people and tell them, okay, we're fixing it. It'll be okay. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Like, you're going to be fine. I truly fucking believe that. I've never released anything to the public like this, right? Like, but I have my court cases, right? Like, I have my little court cases that go in, and I know what it's like to sit there on like the evening of a big one and go, oh fuck, what if? You find all your funny little horror scenarios. It'll all be fine. We have the hotfix patch already in the works. Luckily, the only major thing is that runs started during the demo need to be forfeited. I mean, that's not... Is that a problem? Is that even a problem? Also, hey, Mano. Is that really a problem? It's annoying that we didn't have time to find and fix it in time. If you were given the time to find and fix everything that's not to your liking in time, you would be called Star Citizen, and your game wouldn't release for the next decade. Early access is that time. The one thing that I hope is that when launch happens tomorrow, things are going to be smooth enough for the game to have a good launch, to have a good kickoff. Right? Because that kickoff, that like jumping, that initial jump off the cliff is usually what determines a lot about how well the game does in the long term. Steam is a bitch like that, right? I cannot see a future where Aethermancer isn't good enough for public consumption at that point already. No matter how many little annoying things, or significant, like you put it, bugs, you know about as the team. What do you mean could be Silksong? Yeah, it could also be No Man's Sky though, real. It could also be No Man's Sky. I'd want an extra week, not years of months. Yeah, but at the end of that week, would you like another week? Oh? Would you like another week at the end of the week? This is always how it goes. Oh, just one more day, just one more week, just one more, just one more. It's like me with snacks. Oh, just one more. That never goes well. It'll be fine. I would have wished you had removed corrupt. No, never mind. A soul altar, a crude altar crafted by the monster kin many centuries ago as a place of worship for the monster deities. Hides the chips back. No, give it back. I actually don't like chips. That's fine. You can keep them. I remember hearing that sometimes done is better than perfect. I mean, it's not going to be done, right? It's early access. Meant a lot. There's a reason why I preface this like that, Rill, right? Like, I've talked to you a bunch of times about shit, right? I don't think there's another developer or another, like, developer employed person that I could, like, have this speech at. I don't think if like the dev team for something like, what if we like for something like Dump Chip, if the dev team came in, and I don't think I'd have that talk with them because I don't know, it's not my place. But you've been here for a fucking eternity, so you're gonna be fine. Puts away the pocky. No, give it back, you bastard. Link, how you doing, Link? Look at Mr. Fancy Pants. I mean, I'm not wearing pants. But mostly because they're really annoying to put on over this cast. I cannot currently, like, do this properly. Rilvana has been following for 4 years, 9 months, 1 day, 2 hours, 56 minutes, 48 seconds, huh? Yeah, it's been a fucking while, huh? It's been a while. There's a reason why at the start of the stream I held the longest disclaimer I've ever held for a sponsored stream. There's a reason for that. A sacrifice is required for those who wish to use the Soul Altar's power. Should you accept, one of your spare monster souls will be released to the void. You may then choose a temporary boon that will aid your monsters in the next 2 battles. You'll be offered a selection of boons based on the types of your monsters. The Soul Altar may be used multiple times, but only one of its boons may be active at once. Sure. Send one. An ether boon. At the start of combat, generate 2 wild ether. Heal boon. All allies gain 1 healing. Or regen. At the start of combat, apply 3 regen to... That's funny. That's just funny. More regen, you say, huh? More regen? Right, we have nothing. A merchant or a witch. We don't really have money at all, so it's merching time. As you may have noticed, corruption is a constant danger that diminishes your monster's survivability throughout a run. Yes, but why? There are only few ways of cleansing corruption, and they only cleanse a limited amount of it at a time. Successfully dealing with corruption by preventing and playing around it is one of your main challenges in Aethermancer. Yeah, or just play shields. That's not... Strong disagree. Nice to meet you again, Sirix. Likewise. I hope the blank memento I gave you helped you out. I don't think I'll find any more soon, though. But aside from that, I'll always help you out with my potion and crystals to guide your monsters by refocusing their talents. It's already plenty. Thank you. We have... Lily holds a strange crystal in her hand. It exudes a volatile, pulsing energy. Look what I created! It's an active memory crystal. It contains the memories of a monster's past life. Give it to a monster to replace one of its skills with a new skill. Do you take the active memory crystal? We can reroll an action, we can reroll a trait, or we can refuse and gain 1 XP for a random monster. Nothing was changed about how corruption works, that's problematic. Spoiler alert for the rest of today's stream. I will be complaining about corruption about once per 5 minutes. That will get annoying. I ask you to forgive me preemptively. And then for tomorrow's stream, we're going to turn it off. Then we learn shield is not limited by current health. Shield is limited by 50% of, I believe, your max health, Affit. But we should have a look at that real quick. We have a way to check that tooltip. Let's go look at that once we've made this choice. Preemptive forgiveness, are you Catholic? Yes, it turns out. I wouldn't mind rerolling a trait. Hold up, what do we have for traits right now? Oh, I wish we had an option to check our traits right now. Could you show the settings for the corruption thingy, by the way? In a second, absolutely. I wish I had a way to check what my monsters are right now. This would actually... Like, that please give me that, actually. In this menu, I need a look at your creatures button. You would assume that oh, that's what I did with that space press earlier. You would assume that I know what the fuck, like, all of my actions and traits are, but over 3 monsters, I will oftentimes forget whether I actually want to reroll one. Let's go reroll a trait. Yeah, okay, no. There is the... See, that's what I mean. Go back. Like, that button. That view monster button on the bottom right. Please just put that on this screen. Just put this on here. I know I can go back. Doesn't matter. I don't want to fucking have to. So, I want to keep Fatal Upkeep. I'm going to keep Toxic Assault. Synchronous Healing, I'm not super a fan of. So let's go reroll Synchronous Healing. So we want to reroll a trait on Eldu. Boop. This is cool, but not in our setup right now. We have Contagion. Whenever an enemy's weakness is consumed, 50% chance to apply weakness to another random enemy. Fucking funny. Hey, Chrono! I'm okay. My foot is broken, which is new, but other than that, I'm great. Your allies gain 15% crit chance for every region stack on them. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Each attack consumes 1 regeneration. When it consumes it, it doesn't trigger it, because regen is a start of turn effect. But that's very, very funny. Broken, how did that happen? So I talked about it at the start of stream real quick. Here's what happened. I decided to vacuum my streaming room. So I picked up a vacuum cleaner and then I dropped the vacuum cleaner on my foot. About 10 minutes before a collab. I then set up, like, had my foot rest the entire stream, and we were collabing. Hannah and I were doing Ratatan. And then after stream, I put my foot down to get up and I instantly realized, nope, no, that's not, nope, no, Went to urgent care, got a scan done. Yep, cleanly broken. Like the middle of the thing, just cleanly fucking broken. Hurts like a bitch. That's what it is. Moral of the story, do not vacuum. Do not clean your room. It's evil. And hey, Kade, hope you're doing well. Cast on the foot, 4 to 6 weeks. Yeah, Chrono, absolutely. The fault lies like usual on diligence. That is entirely correct. Get a Roomba. I was trying to clean up on a shelf. Roombas can't fly. They're not birds. Now, I have a pretty large bookshelf here with like all sorts of like little pieces on it. The entirety of the Horus Heresy in it. Like there's a shit ton of books on it, right? But I was trying to like clean up there because it's dusty and everything. They can't fly yet. Yet, Twin Fox, yet. True. At least my own Roomba is rather lightweight. Mine isn't heavy either. Oh, like my vacuum cleaner isn't lightweight, isn't heavy either. But I managed to drop it edge first. So, like, I was really, really gifted. Really, really good. Mm-hmm. No, but I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Like, the cast is my foot is itching and I can't reach it because there's a cast on it, and that irritates me greatly. But there's no changing, so what's the point, right? So, Rill asked about this. In terms of accessibility, we have the following. We have a couple of accessibility options. Weaker enemies. Enemies level up slower across the run, resulting in lower health, damage, and poise numbers. So a difficulty slider, basically, right? Or not a slider, but like a difficulty setting. Weaker enemy reset actions. Enemies reset actions no longer generate extra ether or apply extra effects. So they only reset their poise bar. They don't gain additional actions. Reduce corruption. Enemies apply less corruption or disable corruption. Corruption no longer decreases starting health. It still comes into play in certain gameplay situations. So you still accrue corruption, and there might still be checks based on how much corruption you have. But it no longer punishes you for trying to play healing. You get one of the big plastic casts with Wattierung? No, it's like the old school one, Minton. And then there's also Colorblind Ether, adds text labels to Ether in-game to identify the element for all the colorblind gamers out there. This is wonderful. I love accessibility stuff like this. This is really, really nifty. I got a crit on you? Yeah, exactly. I dropped it in just the right spot to be annoying. This is a champion monster. You face them at the end of each biome. They're tougher, have more skills, and use 2 actions each turn. You have to defeat them to advance to the next biome. We cannot get this to like stray close enough for this to be like a high ground, huh? No, you're not gonna do that for me? Are you? No, you're not gonna do that for me. Shame. Here we go! Strike! Am I going to do the Umo event? Absolutely. Am I going to do it on stream? Fuck no. When you get a second, check your DMs. I will. Hold up 1 second. Real. No way. Real. Dude. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to talk about this tomorrow. I'm going to talk about this tomorrow. I'm not going to talk about it today because we're not doing that today. We're doing that tomorrow. But Rill just provided us with 2 keys to give away for launch tomorrow. That's very kind. Thank you so much. So tomorrow, when we stream for the launch of Aethermancer's Early Access, we're going to be giving away 2 keys for the game, sponsored by the lovely. Yeah, we're gonna just use the word lovely. I was thinking of like peppering other things in there, but by the lovely development team over at Moire. Thank you so much. This is cool. Why off stream? Here's why, Chrono. I don't want to sit at my desk too much at the moment because I can't rest my foot anywhere. So I want to spend as little time streaming at the moment as possible. So an Uma event that's mostly just me reading the story and then giggling at Moe bullshit isn't really interesting content. Plus the earliest I could do it is Thursday, and by then I will have already played it. That's why. That's why. No, thank you, Rill. Means a lot. That means a whole lot. Very much looking forward to doing that. I will have to figure out a new streamer bot and figure out how the giveaway system works now, considering the thing is completely new and I don't understand anything in it. Claims it was the vacuum that broke his foot. Now Rill is sending him hush keys. I smell a conspiracy. This just in. Moire Games breaking streamer feet. Oh no. While most enemies have a simple poise weakness corresponding to one of the 4 elements, some enemies have a special poise weakness. This champion monster isn't weak to any of the 4 elements, instead it simply needs to be hit with a great amount of hits to be staggered, regardless of element. Since it's a champion monster, it only loses one of its actions when it's staggered. So you can't fully knock this thing out. Let's begin, shall we? We're gonna Water Charm. We should probably Water Charm the Nixie. I keep saying that and I keep not doing it. And then we're gonna Leeching Strike. Hoya! 6 healing for everyone. Have some poison. Some poison. Then I need to check something real quick, because Vigorous Edge now works like how? 50% critical, blah, 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 blah. We have 2, 3, and 4 regen on us. You can see this on the bottom of the screen. Oh, I forgot. Unlike Monster Sanctuary, we actually have figured out mouse control by now. I will never not go on about that. Let's see what else we got. So our ether right now is 1-1-1. We've got 1 fire, 1 earth, 1 water. We could go here and then the Mandragora has nothing to do. We could just Spore. Spore's really cool because weakness matters a lot. That leaves us on a fire and a water, which we can't interact with at all. So one of these monsters is going to have to auto-attack, right? One of these is going to have to normally attack. What would we rather have? The defensive of Spore? Hover the enemy action with your mouse, by the way, for buffs, debuffs. Oh my god, this works now. Oh, that's hella cool. And then we have proper mouse over. Wait, you all have discovered real technology. Give it for the speech and confidence of our company. Y'all have. Here's the thing, right, Rill? Here's the thing. I'll be entirely upfront and honest about this. I have oftentimes said developers aren't your friends, companies aren't your friends. Every company's like the only goal the company has is to make money. However, when a developer through previous projects proves certain things about them being true, and then that developer doesn't massively change. So it's like not like Blizzard, where the original Blizzard developers don't exist anymore, right? And it's just different people working on the same name. if an entity proves something to be true about them, you should give them the benefit of the doubt, and you should say that the thing that they've proven to be true will remain true. The work that you all have done on Monsank, the work that you've all done on the DLC for Monsank, on like the interactions with us, for example, as a community, has proven to me that I can give you that upfront, like, trust capital. I can trust you on this shit. And until you prove me wrong, I will continue to say that. That's what that's based in. Just to make this entirely clear for everyone, right? Like, I'm not super in the habit of, like, sucking developer dick. Like, not really. We've done plenty of sponsored streams where I'm like, oh, this is dog shit. I don't like this. We've done plenty of those. But you all have proven that to be true. You all have proven that I can trust you with this. So until further notice, I will continue doing that. That's why. That is why. Would the card gamble be worth it? The card gamble might very well be worth it, yeah. So here's one thing that concerns me a little bit. You see how Restore says random ether, right? And random ether here says the following. Monsters generate ether semi-randomly, preferring ether they are missing for any of their actions. Random ether here is keyworded, because it picks a target and then that target generates ether that it likes. Deck of cards also says random ether, but it's not keyworded, because here random ether is not tied to a single creature, right? So this could go horrifically wrong, but also it does go +4. I am tempted to go into Spore and now pay 2 ether to get 7, hoping that one's fire and one is earth. That's not entirely unlikely, right? But it's not going to weigh that generation. That's incredible. Cool. Let's go. Toxic Eruption. 15 for the poison trigger. We are on 7 poison. That's 11 poison damage from Fatal Upkeep. And now we have 2 weakness on us, and we get punched a little bit. We love reliable and trustworthy devs. Ignore the 3k hours I'm in Destiny 2. I have a couple of developers like this, right? Brave Dandelion will always be one of those developers. The devs for Troubleshooter, for those of you that don't know. Moire is one of those developers because of their work on Monster Sanctuary. I keep forgetting their name is the problem. The Chinese development studio behind Primal Flames. They're called Rika Studio. They also recently made a new game that I wanted to play on stream and then never got around to playing on stream, even though I fucking love the bloody thing. They've got like advanced capital with me as well, simply because of my previous interactions with them, right? To an extent, if you want to look for a negative version of this, Project Moon. Like with Project Moon, I already know whatever they're gonna code looks like will work like shit, but the story is gonna be great, and I need to shoot every single one of their fans. There's a negative version of this, right? I hate to say this because it's going to be weird, right? But Capcom? Capcom sort of has like a sort of thing about this. Specifically when we talk about Monster Hunter. Like, I know Monster Hunter is going to be good, but I wouldn't trust Capcom with shit otherwise. Like, I wouldn't trust Capcom with a full glass of water around my new carpet, for Christ's sake, right? And to round out this entire list, Amplitude. We just talked about Amplitude because of Endless Legend 2, which just went into early access, right? Amplitude has made a lot of weird game decisions, but one thing they've proven is that they can run an early access game not into the ground. They can start an early access, and they've proven multiple times that they'll finish it. That means a lot, right? That means a lot. I've 8k in BDO. Gods. Oh, yeah. BDO, I fell out of BDO relatively early because it's not a good solo game. And I'm inherently more of a solo-ish player. However, I'm going to be honest, every now and again, the urge to reinstall Black Desert like creeps back up, because I remember incredibly good times with a bunch of people on a boat just fishing. There was no benefit to it. We were just fishing. We were just having a good time. I remember shit like this. And every time I do, I go like, oh, I miss those times. There was a time when I was in the top 1% of raiders in D2 and I quit the game cold turkey 2 years ago. Loki, I know what that feels like. I know what that feels like. I was in the top 1% of all raiders for World of Warcraft for many, many years. And we quit like cold turkey. Almost the entire guild quit. And the wistful nostalgia I have for that shit, even to this day, sometimes hurts. I know how that feels like. I'm sorry. Until I figured out how to work regularly again, Sinjin, yeah. I remember peeking at Runa code that felt like a mess. I mean, it is. They're great storytellers. They're awful developers. Do freelancer stuff, you can set your own hours throughout the day. Well, I oftentimes feel that as a freelancer, you're also set by whether you want to eat or not. You can always trust them to sabotage Dragon's Dogma, that's true. And Legend 2 is up on Game Pass, and that kind of shot through my resolve to wait before starting it. Game Pass continues to be insane. Absolutely. And Krembo, good evening. I have multiple reasons why I'm having issues, to be fair, but it's a good idea for the future. You'll get this, Sinjin. You'll get there. Only have 8k because I hang out with my best friend for 10 hours a day for half a year and 4 hours a day for another 4. Right. It's a great social like that. It's a great social experience like that. Alright, speaking of great social experiences, punch this fucking creature. We're gonna start with the normal amounts of putting up weakness. I really like putting up weakness. We don't have a lot of weakness support. We have some level of weakness support. And that breaks one of its actions. We're now going to take... Oh, I'm gonna have to get used to using my mouse for this. Wonderful, I love it. We're still going to eat Stone Punch. And I haven't explained this UI element yet, but you can see this. This part of the UI here shows you what's gonna get hit. So our Eldu is going to get hit by Stone Punch. Straight to its little face. We're gonna take 4x4, -3. So we're gonna take 1, 1, 1, 4, right? That's how it works? Okay, you do know we're here for your tangents, right? Not actual gameplay. Why do you think we're on turn 2 of this boss fight? Yeah, like, there's a reason why I'm not, like, super, like, antsy about playing. I'm so excited to play Aethermancer, don't get me wrong. But I'm not going to change the way that I do my normal stream for it, right? Like, it will still be, we look at Aethermancer and we have fun, but in general, like, you all are too interesting and I will talk to you instead, if given the chance. From Dragon's Dogma to Dragon's Dogma, I don't know, like, Dragon's Dogma 2 is a game that I didn't get into, but Hannah did, and it didn't look all that bad. I just don't like the monster variety in Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma feels like a game that has, like, 4 creatures, and that's it. And Monster Hunter does exist, you know? The gameplay is nice, but the rambling is really good. I like your perspectives on a lot of things. Thank you, Lokichu. That matters a lot. That means a lot to me as well. It sucks because I can look back fondly, but the game is just not what it was, and the studio just isn't making decisions I agree with. That is precisely how I feel about World of Warcraft as well, Lokichu. That's precisely how I feel about World of Warcraft. I can look back fondly. I was a teenager when I was in my big World of Warcraft phase, right? And my dad always used to say, you're going to look back at these years and you're going to regret not going out and, like, getting shit-faced or whatever. Like, my dad expected me to, like, go out and just, like, fuck bitches. I didn't. I mean, ish. I was in a committed relationship really early on. Doesn't matter. My dad always said, you're going to regret these years. And while my dad has been right about a lot of things, growing up is just realizing that, like, your parents will be right about a lot of things. He has never been right about that part, because I look back at these years and I look back at the people that I met during these years, and there's a lot of cringe moments, obviously, but there's a lot of moments of I have my people. I have people that I love being around. I have people I look forward to logging in to talk to this group of morons, right? I look back at these years incredibly fondly. Incredibly fondly. But none of these people play anymore. Everyone's been strewn to the winds. The game is not what I enjoy at all. Like, not even close to the thing that I used to enjoy. It's awful. And I do not agree with almost anything that developer has said or done since then. There's a divide there, right? There's a divide there. Hydrate? Thank you, Lokichu, for the hydrate. Appreciate it. If they gave DD the same love they give Monhan, it would eclipse Skyrim. Yeah, Fordop. You know what? Absolutely right. Funny thing you feel about Dragon's Dogma, like how I feel about Monster Hunter compared to God Eater. Really, Affit, really? Because God Eater's variety has been recolors through and through. I couldn't tell you a single God Eater that has had a better variety of monsters than a Monster Hunter title equivalent to it. Don't get me wrong, I like God Eater, but for very different reasons than I like Monster Hunter. God Eater's combat has not been good since God Eater 1, and that's arguable anyway, because God Eater 1's combat isn't great either. Every creature dies too quickly, no fight is too involved. God Eater has, to me, always been baby's first Monster Hunter. It's incredibly easy, combat's incredibly repetitive, the animation locks are incredibly annoying, and it's always felt like a cheaper Monster Hunter. But the narrative experience has been interesting. Like, it's always had more interesting characters than Monster Hunter, right? I don't know. I envy that, I really do. Really? Parents talk with their experiences. You can speak and take charge of your own life with your own experience taken into account. You're absolutely right, Rill. You're absolutely right. Like, I've learned that my dad's been right about a lot of things in my youth, right? My mom's been right about a lot of things. I've told my mom this. I can't tell my dad this. It'll go to his head. But yeah, like, a lot of the things they said to me when I was a teen, when I was young, has been incredibly correct. But they've also missed on a lot of things because they're not me, and I've learned from those experiences. Mind you, by the way, my parents are fantastic. Well, my mom's fantastic. My dad's my dad. They were also worried that I was going to regret playing games that much. I still don't, and when I came out as Ace, things made a lot more sense for me and them. Yeah, when I got my autism diagnosis, like, a lot of things made more sense. Not that that's the same thing, Loki. Obviously, those two things are incredibly different, but when I got my autism diagnosis, a lot more, like, things made a lot more sense for my mom. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. God Eater has a vibe from what I've seen. It absolutely has a vibe. I love God Eater, but mechanically it sucks balls. The monster designs are cool, but there aren't enough of them, and the fights are incredibly, like, nothings. Never embarked in any of the sequels. Really love the bullet system, and they gutted it in 2, and then 3's bullet system is a shadow. Yeah, Affit, you're right. You're absolutely right. I like God Eater 3, by the way. And if we're honest, as much as this is a joke, God Eater 4 is a cracked fucking game. God Eater 4, oh, sorry, hit my microphone. God Eater 4 is an insanely good game. And they're making God Eater 5 right now, right? For those of you that aren't in on the joke, you might have come across a little-known Souls-like game a couple of years ago called, I'll remember the game, Code Vein. Code Vein. Code Vein is a very, very anime Dark Soul-like. Spoiler alert for the true ending of Code Vein, the original Code Vein. Spoiler disclaimer, right now. Right now. Turn off the sound. I'll flip myself to the top of the screen when the spoiler is over, okay? That way you know when you can come back. 3, 2, 1. The true ending of Code Vein sees your characters break through the veil around them, and outside is a Deus Pita, an origami, is what the creatures, the monsters in Code Vein are called. And the last thing you really see in the true ending is this fucking Deus Pita. Therefore, Code Vein is God Eater 4. Fuck you, I'm not taking any notes on this. Spoiler over. Anyway, that's why Code Vein 2 is God Eater 5. I, by the way, really, really like Code Vein. I wish that for Code Vein 2 they revamped the multiplayer system, because the multiplayer system sucks balls in it. It's awful, and I hope they make it better. But I'm looking forward to Code Vein 2 a lot. No, I don't need to finish it either, Link. We have just made a memento for our boss enemy over here. Hey, Death Dealer, how's it going? So let's see whether we can round out this fight. The monster's broken. So we're waiting for its reset action. Can I check its reset action anywhere? Can I see its reset action anywhere? I cannot. That's because the reset action depends on what it does, right? I think. So all we know right now is that we're gonna get hit by Stone Punch to our Mandragora again. We've already applied Weakness, so that should be less bad. Let's see what else we can do. I would really like to just burn a water, because that triggers poison. Then... Wait, how does this work? So Toxic Tide says, the start of your turn, this monster... No, wait. Whenever this monster receives or applies a heal, applies poison to the enemy with the lowest amount of poison. This is 3 heals that we apply and receive, what? Right?
How goes?
But it only triggers one side of that, so we trigger 3 poison. Thana! Thana! Thank you for the second longest subscriber to this channel. The second longest subscriber to this stupid ass show. Thana, thank you for the 84 months. Dumb. Absolutely dumb. Hope you're doing wonderfully, Thana. Hello, hello, hello. He's hoping Code Vein 2's level design isn't all 90-degree angles. Yeah, I know what you mean. Code Vein 1 had like a certain design decision to it, huh? I'm really looking forward to it. There was a thing in the trailer that made me wary. Oh, what is it? What is it? Is it the anime-ness of it? Because I understand. Toxic Eruption! Get hit, idiot! 59 damage! Woo! 59 damage, baby! Why did that do 59 damage? Hold up, let's see whether we can figure out why. Because it deals 2 damage for 2 for each poison stack on the enemy. Yeah, that's why. Okay, cool, never mind. Nifty, very, very nifty. Can that crit? Wait, did that crit? Is that what that was? Uninstalled report, the dev for a bad user interaction should have been 69. You think devs should 69 you when you stream games? I mean, yeah, fair enough. I'd like that too. Depends on the dev, honestly. Never mind, hold up. Woo! We've got incredibly cool single target damage over the course of 2 turns, and that's what we have. That's just what we're playing with today. There was a big portrait in the center of a scene in the trailer. Maybe it's alright, and I hope my worries are misplaced. Is it like AI bullshit? I lost dog and you got scared and bit me. Oh shit! I got a bite wound in my hand, Thana. I'm so sorry. Hope it heals up nicely. Did you get checked for everything? If there's a hot golf mommy on the dev team, yes. I mean, I need to get approval from my wife first, but I agree with your association there, Link. I'm with you. Not yet. I'm eating right now. Yeah, just make sure that you have your shots and everything, right? Like, that shit can get dangerous. Get it cleaned and everything. We have Blood Pact again. At the end of your turn, deals water hit to all enemies, damage equals to 1 for every 5 healing received by allies this round. This is now significant amounts. Because this does count over healing, right? This is a shit ton now. Auto heal. That also means that we should take our turn last? Heals the ally with the lowest health by 2 by 3 every time we attack. Also cracked, additional healing. And now we have incubation. Poison no longer triggers at the start of turn. Poison damage is doubled. So poison no longer auto triggers, but if we find ways to trigger poison manually, it now gets double damage. Kind of fucking cracked. I don't have a way to do that reliably yet. None that I want to rely on. Therefore, we're not picking up incubation here. This is very, very strong. But honestly, the damage from Blood Pact also does not matter to me, right? It's just raw damage. Who cares about raw damage? It wasn't foaming. Foaming is just a symptom, Thana. It's also not just about rabies. It could be like a number of things. It could be like a number of infections. Doesn't the Nixie have another trait that does stuff on hits? No. We only have Fatal Upkeep right now. Like, auto heal will trigger our Toxic Tides again, right? Auto heal will trigger Toxic Tides once more. Let's go Toxic Tides. We could also pick up incubation in order to make the Tatzel Worm much stronger. Remember, Toxic Assault, every 3 crits applies to poison and then triggers it. Now we would trigger double poison from this. But this is only single target. We only have a way to single target this. We don't have a way to do it AoE. Toxic Eruption does it too. Well, Toxic Eruption goes off of stacks, and now the stacks no longer go down. If we had an AoE way to do this, I'd be much more inclined to pick up incubation, but I think we'll just go take auto heal. Yeah. And then our Tatzelworm levels, a sleight of hand, +3 crit damage for every third hit of an action, a critical hit. So this guarantees our crits. 10% more crit chance, and every 3 crits generates a wild ether. And there's incubation again. I still don't think we want to pick that up. Sleight of hand sounds really, really cracked. Every third hit of an action is a critical hit. But we have pretty decent crit chance already. We don't really need that help, do we? Critical ether sounds fucking fun. You know what? Let's go reroll. Let's go reroll this. We have viral healing. Whenever allies heal for 50 or more in the same turn, trigger poison on all enemies. This would be an AoE way to do that by just spamming healing out. We can now do double poison. If we ever get viral healing together with incubation, that would be cracked. 3 crit damage at the start of combat, and whenever an enemy is staggered, apply 1 force to self. What? Oh. And long-lived, whenever regeneration stacks are applied to an ally, applies an additional stack. The healing of regeneration is reduced by 1. This can help us turn the crit from the regen into just more. Ooh. Do auras stack? So the aura says, this trait affects all allies or enemies at once. You cannot have more than one of the same aura trait in your party. So I reckon it does not, Kensei. Hey, Saraiden! How you doing? Hello, hello. The feel of this game in Monster Sanctuary's multi-hit stuff. One of the big standouts for me at the beginning of Monster Sanctuary, when we first picked up the game on a recommendation, was the fact that multi-hits add to combos, and all of the multi-hits actually meant something. An attack in Monster Sanctuary that says 3 times 4 would be 12 damage is, in a lot of circumstances, a lot cooler than attacks that says 1 times 12. Different circumstances do different things. 1 times 12 has its place as well, but the fact that you could break down damage profiles like that and have them have different benefits was something that really, really appealed to me in Monsank. Aethermancer takes that concept and kind of does something else with it, because we do not have our combo meter anymore. But the fact that enemies need multi-hits in order to get staggered puts an emphasis not just on how hard can I hit, but also can I hit multiple times. You can build in either route. Hit hard once, kill a guy. Hit weak but many, many times, stagger them, death by 1,000 cuts. I think this is an incredibly interesting screw to turn from a development standpoint, and one that isn't massively explored in a lot of game development. This just is not something that's usually explored. We deal a lot with damage and damage types and how to apply damage, blah, blah, blah. But the vehicle that applies damage, the hit itself, isn't one that gets majorly messed with. Monsank did that very, very well, and I love that. And Aethermancer is doing the same thing while being like a vastly different game. And doing it in a different way as well, right? Like the stagger stuff the poise stuff is really, really nifty. In my head, calling it poise is weird. Not because calling it poise is really weird, but because I've been playing too much Project Moon games, and poise there is crit. So, like, let that not, like, weigh on anything. You know what? Let's go pick up viral healing. Let's pick this up as, like, a pre-launch to us going incubation eventually. A rare meteorite. We can compare this to our current meteorite. On support action, converts 1 random ether into wild ether and shield self for 2. But also crit damage +2. Oh. I mean, we still don't want the meteorite on MJM. Like, this still isn't supposed to be here. Do we want to put this on? Huh. Like, the crit damage doesn't super matter to us except on MJM, but the support action doesn't matter to us except on anyone else. I think we're just rolling with the... Shit. We're gonna take this for the crit damage. That might be wrong. That might just be a wrong decision, who knows. And then, next area. I love my Heathcliff firing a single bullet and critting a poor gnome for 350 plus damage. Gnome! You've entered the rest side. This is a safe place in between the dangerous biomes of the void. The cauldron you see there is a monster meal, specially prepared for your monsters. It will cleanse a large amount of corruption from your monsters. Nom 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 nom. Minus 15. So, Elder's now at 7 corruption, and I don't feel like we at any point had a way to negate this, outside of that one fight where I misplayed and didn't stagger things that I should have staggered. What was that Ink game? There was like an Ink roguelike that came out a while ago. Inkbound. Inkbound. No, not Inkbound. Yes, Inkbound? Was it Inkbound? I think it was Inkbound. Yes, it was Inkbound. I'm gonna bring out Inkbound in a really weird way, and maybe this illuminates why I don't like corruption. Inkbound, in its very early development, was an action-based, kind of Hades-ish roguelike where you dodged around, but it was like turn-based planning, right? Like you planned your moves, you moved around, you hit things, etc. And that was really sick. But Inkbound was kind of, I don't want to say easy, but it was on the easier side at that time. Over the course of the development, the developers eventually added a mechanic that would make enemy auto attacks automatically hit you. There was no longer a way to avoid these auto attacks. Instead, you were expected to build up shield in order to deal with them, whereas previously everything was dodgeable. Now, a lot of builds don't have shields or can't build shields, or you never get offered anything that builds shields, therefore, Inkbound became an infinitely worse game with that change in. In fact, I don't think Inkbound's worth playing with that on. And you can't turn it off. Like, that's just the way that Inkbound is now. Why? Because non-avoidable punishment always feels like shit. As a player, you want to feel like you just did a cool thing dodging all of this shit. And honestly, if I get hit by something, I want to go like, yeah, that was my fault, right? None of us want to get like hit by something stray that feels cheap or that feels unavoidable. We want to like be good at things. We want to feel like we're good at things. We want to feel like we're winning on our merit and we're losing on our own merit as well. When Inkbound added the auto-hit auto-attacks, that removed a large element from it, because now damage wasn't avoidable anymore. It wasn't that now you took damage, it wasn't that now the game was slightly more difficult because you had to manage your HP and you couldn't just dodge anymore. It was that there was an element of player agency that was just taken away. And that turned the entire game sour, the entire thing. I've tried playing Inkbound since then, and I do not enjoy it whatsoever. It is, every single move is, oh, this is a cool thing I can do, but this is still going to happen to me no matter what I do. The reason why I bring this up is because I warned you I'm going to complain about corruption at least once per 5 minutes, and I'm really behind on my quota. Corruption feels exactly like that. What's the only way to avoid corruption? There are three ways. There are 3 ways to avoid corruption. A, kill the motherfucker. Cool. You can kill an enemy, now they cannot hit you anymore. B, stagger an enemy. Cool. Stagger an enemy, they don't take their turn anymore. Hopefully you kill them within the stagger, they take bonus damage as well. Really nifty mechanic, you don't take corruption. 3, reduce damage taken. This can either be done by shielding, which negates the damage that you take, by, well, not by dodging. Dodging only dodges every second hit in an attack, which is funky, but I love it. Or by like applying weakness to enemies, right? Like corruption is only taken when you take certain like thresholds of damage. With all of those examples, you'll see that there is a wide variety of builds that don't really have access to any of those things. You get into a new combat that is enemies that aren't of any element you can deal with. We've had this already happen multiple times. You just take that corruption now. Fuck you. You don't have a shielder in your party because it's the second fight of the bloody campaign, or you don't plan on running a shielder. Like, I'm a turtle player, I want to run shielders, don't get me wrong, like, Jotun for life, okay? That is no longer available to you. Weakness is also just, like, not really a thing you widely have, it's a very specific path to go down. In order to not deal with this mechanic that just punishes me for taking hits, like, I have HP, I should be able to trade the fucking HP, right? In order to, like, negate this mechanic that punishes me for, like, playing the game, I now have to divert my build into paths that I wouldn't otherwise take. This isn't interesting, it's fucking annoying, because with a roguelite like this, you're dealing with randomization. These options are not guaranteed to be offered to you. If I can go into any game being offered a shielder, a way to apply weakness, a way to reduce enemy damage, a way to stagger every enemy, and I actively do not take those, I actively avoid all of them and try to push my own way through, that's fine, that's my fault. But we've already had scenarios where staggering the enemy isn't a possibility, there's no way to reduce their ether to like purge them down, there's no way to kill an enemy outright, and we do not have shields because it's the first fucking area. That's not what anything the build gives us. And we just take, what was that one hit we took? Where we went down to half health, we just took like 9 corruption for nothing? Unavoidable, heavy mechanical punishment like this sucks balls. I'm going to finish this round. There's another part to it, and then I'm going to finish it and we're going to leave it for today. Because I want to harp on this, but I know that it also doesn't matter whether I do, right? The worst part of this is that there does not seem to be an interesting, rewarding payoff to that punishment. Right? We talked about inventory management earlier. There needs to be a reason why your player has a limited inventory. You want them to make interesting and tough decisions upon what items to keep. If that's not a problem, then why you have inventory limits, right? Corruption doesn't seem to have anything like that. Like, it's just a thing that punishes you for wanting to play regeneration or like direct healing. When other stall tactics like shielding do not suffer the same problem. It's a mechanic that punishes one specific way of playing for no fucking benefit. There's nothing else that goes off of it that we've seen so far. It's just that. Why? So we can, like, have ways to solve that problem later on the game, like the monster meal that we just ate, specific skills that cleanse corruption. These aren't interesting decisions. This is making a problem for one specific playstyle, then implementing the solution to the problem and pretending like that's interesting mechanics. It's not. Imagine you make a game and you say, hey, every time your character takes a step in the game, one of your monsters randomly takes 1 point of damage. Right? But that's it. Like, there's no way to solve this. You just randomly take 1 step of damage. There's no interesting, like, energy mechanic with that, where you need to pace your steps. You're actually an auto-scroller, right? Like, you always take the same amount of steps. It's not like an interesting decision of, oh, I can do this to minimize the amount of steps. I can leave this room out and maybe, like, not take the damage. No, it's just, you're on a straight path. That's kind of what corruption feels like. I just have to take this if I want to utilize these things, right? Shields are kept at half of max HP now, by the way, so they take corruption most of the time too nowadays. So I'm going to infer something from that, right? I'm going to infer something from this rill. That tells me, let's say I have a shielder sitting there, and they shield to half their max HP. When you say things like this tells me that there are things that deal more than our max HP quite regularly. We've seen this happen already. Cool. A shielder now takes all of their shield in damage and then some in order to take that corruption, like you said. Fair. Shields shouldn't be the be-all, end-all of things. As much as I'm a spam shields to win counterattack player, I get it. You want to offer an interesting challenge to those people, right? To those slow-ass turtle motherfuckers like myself. You want to still be an interesting game to those and not just say that, hey, that auto-solves our game, what the hell? So when you tell me that corruption is now a problem for shielders because they only have half their max HP in shields, that means there are things that deal more than max HP and then still infer corruption. Those things don't just exist in shield runs though, those things also exist in runs with creatures that don't have shield. So you're telling me that everything that isn't a shielder now takes a boatload of corruption from a mechanic that exists to deal with shields? If creatures exist that deal half your health in damage to combat shielders, and they're limited to 50%, then doesn't that just like kick everything else in the nuts as well? Isn't the only real way to play and not get punished to just kill everything turn 1? Like, cool, now I get to just like find the degen strat that solves combat turn 1, and that's the only way that I don't have to put my hand on this hot plate every time I fight. Like, how's that interesting? How's that more design space? than just not having that. You know what I mean? You play differently though when you have shields, do you? How does regen and, like, in a world without corruption, what's the difference between shielding and regeneration? You take damage, you mitigate that damage. You go on. Where's the difference? It's stall, right? Like, it's stall either way. Would you like getting your dick kicked in? Not really. Like, I'm pretty protective of it. Adrenaline says, for some reason this combo reminded me of an old PvP game that got shut down. It was a turn-based strategy game where everyone pre-planned their actions that they played out in a phase based on action type. Shit. Yes, I know which one you mean, Adrelian. I know what you're talking about. Not more design space, it's about keeping players from dragging the fights indefinitely. Okay. Why? Like, why? Like, huh? Why is that something to solve? I find a lot, by the way, like, I know I'm questioning you a lot about this, I'm grilling you about this right now, but I find, like, the justification of it truly interesting. Because otherwise they complain that the game is too slow like this. Well, Cheruf exists. For people that think the game is too slow, they can just flat out fucking Cheruf things to death, right? I've never met a Turtle player that complained that their game was too slow. Like, I've never met one of mine that complains like, oh, this game is too ponderous. Like, no, thank you. Like, I'll take another 10 turns. I'm gonna bring up another game as a comparison real quick. Where to explain that to every player who can't understand how the game works. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the problem, right? I mean, Conan... I'm gonna dox Conan real quick. Conan has so far, like, sent me some of, like, the more wild takes on Aethermancer, right? Like, some people that come out of the demo with, like, some really heavy dumbfuck takes of, like, you have to be insane to believe this. So I get that, like, you're dealing with a wide audience of people that you can't just explain that to everyone, right? There's always going to be a subsection of players that won't understand this. But I'm going to bring up another game real quick. I like comparisons. Sorry, like, I like comparing things to other things. Whether that's right or not is a different beast. Darktide. Darktide is a game we've played on the stream, and I've been pretty vocal about liking Darktide. It's 40k. I like 40k a lot. It's one of my main franchises. And it's 40k Vermintide, right? Cooperative, team-based, kill hordes of idiots, first-person shooter things. The reason why I don't like Darktide is because Darktide is trying to do something that its predecessor Vermintide did, and it's trying to reinvent the wheel. But in that endeavor, it's been so far just worse than everything Vermintide has ever done. And even to this day, Darktide is just like a much fucking worse version of Vermintide. All anyone ever wanted was for them to just make Vermintide but put a 40k skin on it, but they didn't do that. And they're not going to either. Shame. Now, I know that a lot of people just want more Monster Sanctuary, and I'm not here to advocate, hey, give me another Monster Sanctuary. No. Like, I want Aethermancer to be what it is. However, corruption feels exactly like that. Because there was already multiple ways that Monster Sanctuary solved the stall problem. First of all, age stacks fucking existed. And I know age is a mechanic this time around as well. Age is a mechanic to not just draw out a game, but also to, like, end drawn out games eventually. Age means that you get a counter that stacks up, and the more age counters you have, the stronger something gets, right? Like in Monster Sanctuary, age gave you a lot of stats. So eventually an age monster became incredibly powerful late down the way. You also, in Arena, had, this fight has been going on for too long, everyone now gets bonus damage. Until that bonus damage got so large that you just one-shot motherfuckers, no matter how tanky they were, right? That took a while to ramp up, but that felt like a pretty natural conclusion of things, right? It allowed you to play stall builds in order to, like, get through the early phases of a fight, and then, try to, like, stave off the punishment from higher stacks while utilizing them yourself. It allowed you to go aggressive and, like, overcome these things immediately early on. It's the same, like, it's the same solution to a problem, Well, it's brother, it's a solution to the same problem, right? Only that, in my world, that never once felt bad. Ever. Corruption just flat out feels bad. Like, I've not talked to a single person that likes corruption outside of the development team so far. And I'm not telling you you're wrong, I'm telling you I don't understand. And you don't owe me an explanation, you don't, like, I really appreciate that you're, like, having this conversation with me, Rill, right? Like, I don't understand why this exists. I don't understand the reasoning for it. Every time I talk to someone about corruption, they go, yeah, this is awful. I've not met a person that likes this yet. Outside of, like, aggro players that don't concern themselves with it because, once again, solve the fight turn one, problem solved. But in roguelites, that's not a guarantee. It's an eventuality as you build, as you have, like, consistency tools to make your run slightly more consistent to what you would want. Pick the same soul-bonded starter, for example, right? It's an inevitability eventually in most roguelites. But the randomness element, like, always prevents you from planning too hard. Mind that all of this conversation is before we even talk about whether corruption is really a problem. Because you've already seen me have, like, half my health in corruption. You've not seen it be a problem yet, right? Corruption hasn't really done anything to me yet. It might not be an issue at all. But it fucking feels bad! That's the other thing. Corruption, so far, hasn't done anything to me. Like, the old version where it just reduced your max HP, that part sucked ass, but it just feels bad having a counter increase that the game tells you, hey, prevent this, it's really important that you prevent this, but you don't have the tools to prevent this in any given situation. It's not an active decision I make to not prevent it, it's something the game does to me that I don't have an out to, unless I draft incredibly specifically and get lucky on those drafts too. And then it doesn't even fulfill its fucking job. We took, like, 8 corruption turn 1. This was an anti-turtling measure, this was a fucking punch your dick in moment. That's all my feelings on corruption. That's it, right? So Will says it's funny though, as I don't like corruption myself, but have played the game so much, it's never an issue for me anymore, as I know how to deal with it on all teams. I'll say that on Mythic difficulty I have issues with corruption, as it does actually limit which monster groups can work. Yeah, but that's not desirable, no? Let's be honest, you're walking a very fine line. It's a very, very, very fine line between, hey, everything you make can work, and anything you make will work. If anything you make will work, then what's the point of player input? You just win the game. Too easy. Anything you can make can work, requires a lot more skill expression, a lot more skill input. Balancing like that is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, in a game that has so many variations through picking different creatures, right? We're still, like, doing, like, a team builder here, so, like, there's so many interactions to, like, take care of. So many things to consider. This is an incredibly difficult balancing act. But I feel like, especially on highest difficulties, you don't want that limit, no? Like, you don't want, hey, only certain, like, it limits the groups that can work. That's not desirable. Is it? I don't know. It's, no matter how you look at it, I've said this before, Aethermancer is a game that can break, but it doesn't break, like, super easy. We've played some games in the past that, like, break on a slight touch, in terms of, like, you are now guaranteed to win the run. Break, right? That's what I mean. But Aethermancer doesn't, like, auto-break. But it can get there. I've seen some dumb shit on Discord. I've seen some really dumb shit. It's a very fine line. It's incredibly hard to balance. It might be impossible. It might be impossible down the line. But that's one of the reasons why, for example, at the boot up of the game, there is a request for the players to opt into analysis data like this, right? Which is, during early access, an incredibly good point to make. Like, hey, let us please analyze, like, which things perform, which things underperform, what overperforms. This matters a lot. So, like, I don't know what you mean, Care, right? I don't know what you mean. From only demo experiences, Florpil, corruption killed all middle power levels. You were either top rate and bypass it entirely, or garbage tier and get ruined by it. Yeah, I saw that too. I had a couple of runs that were like interesting and that could have scraped by, but then they didn't. He saw me? No, Missy, you're wonderful. I was able to do the break run with Dice Gambit. Yeah, Dice Gambit. There's a reason why we haven't finished Dice Gambit on stream yet, by the way. And that is because I've not fallen out of love with Dice Gambit, because I think the game is fantastic, but that game broke at the slightest touch. And I find it hard to want to play more Dice Gambit because I know that I can just flick my finger now and the game just kind of solves itself. Meh. That was pretty meh. That's why we haven't played more Dice Gambit on stream, because I just don't... I don't want to play like 5 hours of auto press button the game, and I can't do more commentary other than, and then Neffy applied burn to everything, the end. I don't know. That's funny once, twice, that was funny for 3 streams now. It's a shame. Question, would you rather scrape by and die because your team wasn't good enough, or get out early on the run because the game notices you are not going to make it much further? A really good question. It's a really good question. I would much rather scrape by and then die. And here's why, Iril. Because scrape by and then die are also the runs where you scrape by and just about win. It never feels good for the game to auto-decide something for you. Like, the game notices you're not going to make it much further. Like, fuck you, video game. Like, you're not the one to decide this. Fuck you. Right? There is a benefit to all sorts of runs. The runs that you can make where you're completely fucking overpowered and you just stomp through everything, incredibly fun. Sometimes, as long as that's not every run, right? The runs where you're, like, invincible. Like, you're this giant bulwark of 5 million armor, and, like, you just push off everything. Incredibly fun, every now and again. The runs where you just about make it through and then have a chance at winning, and then you do pull it off. Really fucking sick. The runs where you scrape by, you have like 5 health left all the time, and then you lose. Really, really heartbreaking. Makes for good content, by the way. Makes for really good content. The runs where the game goes, you aren't tall enough to ride. Like, that's not interesting. That's not interesting at all, right? Give me a comparison. Give me a comparison. I'm looking for something we've come across recently, but I can't, like, it's on the tip of my tongue. I can't quite formulate it though. It's kind of like, you know when you're doing an Uma run and like you lose to like the random long race in the middle of the run because you're like 20 stamina short? And like that's like you get out stamina'd by your campaign. Like those kind of feel like shit because it feels like the game's auto deciding that you're not good enough to continue the run. And in reality you aren't, because you've like lost to a stamina check. But the next 5 races are all medium races again, so you would have been fine. Like it's kind of like that, right? This is the game like deciding, no, you're not passing this arbitrary hurdle that just feels bad. I don't know. It's about living on the edge. I don't even know whether it's about living on the edge. It's about overcoming challenge in the face of adversity. That's what it is, right? And the more adversity you face during that, the cooler the moment is where you finally triumph, if you do. Yes, like on Saturday's Ratatan collab, when Chinks and I went into the first boss of Ratatan, the Ice Guy, and I died in that fight was elevated by the fact that Chinksy, who was on her second run ever, managed to finish the thing off despite my death, and then we got to go on. That fight would have been slightly, like, that was still a difficult fight, but it would have been slightly less hype if I had just killed it. No, like, I took, like, an icicle to the face, and then she managed to kill it despite her probably not being able to. Does that make sense? It's incredibly difficult to generate a system that allows for all of these. It's incredibly difficult to generate a system that allows for your power trips and your underdog stories at the same time. Dice Gambit, for example, very easily allows for your mega power trips. Here are all these enemies. Here's this like mega hyped up boss fight, and now you've murdered them to death. Cool. But it has never once given me a moment where I felt underprepared, got my shit kicked in, and then managed to come out the other end bruised, beaten, but ultimately alive. He said, quoting Stephen Fry somehow. What the fuck? Weird. It's never given me that, and therefore I've kind of like fallen out of love with the combat in it. But that's really what we want, right? Like that's what we're aiming for. Or that's what, as a player, I would want. I want a system that allows me to have like incredibly lucky or incredibly good runs, and then runs where I can make it, I can get there. I can see the OP broken bullshit. Like it's just within reach. I can get there. And then like you scratch your way there, bleeding, right? Anyway, let's keep going. I like my tangents, but I also like to play some more Aethermancer. And I'm gonna be honest with you. We've now been live for 3 hours and I've gone through the first area. That's unacceptable. Interesting, another Aethermancer. Who are you then, child of soul? You're familiar with my kind. That's unusual. My name is Sirix. Many things are known to us. Apologies. Who is us? What are you doing here anyway? Why, this is our home, the Fractured Ruins. Is there a better place to be on Terreste? And by us, I mean us, a humble trader living a simple and modest life and his associate. Say hello, Sally. The fact that Sally now doesn't make a squawk noise is kind of rude. Are you aware you're inside of the void? Yes, the void. A natural part of our world, I'm afraid. Life and death. Ether and void. With the chit-chat out of the way, perhaps you're interested in my wares. Care to buy anything? Ooh, we've got like icons now. So we're incredibly fucking broke. We've got, oh, we're not that broke. 24. We have a salve. At the end of turn, cleanses 3 corruption from self. Oh. Ether chance 33%. On action, 33% chance to generate a random ether. Damage +1 increases damage of each hit by 1. What the fuck? You're really cool. Well, you're really nifty. We've got epic boots. We can't afford those. 25% evasion, water damage +1, crit chance +1, healing +1. What the fuck? A monster soul. A void crystal generates wild ether. Ooh, as an artifact. How many times do you generate wild ether though? I could not tell. Does it only do it once? How many charges does this have? And some bonus experience. So how many monster souls do I have right now? Do I have 1? Do I have 2? Do I have none? Can I tell how many I have? Can I please have a bracket X behind monster soul to know like how many I have? Like bracket owned 2? Thank you. Can I know how many charges this has before I buy it? No, please. Please. F9, the pendant charge is missing. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If this is a bug, I absolutely will. Hold up. Huh? Hey, Ril, the report bug thing doesn't work. I can't actually select anything. You can't type? I can't click anything, I can't type. F9? Okay, now I can, but if I click on it, I can't anymore. Once I click, I cannot anymore. Okay, here. But this works. Oh, yeah, that's how I spell my name. Hichi! Hello, Hichi! Welcome to Care Upsets Developers. Bug title. What's it called? Hold up. What's it called? This is called a void crystal. Void crystal charges missing. I select category, combat overworld UI. I think this is a UI issue, right? When, yeah, that's how you spell when. Fucking Germans. Selecting to purchase void crystal from merchant. I don't like that it's currently registering my hotkey inputs in the background. Just saying. From merchant, hold up, where am I? No, stop! Please cease! No! All right, void crystal charges missing. Oh no, hold up. We said it's a UI issue. When purchasing a void crystal artifact from trader, no charges for it are shown in the description. Send. All right, there we go. Now back to it. Hey, Midship, my niece scares me because she told her aunt, I would say you peaked at high school, but that implies that you scraped up from the bottom. She is 12, by the way. Damn. Damn. Rough. Fucking rough, dude. Ori says, right streamer, may I pick your mind after this? I'm wondering if I should subject myself, someone who has never played any real monster tamer / monster trainers, to Serialim Ultimate on mobile. Because I find myself bored with a phone too often, and because it looked cool when you played it 4.5 years ago. Any tips to such a newbie? Yes, play Monster Sanctuary instead. Serialim Ultimate, and by far and large, the Serialim series in general, is less a monster tamer or anything. Serialim is a synergy building simulator. Serialim is not about finding cool creatures and like capturing them and then raising them. Serialim is about finding the dumbest synergy to put together in order to auto-solve combat. That is interesting to a certain subset of people. It's interesting to me. I like it. However, if you're looking for like a monster tamer, monster trainer thing, Serialim is not that. Like as a franchise, it's not that. It is not about that. It's about comparing synergies and different skill triggers and combining them in such a way to make weird, funny, infinite effects. If you're looking for like a creature collector, a creature like battler, a monster trainer, monster tamer, there are many different options I would suggest long before Serialim even starts being mentioned on that list. Does that help? Does that help? Ether chance. Do I really kind of want this, do I? But then again, I'm looking at the 3 corruption cleanses and I'm like, yeah, that's nifty, but the ether chance is too unreliable for me to want. And the damage +1 is interesting, but not for any of my monsters. We don't have a hit count that's high enough yet. On mobile, I don't even know whether it's available on mobile, Ringsong. Sorry about that. Serialim's mobile interface is passable. That's fair. I didn't even judge it by that. Nope. Inventory. So we have 2 monster souls already. I don't feel like I need to really buy another one. We're not necessarily summoning anything new anytime soon. Oh, look at this. Look at this little word memento. God, your artists need to be like hugged. Like, look at how cool these are. Ah! Look at how nifty these are. I love these mementos so fucking much. They're so good. Is there anything we want to buy then? I think we just buy bonus XP. Oh, no, that's random. That doesn't feel great. I understand why it's random, I just don't like it. Okay. The salve is pretty nifty. It is, but I don't want to put it on anyone, if that makes sense. Someone bought that stupid game 3 times, mobile, Switch, and PC. Serum, that is. Part of that being because the team I made took 3 minutes or more on Switch to solve all the bullshit was casting whenever it entered combat. And that's the same example that I had, Ringsong. I picked up Serial Ultimate as a sponsored stream day 1. We were sponsored to play it day 1. And the narrative at that time was awful. Like, for some reason, the character was pissing himself constantly. Like, literally, that was just the narrative. The writing was dog shit. But the team building aspect was really cool. And, like, day 1, we made something that just took, like, minutes to resolve. But ultimately just won combat. And then we just ran that throughout the entire game. I know that they rewrote it, but it's still awful. Like, it's just, like, childish garbage humor, right? And then it doesn't really elevate the writing past that ever. We've not met the knight yet. An Ether Spring or an epic loot drop. We're not going to meet the knight yet. We will soon. The Forbidden Fortress. Not going to make any new monsters. Hold up. These boxes lie unbroken. Ringsong gained 2 XP. Oh. Was that my epic loot drop? Wait, what? Was that my epic loot drop? Oh, yes? Oh, I hate that. Oh, 2 XP is great, but... Ugh. Unfortunately, the story's dog shit throughout all the Serial entries. Yeah, like, something you absolutely should skip. Serial is there for, like, the dumb monster team creation, nothing else. Sorry. I don't like playing down people's effort. Writing really hard. But, nah, not for that one. Oh, I hate that, by the way. Like, I'm thinking about how I feel about this. I absolutely hate this. I go like, oh, fuck, epic loot. Nice. A random one of your monsters gained 2 XP. Huh. I think I'd much rather find an epic item that I then can't use because at least I saw something cool. Rather than that. Tornes! This game has been on my wishlist. How is it so far compared to the demo? A lot more fluid, which is going to be funny because you're about to be told that the game's really, really buggy. It's not. Well, at least from what I've seen so far. We haven't seen much different compared to the demo yet. There's some mechanical changes, a lot more new monsters, and a monster that is just me, but like targeted. This Nixie you see there at the top is just my gameplay style as a creature. But we haven't even made it to the first run yet because I keep just talking. Writing's hard, but there's a really big disconnect in Silim's case, to say the least. Here's the problem, Sinter. You're absolutely right. But one thing that I don't like to do, yet I do it a lot on stream, I know that. One thing I don't like to do is, like, point at something and go, this is dog shit, the person that made it did bad. I don't actually like doing that. Oftentimes because I feel like I couldn't do better. Not that that matters, mind you. But also because people's sincere effort should matter to some degree. It never does, that's not how the world works, but, you know. If you pick up the bundle during the Steam sale, it's fine for the monster building, but I would rather get it on Switch. Like I said, it's not really like about monster building, right? It's a lot of team building, but the monster building itself, you're not really caring about like raising a monster, right? Like you should in a monster tamer. Like you care about, I made this broken team with this skill, not I make this broken team with this monster. Keep talking, the carrot doesn't explode, correct. The longer I talk, the less I can drop additional vacuum cleaners on my foot. Yeah. It's playing distractions from the foot, correct. Thank frick you're not one of the mid-late 2000s internet reviewers / critics that carry over of rag on everything's attitude. I mean, you've heard me complain about the corruption mechanic for at least an hour of today's stream, right, Sir Aiden? But I know what you mean. I much rather like talking about things that I enjoy, mechanics that I find cool. Hence why I've talked about the animation in Monster Sanctuary, in Aethermancer so much, right? I fucking adore the animation in this. So much so that I'm in the way of it all the fucking time. This game was not made for VTubers, by the way. Once again, another game that was simply not made for VTubers. Fucking hell. But I enjoy talking about things that I like, more than ragging on about things I dislike. It's more fun for everyone involved, including myself, for Christ's sake. The idle animations, not just the idle animations. Or webcams, exactly. Well, if you're a webcam player, you can be like up here, right? You can just be like the top center. But if I'm in the top center as a VTuber, like that's shit. Right? Like that's just not good. Like, what do I do now? Most VTubers don't really have a good upside down mode, right? We don't really have a good upside down mode. Like our models don't lend themselves very well to like being cut in the center. So like I could do this, but like does this make anyone happy? No, it doesn't. It doesn't make me happy, I can tell you that for a fact. But if you're a cam streamer, you can just rotate this 180 and you're gonna be fine, right? More vacuum dropping news at 11? No! Tornus has a point. Tornus has a point, right? Tornus is a cam streamer. You should definitely go watch Tornus. Tornus does what I do, but like, he's actually good at games. So, you know, that helps a lot. He has a point, but on a camera, you always have a very well-defined border. I could fuck with my capturing to only capture like the upper part of my model and then put myself there, but that looks disembodied and shit. I don't know. Here's the compromise we're gonna go through. Hold up, let me pull up OBS real quick so I can see better. Here's the compromise, okay? Because I don't want to hide this cool creature. Look at him! He's got soap! Soap! But here's the compromise. There, that's the best I can do for you. Alright, so let's look at the creatures we have here. We are fighting against another Wolpertinger. We have a Grimoire, Living Tome. Whenever your allies spend 2 ether of each element, Unleash Tome may be used once. Unleash Tome uses a powerful action without spending ether and as a free action, from a choice of 3 random elements. What the fuck? Whenever your allies spend 2 ether of each element. So this is weird. Does that mean whenever you spend 2 earth and then 2 wind and then 2 fire? Or does it mean once they've spent 2 earth, wind, fire, and water? Do they need to spend 2 of anything or do they need to spend 2 of all of them? The phrasing makes no sense to me here. Whenever your allies spend 2 ether of each element, would imply to me that when they spend 2 of one element and then that's fine. No, that would be whenever your allies spend 2 ether of any element. No, that wouldn't be it either. Well, the phrasing on this sucks. This is a really interesting trait. I want to play with this creature at one point. We still have a totem. We should try and grab one. Element Wild. Fucking fancy. Then we have Domovoy, Monster Chef. On action, if the action didn't consume cooking stacks, applies cooking yourself. And regen to the ally with the lowest amount of regen. I've liked this creature in the demo, I like this creature now. And that's what we have. So, we can't really break the Domovoy. Oh, it's got a UI for it! It's ramping up! Look at that, it's got its own UI for that mechanic. That's so fucking cool, dude. That's so cool. Definitely a nice interpretation of a Domovoy. Explain to me what a Domovoy is in lore. This sounds like Eastern European lore. Explain the background to me, please. Is it like a cooking gnome creature? Scald. We can't prevent that, huh? That leaves us with 1 water. That leaves us with a fire. I think that seems futile. We could Healing Brew. Healing Brew generates ether for us. And then it sets us up to apply more poison, but not a lot of it, right? Some kind of house spirit? A fae? A sort of house spirit. I can't really recall the specifics right out the gate without diving into the wiki page. So Domovoy is basically a house spirit. That's fucking cool. I like it. I like it a lot. They're kind of like brownies? Are they? Are they edible? I mean, he has soup. I assume he's edible. What? What does this mean? Wait. Wait. Hold up. What am I misunderstanding about Spore right now? This means they don't have the ether anymore to act that skill, right? Why are we draining ether? How are we draining ether? If the enemy have 6 or more ether, purge 1 enemy ether. They currently have 6 or more ether. Oh, I see. So if we hit this, we ate 1 of their wind ethers, and now this skill cannot act anymore. So it tells you these 2 have a chance to no longer be executable. The Domovoy also simultaneously... No, this was always normal attacking, right? Okay, this is always normal attacking. Fucking cool. Let's hit this book. It's a Slavic house ghost. Either helps in the household or if offended, messes with the wife. Wait, what? My wife? Brownies is a kind of fae? Really? I didn't know that. That's cool. Very much in the friend category as far as fae-esque creatures go, at least. That's nifty. You saved my wife. Exactly. Fire claws, but fire claws with a symbol underneath it. What's that symbol mean? What does that mean? The fuck does that mean? Huh? Is that the Wolpertinger Eagle Eyes trait? Yes, this is the copy trait from Eagle Eyes. That's what this is. This is Spore and Fire Claws. This is our stuff that it's using against us. I see now, I see. It's just that the icon here, like the eyes, is like, it's still eyes, but it's slightly different to this icon. If I saw this icon underneath it, I'd understand it more. It's supposed to be that, but slightly more tiny and stylized. Sorry, this just took a second to understand, but I get it now, I get it now. I want to hit this tome, and then I would like to capture this tome. Before it dies. Come here. Nice! Grimoire unlocked! It's just Wolpertinger's eyes from the combat sprite. That's exactly what it is, Twin Fox. That's exactly what it is. They meant cloth cook meal and only ask for a bowl of milk and nothing else for the night, or they will ruin your life for unpaid labor. That's kind of sick. No, it's exactly the eyes. You can compare it there. Yeah, precisely what it is. Let's end this tiny creature's life. Oh, this doesn't die yet, does it? So it's got 11 health. I don't like that I have to like select a different skill just to see how much health it has. Like, nah. It's about to take 6 plus 3 from poison, right? 6 plus 4. It's about to take 10. So unless we hit it now, it will not die. Therefore, we shall hit it. The combat animations are so good! Oh, they're so fucking good, dude! This game looks so sick! Did you see that Mandragora like dive through the ground just to hit a motherfucker? That's its basic attack. That doesn't need to look that sick, and yet it does. Ugh. And I fucking love when people put effort into things. Ugh. So this is shit that excites me. This just lava soup. Damage against target enemy. Consume all cooking stacks to apply 1 weakness and 3 burn to target enemy for each consumed stack. We cannot purge enough to make this not happen. But we can weakness it to make it slightly less painful. We purged the fire. That was the right one to purge. But it's not the right one to prevent it. Toxic eruption for 1 million. Lava soup! That's a lot of burn! And there's its reset action. It applies burn to all of us. So how does burn work? When this monster consumes ether to use an action or gets interrupted, deals X fire damage to it, X equals the amount of stacks. So, Leeching Strike, we should now take 5, right? We take 5, and then Leeching Strike resolves, healing that back up. But simultaneously, if we attack, normally this does not trigger burn. Exactly. Nice. So we can get around like that. Link says, my late grandmother would always claim the domovy helped with the stew if it was especially delicious, or if someone woke up in the middle of the night and had a nightmare, it was because the domovy got offended at a remark or foul play. There's elements of like these small myth creatures that I really adore, right? Like Gaelic folklore is full of this shit as well, right? And we've lost a lot of that, obviously. We've lost a lot of that in a time where like no one really believes in stuff like that anymore. But I feel like, yeah, we're being more rational about shit like now. That's great, and we're not burning witches anymore, ideally. But it does feel like a bit of whimsy was lost, huh? It does feel like we lost a bit of whimsy in life. Oh good, another toxic eruption. Wonderful. That can't go wrong. Another healing brew. This feels much more interesting to take on Ringsong because we get to trigger off of it. Heals all allies for 3/8. Allies gain retaliate, heal self for 8, and generates random ether. Wow! Ooh. So that's a huge heal. It eats a lot of ether, but then generates a lot of ether too. 3/8? You know what? Fuck it, we're committing to the big bit. New trait! What? Long-lived. Whenever regeneration stacks are applied to an ally, applies an additional stack. The healing of regen stacks is reduced by 1. Cool. There's the auto-heal again, and also regeneration shield. Whenever regeneration triggers on an ally, shield them for 4. Yes, please. Yes. Love that. Aliens of the modern folklore? I don't know about that. A skill reroll. Oh, that's the next part. No, oh, okay, fine. Fine. I accept that I didn't really explore around. Oh, I know you. You're bastards. We're going somewhere else first. Ah! The Goyle! Oh. So how much did you nerf that motherfucker? How much were you nerfed, you little shit? This is Gargoyle. I love Gargoyle. Let me be clear with you all. I love this asshole. This little Super Sentai stony bastard. However... completely fucking broken previously, so what do you do now? Earthen Striker. For every 15 shield this monster receives or applies to allies, apply Sidekick to self. Sidekick attacks of this monster consume all Sidekick stacks at once to deal their combined damage to the enemy. Mineralize, shielding, punching, fisting, shielding. Yeah, it still does that. I don't quite remember what its original trait was. But it still just does shielding plus sidekick, huh? So this is a tank and damage in 1. This tanks and damages in 1. Love this guy. Want to do a run with him. Festa Adams voice. Gargoyles! We also have a Nosferatu, a creature that I wanted to play with and then never really made work. Terror on enemies deals 2 more damage and heals the attacker for 33% of the damage of the hit rounded up. So Terror says the first hit of an incoming attack deals 1 additional damage for each stack of Terror, is converted into wild damage, and consumes half of those stacks. Think of it as like a defensive weakness sort of thing. We do not have blank mementos anymore. I cannot capture this gargoyle. Unfortunately for everyone involved, no gargoyle will be captured today. I am sorry. However, we are gonna hurt this creature considerably. Like this. Dunk! Aha! Eat 2 damage, motherfucker. The Toxic Eruption really didn't do anything, huh? 6 and 9. 18 damage. And then it punches, and we just went from full health to below half. Cool. Healing brew. Get everyone some healing. Unfortunately, we probably should have refreshmented instead. But I didn't, because I'm not that smart. Let's go heal down here. Apply some more poison. Then we could Volcanic Unity now. How much does this kill? Not at all. I feel like we have to Leeching Strike up here just to prevent incoming damage. None of us have Terror on right now. That's 5 more poison. There's a trigger on the virality, so we immediately trigger all poison. And then this does not do it anymore. Never mind. This is not enough to stagger either. But we can start working on it. Never mind, we crit a little, so now it is enough to stagger. Beautiful. Prevents more damage. Poison goes and triggers. We take this hit. That's okay. And then we begin with Refreshment. Because regen wasn't on at the start of turn, we now do not gain the benefit of it. I see. I see the mistakes. 11, that does 8 damage. The Nosferatu in the middle dies, right? The Nos in the middle is always dead here. Right now, once our Nixie triggers, we apply poison to exactly the gargoyle. If we manage to do that, hold up. Hit. Poison to the gargoyle. The gargoyle is now also dead. That takes 12 damage. So we don't need to concern ourselves with that anymore. Which means we can hit the Nos in the bottom, and if we crit twice, we do crit twice, it gets staggered. Turn ends, poison damage. Ha! And Ringsong has reached Worthiness level 2. Ether Crystals, total Ether Crystals 124. Heal Generator 3. I don't really know what any of this means, but let's have a look. So, damage dealt. Oh, that's the worthiness that we get. That's the breakdown of how we're getting this many worthiness points. Heal Generator previously on us was +2, right? No, it was Ether +1. We've previously had Ether +1. Now we have Heal Generator +3 as well. Is there a way to, like, read these? Because I believe Ether +1 just says whenever we generate Ether, generate 1 more, and Heal Generator just means whenever we heal, heal 3 more. But I would love there to be tooltips for this. A Skull! Whenever this monster applies a debuff to an enemy, 20% chance to apply another stack of the same debuff. Water damage initial shield. Okay, so yeah, that immediately goes on here. Because, oh boy, are we applying poison to people left, right, and center. I like the itemization so far. Quite a lot. There's a lot of items and they have multiple different side effects that are randomized differently. And that mixes up runs quite heavily. Let's go jump at this crab. Alright. So now I need to introduce you to one of the creatures that I regret existing the most. Look at this crab. This is a shambler. Breach the Void. This monster can copy its last action and use it once, with its cost replaced by Wild Ether, and as a free action. It's a tank, ether, and age stack. It tanks, it uses its previous action again, it basically double acts. It is very, very, very cool. I like it. However, I also fear it, and as such we're going to stagger it. A bunch of poison. Normal attacking is never really fun on the Nixie, huh? And then, oh, we can just hover over it. We're gonna see a wild ritual here. Generates wild, wild, wild ether and applies power to self. None of this is really damaging to us. So we're just gonna hit down here and apply weakness to take less of this auto attack. This sets them up on like really nice ether. Wild ether can be used for anything. And we take like barely anything there. Start of round, they now have a shit ton of ether. We see another 2 wild rituals, both of which aren't really important to us. And we see that we would really like for this book to not exist anymore. Unfortunately, that's not something we can make happen. Let's heal. There's 3 poison. The next poison is going to go on the Shambler. We're going to hit the book. Very cool, all of this. We're going to Spore up here. We're going to eat one of the Fire Ether. Unfortunately, they have 7 wild, so there's nothing we ever get to do here. Hit it. If we hit it really hard and crit really well, we can still kill it! Yes! Power! I believe in Tatzelworms. I believe in Tatzelworms! Ooh, the crit streak! So now you can see this here. They're going to reuse their wild ritual to generate wild ether. Same here. They're just going to reuse these. And they're going to hit us with a whirlpool. And they're going to hit us with a whirlpool. Our goal is for that to not happen. However, this one is almost guaranteed to just flat out die. Let's make that happen now so poison can stack where it needs to. Wait! It still stacks on the creature? Wait a second, that's bullshit! What? It's... that... Ha! I don't like that. Okay. I see why it happens. So, Toxic Tide says, whenever this monster receives or applies a heal, applies poison to the enemy with the lowest amount of poison. We attack the enemy. During that attack, it picks which enemy has the least poison stacks. It's the one that we're attacking. And because everything resolves at the same time, the poison still goes onto that creature. The poison doesn't get applied at the end of it, the poison gets applied in the same sequence. It just displays it sequentially, right? Fair. I don't like it, but fair. There's a stagger. There's a spore. With that in mind, we could have probably just hit the bottom crab and gotten our poison stacks on the other one to kill it. So now that I know that that's how it works, we can plan around it. Makes perfect sense. Ooh. Slime Shot is back. Smog. Applies 2 poison to all monsters. This includes your own. We do have a lot of bullshit, so... I might take this. We also have Precision Meteor. 1 times 15 fire earth damage against target enemy. On first hit crit plus 2 poise damage. So it pretends like it's a 4 damage hit. Like it does 1 damage for its element. 1 damage for critting, and then 2 additional for the first hit crit. That's kind of cool. Smoke. Ooh. Heals all allies. Cleanses 4 debuffs from all allies. Cleanse 2 corruption from all allies on first use each combat. Or apply regen to all allies free. This is really cool, but we're trying to work around regen. We're not doing a good job at it. Oh. Scrape. Who are you? Hector. Well, it's just been about time somebody came by to rescue me. Wait, are you an Aethermancer? Yes, my name is Syrinx. I've been meaning to contract one of your kind. You seem quite adept at handling the void, yes? I'm not for hire, sorry. How'd you end up in here anyway? I was on my evening stroll on the village outskirts. Suffice it to say, I took a wrong turn somewhere. Once I realized I was inside the void, it was already too late. You see, I am Hector von Catan. I'm known throughout the area for funding expeditions. Such as the Void expedition that I've been meaning to get underway. I never actually intended to see the inside of the Void myself. I didn't imagine things to be quite so dire, truth be told. I'll be heading back towards Pilgrim's Rest then. I'll take it the path behind you is safe. By rescuing this character, you and your monsters have formed a bond to Pilgrim's Rest. Your monsters receive 2 corruption cleanse. I never actually intended to see... Oh, we've already done that, okay. Hector, the fanciest whale. Oop. Whale saved. Finally, we've done something good. We've saved a whale. Oh, we can just go up there. Hold up. This isn't the end, silly Karenai. Oh. This is the end, silly Karenai. That was it, right? Yeah, that was it. Okay. We have an ether crystal, an ether spring, or the knight we're finally meeting. Also, bread. Sir Tiberian. Hail, fellow Void Delver. You have a terrible affliction upon you. Your head's on fire. That's just my face. I'm an Aethermancer. My name's Syrinx. Apologies. I've never met an Aethermancer before. Let me introduce myself too. I am Sir Tiberian, a noble knight on his epic quest. I like to collect equipment, you see. Sometimes I'm even able to upgrade them. Let me show you what I can do for you. Sir Tiberian is having trouble holding a variety of trinkets in his hands. Look at all of this epic equipment, Syrinx. I'm gonna trade some equipment, maybe? I promise you, mine are amazing. Do you trade equipment? The new equipment will be equipped to the same monster. We could trade the skull, we could trade the meteorite, or the chain. We're definitely gonna trade the chain. And not bad, not bad. Which one would you like in return? An epic chain with fire and poison fire generator and poison damage. An epic skull with initial shield, health +5, and evasion 10%. What the fuck? And an epic salve with crit damage +2 and fire generator. Holy shit, wait a second. Oh. Huh. Poison damage? So, Sir Tiberian matters a lot. Oh, no. No. I wanted to go uppies again. Oh no. Danger Cat has arrived. Oh no. I present to you Danger Cat. This is Mephisto, and its trait is Schadenfreude. The first ally and the first enemy that use an action each turn get 2 Terra and 2 burn applied to them, or 2 burn applied to them. This monster gains +1 damage and 6% evasion for every 10 debuff stacks among all monsters in combat. Unfortunately, we apply debuffs. A lot. So, the fuck do we do? We don't have enough earth. But we could have enough earth. Let's try something. Let's try something. Here's some water. Deck of cards! Give me earth! Earth, 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 earth! Okay, we got earth. We got 2 earth. No, we got 1 earth. Never mind. Fuck. No, this is worse! No! No! This is so much worse! Ah, fuck. Okay. Why is Schadenfreude not an I-box thing? I don't understand, Effort. Why would it be? Just give me critties, baby. Just critty this to death. Yes! We're so incredibly based. Oh, we're so good at this game. Ooh, critty kitty, critty the kitty. That's exactly what it is. Okay, we're in this. We're in this. Lobotomy core joke? I don't get it. Now we need to deal with the gnome, right? The gnome must gnome. And for that purpose we need 1 fire and 1 earth remaining. Or rather 1 wild remaining. Let's do that. The Flying Ice and Monsank? Oh yeah. Incredibly debuffy enemies as well. Fitting. We don't really need to heal, we're just doing it to apply poison, right? There's 2 more poison. There's a hit. That should be enough to apply that poison to you? No, it was still the book. It's still the book. So we can trigger this here, which has a really good chance of killing. It does. This dies to poison. Beautiful. Lava soup? God, that's so much damage, dude. 24 damage is kind of crazy. Wow, 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 wow. We trigger all of the poison on ourselves. We've brought this upon ourselves. This makes sense. We do have burn stacks, unfortunately. This burn will hurt. Add some regen. You know what? Fuck this burn. It'll be fine. Leeching Strike is, I think, my favorite new ability. If I ever get a Nixie and a Jotun into one group, beware. Be fucking ware, I tell you. 47 damage off of the poison tick. Beautiful. It's probably not that funny anyway. I mean, it was a lobotomy core reference, so yeah, probably. Sorry, Avid. Here are our new traits. We have Plague. Whenever poison triggers on an enemy, applies poison to all enemies. Ah. Cosmic Healing. For every 50 healing of your allies, generate 1 wild ether. And Ascension. For every 100 healing of your allies, apply 2 power to each ally. Plague. When poison, then poison. We don't need that. Give me that. Give me that. Ah, no. Stop giving me that. What I need is mementos. I would like some mentos. We're spreading the plague? Yeah. Ah! 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 The Goyle? Guess who's back? Back again. Goyle is back. We're getting punched. Let's see. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the gargoyle is always that one that needs to die first. It's almost non-negotiable how much that thing just needs to die. What you need is a hug and a heal kit? You are so right. You are so right. We have a water and a wild, which means we could healing brew off of that, huh? We can also just spore for the wild and be happy. We want to spore off of the wild and be happy, right? Do we? I would like to be happy. Yeah, let's do that. This sucked their water out, so now they don't get to do shit there. So the gargoyle doesn't get to start its bullshit. It doesn't get to start shielding. We're still gonna see a wild ritual out of them, obviously, but oh my god, look at Plague already doing its job. We can accelerate Plague as well with our Tatzelworm triggering poison manually. Beauty. Absolute beauty. There's all of our poison. Wait, how does that work? What about putting triggers on an enemy? Okay, so it's triggering on us does sadly not contribute to that effect. But also, that makes perfect sense. Another opportunity to capture a gargoyle forsaken on account of we have no spare mementos. 13 poison down there now. I mean, that's just death, right? There's so much wild death here. So much of it. I want to kill this book. Yep. Yep. Just, yep. Yep. That works. This will do nothing for us. There's no world in which we can realistically also kill the Goyle, right? But we don't have to kill the Goyle. It doesn't take an action this turn. We can just healing brew for like additional poison bullshit. Never mind. Never mind. You said Corner Connoisseur is bad? Corner Connoisseur is acceleration in a... What?! What just happened? Did we just go from 100 to 0? Did we just go from 100% HP to 0 HP? What? Huh? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, shit like this shouldn't exist. If your time to kill is half a turn, that shit should just not exist. What? I mean, we get to see what happens when a creature dies now, but... That's incredible bullshit. That is absolute fucking bullshit. What the fuck? I don't have any other words for that except, what do you mean? Instant death like this needs to be like a telegraph mechanic. Like, oh, you ignored the telegraph, right? A boss did something to you that you should have avoided. Instant death shit like this should not exist. It depends on what happens now. It depends on what happens now that we've lost the Tatzelworm. A lot of XP, that's cool. You just lost a monster in your last fight. This happens to all Aethermancers eventually. You may use the map to teleport back to your monster shrine at the start of the zone to rebirth a new monster there. It's permadeath. Yeah, this shouldn't exist. This should not be a thing, flat out. Getting 100 to 0 by one enemy out of nowhere with no telegraph is bullshit that beggars belief. That should flat out never exist. What the absolute fuck do you even mean? Huh? Sorry, like, huh? We weren't debuffed. We weren't, like, really vulnerable. We weren't low on health. None of these things are true. And it just got us from 100% HP to 0 with a random ass nothing attack. What the fuck are you even talking about? People are gonna fucking hate that. We're taking this bird, I guess. I'm not happy about taking this bird, mind you. I'm really not happy. Well, I'm not happy about anything right now. Dodge now only increases evasion by 12% per second, doesn't get consumed when attacked. After an ally's turn, they consume 5 stacks of dodge to reactivate their turn. That's just better than basic dodge. Whenever allies apply 3 or more weakness on the same turn, applies redirect and shield self for 3. Okay. I'm, like, in disbelief. I'm in absolute disbelief at that. Assume this is a roguelite. None. This is a roguelite. But especially in that, you should not just get one-shot by shit. That shouldn't exist. That's incredibly cheap. I guess we take taunt. I don't know. On interrupt applies dodge to all others. That's cute, but dodge by itself doesn't do anything. Has to burn, heals target, shields target, applies redirect to target ally. We'd have to do this to ourselves a lot. That's fine. At the end of your turn, if this monster has less than 8 shields, shield self equal to the difference. As long as this monster has redirect, allies gain 1 defense and shielding. That's nifty. Corruption cleanse at the start of your turn. Equal to half of the damage it took last turn. Also cool. Let's go take Safeguard. Redirect for free, but expensive. Shield all, cleanse 3, redirect to self, yeah. It's the backup, it doesn't deserve a name, I'm sorry. Oh, we were already there. We're going this way. I'm still absolutely fucking flabbergasted by that. That is absolute fucking bullshit. Like, with shit like this existing, how... no, you know what? No, I'm not going back to complaining about corruption. No. No. I want to, because that makes the existence of corruption as a mechanic even dumber. But No, no, no. I'm gonna be good about this. No, I'm gonna be good about this. That's a lot of poison stacks. 1 times 2 fire damage against self. Why would we want that? Because on Retaliate applies temporary power to self every 7 times this triggers apply 4 burn. The answer is we don't want that. I struggle not feeling like this run is incredibly over now. We still have Plague, and Plague still does things. We just took 24. Okay. That is a lot of things happening. Let's go Volcanic Unity. We picked this up for a reason. Oh my lord. Oh no. Sick. Let's take this one first. Redirect self and then shield everyone for a little. We regen boon for free. And then we go and hit the soup gremlin. We eat their fire ether, so they can't capitalize on fire anymore. But the ritual goes off first, no? No. The Domovoy goes off first. I think that just cemented that I'm never playing anything that isn't just a shield team ever again. I don't think I'm ever playing anything that isn't just a flat-out shield team ever again. That was absolute fucking bullshit. It's gonna make this much less interesting to watch, huh? Annoying. Okay. Let's dodge to self. I don't really mind that. We need you to start killing something, right? We don't really have anything that does that. Yes, Ring Song, absolutely. Absolutely. There be poison. Okay, hold up. Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at that. So we have one poison stack on us, and then we get hit by a whirlpool. That hits for 99999 and then it just kills. It just hits for 36. That's it. That's all it does. It just hits us for 36. There's no crit there. There's nothing. God, the time to kill in this game is fucked. I'm sorry, but like, it's just fucked. I don't know what else to call this. I do not know what else to call this. (23, 22 poison. We eat the basic, that's fine. Reset action Terra, yeah, that's okay. What? And we're on the left side, Nyx. We're on the left side. Heal everyone to full. A red icon behind care? What does that mean? Oh, you just mean this? The red icon around? That just means it's an attack. That's all that means. That has no other meaning. We hit the crab. The ether burn like has no meaning here anymore. The Shambler applied power to self twice. Power damage applies to every hit. I'm aware of that. They're kind of scary when we left alone for too long. That was after 2 turns of combat. That makes sense. That makes sense. I will still hold that that's a time to kill that's fucking unacceptable, but I guess? I suppose? That was the attack, what, Whirlpool? Yeah. Yeah, we're never playing anything but a shield team ever again, I'm sorry. I don't give a shit. I don't care. From here on out, it's shields or I have to deal with shit like this. Mind you, we're on normal difficulty. That is not the end. This goes much higher. And no. Like, either we're playing one-shot bullshit of solve combat turn 1, or we're playing stall. I'm not interacting with that. No. Whenever one or more regeneration stacks are consumed on this monster, deals 10 earth water damage hit to all enemies with weakness. Cool, unfortunately we don't have a good way to apply weakness yet, outside of a single target spore. But we see Ascension again. Ascension is nifty. And we see Blood Pact. We're going to pick up Blood Pact now, because I just want to see how silly that hit gets. Gimme, gimme. Go around. A bookcase! This is a soul gate. It grants access to a sacred room, but only to those willing to part with something that holds importance to their soul. We're going to release a monster soul to gain access, because we can't do anything with those at the moment anyway. And we get a rare belt. On Interrupt, 75% chance to apply power to self. Wild Conversion converts the first 1 ether generated by this monster each turn into wild ether, and 2 Corruption Cleanse. Not particularly important. However, the wild ether generation is really, really cool. We do have some ether problems at the moment. This might help with that. Oh, another one? Oh, hold up. Once again, I would just like to see a "you're holding X" in that dialogue. We probably shouldn't give up on the last monster soul. Now if one of us dies, we can't replenish them. Ring got 2 health or 2 XP. Triggers poison on all enemies. So this just sets up Plague. Toxic Healing. Heal target ally for 3 times 6. Apply 3 poison to all enemies. Trigger poison all enemies. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, we're picking up Toxic Healing. We're going to get rid of Restore. Right? Yeah, it's Restore. Fun. Oh, we can just warp. Hold up. Let's go there. Let's go take this very short hop. A witch. A merchant. And an epic loot drop. Last time the epic loot drop betrayed me and gave me 2 experience, which feels boring. It really needs to stop fucking doing that. Okay, so twice now our epic loot has instead been something that the game considers cool but isn't actual loot. A deck of cards isn't epic loot, that's an artifact. If you want to randomly give me artifacts, give me a choice to pick up an artifact. 2 experience isn't epic loot, it just feels bad. So all that tells me is we're never picking the epic loot direction ever again. Area 2, boss fight. Our single target damage is gone now, so... The Void has chosen Wind. Whenever an ally or enemy uses a Wind action, Starspawn generates Wild Ether. So, this is Starspawn. Tides of the Void. Whenever an ally or enemy uses an action of a certain element, generate Wild Ether. The element is randomly chosen at the start of every round. On every 3 attacks, apply power to self. Thing goes really hard. We also have, and this is kind of the scary one, Starbeam. You see this costs 5 wild. So if we lean into this too much, it's going to Starbeam us. 2 times 13 wild damage against all enemies. Applies power to self. So if this has like 2 power, this is 30 damage flat out. This thing hurts like crazy. We're trying to not lean into the wind mechanic too much. If we can avoid it, we want to not lean into it at all. So that's what this is, right? That's what this buff is. Tides of the Void. Yes, wind. And we're also going to get hit with an explosion, which is a decent chunk of fire damage, and a normal attack to the Mandragora. This is 3 times. If we spore this, it doesn't do that anymore, huh? And these are all wind actions we cannot take. So now we just take 2 normal attacks. And the first 3 hits are going to be reduced by 3 because of weakness. So first we're going to take 2 and 2, and then we're going to take 2 and 5. Well, for that matter, let's start healing everybody. Poison, poison, poison. And then we could just heat to deal damage to ourselves. And then generate ether. You know what? We're going to do that. This triggers our perk. gives us +1 power. And we do have redirect, so all of these are going to hit our Chimkin. And then we're going to hit. I kind of want to reactivate right now, honestly. I do kind of want to reactivate. What would we be reactivating? The Nixie, right? We're reactivating the Nixie. Why? Because we can use some more healing, and honestly, this accelerates our poison stacking. There's a bunch more poison. It's not the most influential redirect ever, but it might speed us up enough to get us through this fight cleanly. Basic attack. Mind you, eventually ether sucking this is gonna be irrelevant. Like right now it already has so many ether that like me eating its ether doesn't matter anymore. Like at all. It's irrelevant. There's no world where, well, there is one world where I can maybe eat this earth, but we cannot use any water abilities this turn. No water whatsoever. That's brutal because most of my team does water things. However, we might be able to work around that. So first things first, we need to spore. We get a wind ether out of it, but it's still about to lava surge us. This is 2 times 4 damage because of weakness, so makes that easier to stomach. And we cannot use these. We cannot use these two either, but we can use Flurry, which isn't good, but it is something. We can't break it in a way that matters. We can't do that. We could deck off cards to hope for a toxic healing. Do you know what? Let's see whether we can get like 3 earth off of a deck of cards. We can. That's kind of nice. That's kind of really nice. Here's some poison for you. Here's me triggering the poison, and then there's Plague giving you poison. Lava Surge. Oh, weakness works per hit per target, not per hit globally. You saw that we didn't take 4 on everyone and then 4. We took 4, 4, 4, and then 7s. Because every hit by itself consumes the stack. Super interesting. Super important to notice for later. And we're once again locked out of wind. That's not too shabby. We do want to use water now. Leeching Strike is... Holy shit, Leeching Strike. I swear. And it still hasn't gotten any wild ether. So we're still like super above board. 35 poison is kind of crazy. We're going to disable its use of Icy Assault. It's the wind, so we just have to deal with 1 more Lava Surge. However, we're locked out of anything we can do here. So, heat. To hit ourselves. And then we're just going to punch it in the face, right? 5 and 8 is good enough. Donk donk, we get rolled over. It now has 3 power. So everything it does hurts like a lot more. Reset action gains power. Okay. So we never broke it. It's on water and fire now, and it locks out fire. That's okay, we're not... Well, I did want to use Volcanic Unity, but... You know what? Fuck it, right? Random chosen for start of a round. So it will gain 1 wild ether. I'm kind of okay with it having 1 wild ether. I'm kind of down for that. Whatever. This is too good not to have at the moment. There seems we have a 2-turn lethal on it, as long as we live that long, but we do need to make sure that we don't lose anyone in between. And that's going to be pretty harsh, considering all of these hurt like a bitch now. It has 5 power. 24. There's no world where we don't have to shield, right? There's no world where we don't have to shield. And I'd argue there's none where we don't spore either. All it does is reduce the damage of lava waves, so this Icy Assault is 55 fucking damage. Excuse me, what? How much? So, this bird is dead. Right? This bird is dead. Okay. Fuck you. This bird lives. Fuck you. The bird lives. Elder got to Worthiness 2! Regeneration healing +2. And the bird leveled. Incorruptible. Retaliate. Shield self for 4. If this trait triggers 3 times, cleanse 3 corruption of self. This is funny because we can hit ourselves for 2 and then shield for 4. Retaliate generates random ether that allows us to convert a fire ether into a random, and on attack consumes up to 1 fire ether to deal a 5 fire damage hit and apply 3 burn to target enemy. If we were deeper into burn, this would be nifty. We're gonna take Incorruptible here. The damage some of these things do is insane. 15% crit chance, poison hit plus 15%. Fucking funny. Would have been perfect for a certain very dead MJM. But now is not. Your wares are quite specialized. Only the best, of course. You get your gold's worth when you come to me. Do you happen to come across them, actually? Well, there are many things to be found in the void, just right for the taking. And the souls? As I always say, many things are known to us. I see. Care to buy anything? We have a salve again. Shield generator +2. Drums. On support action, cleanse 4 debuffs and applies 1 temporary power to target ally. Ether chance, initial temporary power and earth damage. Cool. A blank memento, which I'm almost universally going to buy. A hexing heart. Purge 2 enemy ether. Cool. I want to buy this, but I don't know who I'm putting it on. It would be the Mandragora, right? That's not happening. Random XP. We're just gonna go get random XP until we're broke, I believe. And then we can't do anything there. We can capture 1 new monster. Loot drop epic, knight, and an envoy. So far the knight has just been better for equipment than the loot drop. The loot drop has been a disappointment 2 out of 2 times. Ooh. The demo ended at the 2nd zone. Welcome to the garden. This is very pretty. I've heard many stories about your kind, Syrinx. I hope nothing that paints us just too villainous. Villains? Nay, you're the heroes, guiding monsters towards worthiness, helping out across Terraste. That's certainly the idea. In practice, however, our history looks a bit different. Ah, don't worry about ancient history. Besides, as fellow Void Delvers, we can help each other out. Let's fuck with this skull. Boots, 25% evasion, +1 burn damage, and regen chance +50%. Funny. Whenever a buff is applied to this monster, 25% chance to apply another stack of the same buff. Cool. +1 damage mitigation and 25% dodge chance. And a belt applies power to self, debuff mitigation, power chance. Let's go grab this talisman. Kind of cool. Different now, very different playstyle. New creatures! Ah, is that a cat? A crocodile? A thing? Yo, hold up, a thing? Oh my god. These are all unknown to me. All of these are unknown to me. We have a Medusa, Lamentation of Woes. Retaliate, cleanse 1 debuff from self. For every 4 debuffs cleansed from self, triggers an attack that deals 1 times 4 earth water damage to all enemies. And applies 4 affliction. Affliction applies X debuff stacks randomly chosen among the debuffs that can be applied by monsters in your party. I love her. I want to play her in Self-Poison. Self-Poison Turbo? Plus Medusa? Cleanse the poison off of yourself? Put more shit on enemies? Sick. Poison, Affliction, Terror. Initial Affliction, Affliction plus 3. Ether plus 1, Water Generator plus 1, Hit plus 1, Damage plus 3. Sick creature, dude. We have a Sphinx. Oh, that is my favorite Sphinx design I've ever seen. Sidekick, Heal, and Summon. At the start of your turn, apply Sidekick to this monster and applies 2 essence to its attached minions. What? Huh? To its minion, summon Windlance. Summon minion. Windlance with 4 essence on target ally. Windlance. Wind damage plus 1. Action 1 times 4. 1 times 8 wind damage against target enemy. What the fuck? What's a fucking minion? This monster cannot learn any attacks. Basic heal. It doesn't have a basic attack, it only has a heal. What the fuck? Amit. Glutton. Regeneration heals this monster for 10% of its max health, rounded up, but doesn't trigger at the start of turn. On attack from this monster or its minions, triggers regen on self and deals an earth fire hit to target enemy equal to the healed amount. What? These are sick! These are so cool! These are so fucking cool, dude! Where do we even start? The cat? We start with the cat. Now the cat has to heal. Like the fat fuzzy croc, I love all of them. These are great. These are incredibly cool. We do want to lose and get new monsters now. We don't want to lose, but we can capture one of these. Unfortunately, all of these are going to be incredibly difficult to capture. Every single one of them is going to be incredibly difficult to break. We can maybe get the croc next turn, but like this is not going to be an easy fight either way. Slime volley. Yeah, we're immediately below half on everything. The cat just hit us with a staff. Summon a fire lance. Is that a little fire blob in a gun? Because it looks like it's a little fire blob in a gun. I'm so... This is so nifty. We can break the croc and capture the croc. We do that. We do exactly that. Come here. You're mine now. Jolt. The Medusa is scary as fuck, dude. So spooky. We do need to start healing. We're not accomplishing anything. These are just big, sluggish trade fights right now. Here comes all the poison. Here comes more of the poison. Now Mandragora immediately just goes down to no health again. The Fire Lance, cool. The animations, dude, the animations. This game looks so good. Mandragora at 1. I repeat, Mandragora at 1. I repeat, Mandragora at 1. Enjoy 5 million points of poison. What else do we have? We could flurry. We need to kill the cat, I believe. I do think the cat needs to die. The cat is now officially dead. The cat is now dead. We heal, we apply regen. Lamentation of Woes. Holy fuck! Endure. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. And there goes the Fire Lance again. Reset action poisoned, also very fair, also very fair. Okay, we're safe. Like, we're safe on our end. We just can't prevent any of the damage we're taking, which means we now have corruption. Like, our Mandragora is like 90% corrupted now, right? We just hit the Medusa until she dies. That's it. What a sick fight. What cool creatures. What the hell? I want all of these. Imagine Medusa plus Slime. Medusa Slime plus like a healer or like a regen or a shielder or anything. What a cool concept. Oh, we get 3 XP per kill now. Cool. Ascension once again. Cleanse corruption. Healing plus 1. Whenever allies heal to full health, cleanse 2 corruption from them once per monster per combat. Incubation. Poison no longer triggers at the start of turn. Poison damage is doubled. Do we commit to incubation now? I will commit to incubation now. This is a problem. This may not be good. Loot drop epic. Stop! This should not. Please take this out. Fuck this so much, dude. Please stop. Ugh. Fences for debuffs. Like, I want to look at loot. I don't want to randomly get 2 XP. At least let me assign it. If you want to, like, if you're hellbent on having this in the pool, at least let me assign it. I've yet to see an actual cool loot drop instead of this shit. There's Volcanic Unity again. Cleansing Rain. Cleansing Rain's cool. Blossoming Strike. Let's go grab none of these. 5 max health. This area is pretty. Very, very gorgeous. Wait, is that a shiny down there? Yes! A soul lantern, a resting place for roaming souls. The monsterkin took great care to construct and maintain them all across the fractured ruins. The soul lantern draws roaming souls to it and even serves as a resting place for them. You may release a soul to it or take a soul from it. The choice is yours. If you release a soul, you lose 1 soul, but the thankful soul will allow you to choose one of your monsters to increase their max health by 5. If you take a soul, you simply gain 1 soul instead, which you may use later in your run. Take a soul. I would leave a soul here, but we just used 2 souls on getting access to rooms, so that's not possible. We're out of souls? Bird? Snake! Bird, snake, bird, snake, bird, snake. What do I love more? Who knows? Naga. Tank Shield Force. While this monster has 1 or more force, it evades the first hit of each enemy attack and as retaliate, trigger 2x2 fire attack against the enemy. Well, I already fucking love you. shame we can't capture it. And a Djinn, Levitation. For every 9 ether consumed by allies, applies dodge to this monster. Each attack consumes a dodge stack to gain 30% crit chance and 30% crit damage. You must perish, I see now. I see that you must die. Shields target allies. So we have 1 hit top, 2 hits top. We can negate both of the hits top. Redirect. And then the Mandragora has no fucking health whatsoever, and that's okay, Legion Strike. Remember, poison doesn't trigger anymore. 33? What the fuck? Huh. We're missing a fire. We could make a fire. That's a lot of poison that we'll get to trigger eventually. We're commanding the Nixie. We're missing everything for it. Some healing and regen. Commanding the Nixie was wrong. There's the water hit based on healing. 50? What? Let's go read. Well, it has force, so it has force, right? Like, this happened because it had force. And force says, the first thing you do is a crit, right? Turns each hit into a crit hit, which is 50% more damage rounded up and plus 1 point damage. Flame Skewer. 1 times 28 fire damage against target enemy, plus 5 damage for every stack of force, deals 5 additional damage if the target has a shield. Okay. Okay. I still struggle to see how the fuck you're supposed to interact with that. I still do not see how you're supposed to interact with this. So now we've gone from one-shots like this shouldn't exist to this is just an endemic problem. This is just a problem in the game. The time to kill is incredibly low. So the creature at the top now has 3 4 stacks. The one at the bottom has 4 4 stacks. This thing here now hits for guaranteed crit. This is a guaranteed crit now, right? But it's not just a guaranteed crit, it's also plus 15 additional damage. How is that fun? Like, dumbfuck question, right? How is that fun? This is the second time we've come across just getting one shot. The other one was because the enemy had like 2 fucking power stacks and could just do that. These need a 4 stack and then they can do that. Any 1 4 stack does this. This guy we can prevent him from doing that by eating 1 fire ether, so now he doesn't have the skill anymore. We eat a fearless attack because retaliate trigger against enemies. Yeah, that's why. Like, the run ends here. We can't beat this, like, at all. Huh. Let me try something. Hit me. That eats both of the 4 stacks. Okay. So hitting them makes them consume their 4 stacks, which means if you see them, you just need to hit them and then they go away. The way to play around Naga is to hit them. That way they don't get to stack. But they don't need to stack, they just need to have 1 force. Right? They just need to have 1. And if we were fighting 1 Naga, I wouldn't mind that, but we're fighting 3 enemies at a time. I'm being quiet right now because I'm trying to gather my thoughts on something, because I'm about to say something that I want to have at least thought about before I put it out there. Okay. I really dislike the combat so far. I really do not like the combat. That feels really weird to say about a creature collector like this, right? It is spiky as all hell. It feels unfair at the best of times. The time to kill is a turn. But your time to kill isn't a turn. Unless you already play like some degen 1-turn solution. And I really fucking dislike that. Huh. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know how to phrase this. For a first run of a game, this run at too many points just felt bad. And not like, hey, we made bad decisions. I'm sure we made bad decisions. Not like we played bad. I'm sure we also played bad. But from a pure player experience, this first run felt awful. At too many points for me to go like, yeah, this is cool. It's not. How many moves did we see that strip buffs from enemies? None? One? I want to say one, but only to account for maybe I didn't look at it. Welcome to Pilgrim's Rest, home to many different characters. Some of them can offer you permanent upgrades that will benefit you in your future runs, such as the soul bonds offered by Lily the Witch. Try talking to some people and see what they have to offer you. Is that... Hello? Greet? Okay, I'm backing away, See, no threat here. We found V. There's Lily. How do you like Pilgrim's Rest? Cozy, isn't it? There's a cat there. It's amazing what these people have managed to build here. I hope people don't give you too many odd looks. I think a lot of them doubt that an Aethermancer could help us out. I don't blame them for being skeptical. Tereste hasn't treated you people kindly in the past. That's why this place is special. I didn't grow up here, but it still feels like a home to me. Let's not dwell on all that. You remember what I told you about my special ability, right? You mean soul bonding. Exactly. Soul bonding ensures that you always have your most trusted monsters at your side when you need them. I just need some ether crystals to perform my magic. How about it? So we can establish a soul bond with a creature that we have a thingy for. And that then allows us to pick them at the start of the run. It also allows us to kind of like cheat a little bit and see how many monsters are available in a region. So this is the first region. There's still 5 creatures we don't have. Forbidden Fortress, there's a lot we don't have. Garden District, that's a lot of creatures here. Special, oh, these are our starters. And then quite a lot of question marks. Enemy damage number just seemed too high. It's a roguelike. Killing one of your creatures is a big hit, and having to worry about that on every single move combat is tiresome, not to mention just feels like luck if you manage to make it through a certain point. Honestly, yeah. Ringsong, that kind of encompasses what I feel like right now. That sort of encompasses it. Like, the time to kill is ridiculous. Like, you want combat to matter, you want your combats to matter, you want your enemies to matter. You don't want players to just disregard enemies and just like play their strat uninterrupted. That's not posing a challenge, right? But if the penalty for that is now one of your characters permanently dead, then honestly, that's a stake I'm not interested in. That's not fun. Like, I see why this is mechanically interesting, but I'm not enjoying it. And I'm over playing games I don't enjoy, right? Speaking of things I enjoy, here's a capybara. Another Aethermancer, huh? Seems like that darn void attract your kind like moths. Don't mind my manners. Welcome to a humble village of Pilgrim's Rest. Well, stop before the fractured ruins. No place as civilized as ours in miles. I'm Gustavo, Tavern Keep, Innkeep, Judge, Mayor. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Sirix. Likewise. Anyway, as I was saying, another one of your kind arrived here just yesterday. They're by the cliff just up ahead. Said they're an envoy of some such. You just study the void. Strange one. A lot of pilgrims come through here, you know. Never bothered to make the trip to the holy city myself. Truth be told, but I hear it's magnificent. When it's not the end of the world, anyway. I never seen 2 Aethermancers a single day, though. We'll try to behave. Just one more thing before you storm off. You find any ether crystals on the way? Yes. No secret that those crystals are valuable to our kind. Pilgrim's Rest would prosper if we had a steady supply of them. Sure, I could put in a good word for you with folks around here in exchange, you get what I'm saying? If I give you ether crystals, people around here will help me out on my mission. Got it. Some of the others around here also wouldn't mind sharing their services with you in exchange for those crystals. Let me put it in plain terms. Lily, the Witch, and Alioth, the Envoy, seem interested in ether crystals as well, but why don't you try and make a deal first? Let's make a deal. What do we have? Start each run with 10 gold. The merchant will offer 1 additional discount. Start each run with 1 additional blank memento. We're immediately picking this up because it allows us to capture more things. And there's one more thing on page 2. Here's our whale. Where's that blasted fool? He was supposed to be here several minutes ago. I suppose it's another bust for the Void Expedition. Oh, another one died. And then Aliath, who we met earlier in the Void, sits up here. I see, you found your way here too. The Void is truly treacherous, isn't it? Actually, it was an order to go inside, but nobody's ever made it into the Council just by following orders. Now that you're here, I should mention I'm trained in Aethermancer enhancements. I take it you're unfamiliar with it. It's a rather recently developed form of magic. One of the benefits is a follower of Aquila. Indeed, I hadn't known about this yet. By utilizing ether crystals, I'm able to enhance the capabilities of other Aethermancers and their monsters. I'm not sure if the Council would approve of it, but we do share a common goal, so I'll make my services available to you. That much is appreciated. What do we have? Monster Flask Charge Upgrade. Improves the Aethermancer's Monster Flask. That's the thing that we can use to heal 15. Monster Flask Healing Upgrade now heals 20. Skill Reroll Start. Start with a skill reroll. Max HP Upgrade. Your monsters gain +1 max health for every level. I mean, we just took like 59. Does it matter? Thunderhawk! Hello, Thunderhawk. I'm okay. Whenever you gain a new memento, the monster starts out with +100 worthiness. Nice! We're about to do a bunch of that. So we should pick this up nice and early to get the additional worthiness on creatures. And that's everyone we can talk to. The next step would be to jump into the void again. And we have exactly Ringsong and no one else to pick, because we don't have anyone else soul bonded yet. In we go. Did we underutilize breaking? The caps are so high, we couldn't have done anything there, Ori. There was nothing there to break. Minder, you're running 3 monsters. You're relying on dual elements to cover everything. After the Tatzelworm died, we never had a chance to break anything ever. Like, we just couldn't have done anything there. Oh, it's permanently named MJM. Wait, that's perfect. I love that. This is just always MJM now? It's always MJM now. There's no way. We can rename it manually again. Oh, that's sick. I love that. Aliath. Pick an artifact. A heroic horn applies power to target ally, or a deck of cards. We'll take the deck of cards. That was cool. Cockatrice, not permanent cockatrice. No, we'll give it a name if we pick it up again. Oh, we'll instant break it, I guess. Hello. Donk. 1 stagger. Wait, what? No, this. Thank you. We're trying to prevent this Tatzelworm from going off. But we would need a bit of crit luck. We didn't have any crit luck there, so we'll get Toxic Slashed. Ah, there was one thing that I should have done. I should have turned off corruption in settings. I didn't. Oh, we're playing with corruption again. Strike. Would be a shame if stuff happened. No one would want that. Yeah, stuff shouldn't be happening. I like my stuff non-happening, thank you. Is there an advantage to it? No, there isn't. Let's check. We do have 2 blank mementos and 2 souls. And then these are all of our mementos. Tome. On single target attack, apply weakness. 50% chance to apply another stack of weakness. Poison damage water generator. We're almost never equipping anything else on Ringsong ever again. That's insane. That is fantastic. Give me that. Let's go down here. That's the exit. Wonderful. Down, down, down. Is there something up there? No, there isn't. Wait, this is where we came from. Hold up. We're going north. We can't quite reach that, huh? There's an altar here. Probably dedicated to the monster deities, but it might as well be used by any number of different religious groups. To tell the truth, I've lost track of which cults are still around and which ones went out of fashion in the last century. I thought this was one of the offering thingies. Must be wrong. We don't have the means to break anything there. Oh, we can't. Well, we can break that, but either way, breaking these is impossible. Listening would like to be being responsible. No, Thunderhawk. I dropped a vacuum cleaner on my foot. No, this is the you did nothing for this. This is not on you. No. Oh, I should have done Leeching Strike first, because this applies poison to the least poisoned enemy from our trait. And we want the Orthros to have the poison, right? Could we have started with a Chunky Croc? We could have if we had soul bonded it for crystals. Yes. If we had soul bonded it for crystals, we could have started with a Chunky Croc. There's a weakness applicator, sick. Unfortunately, this does not kill. No new stuff will ever happen? Nah, stuff doesn't happen. Alright, so we just took 24 damage, and now we have the appropriate corruption for taking 24 damage. What do you think is the counterplay to that this early in the game, huh? God, I fucking hate this mechanic. No, it wasn't Krembo. I just hit the edge first, that was all. No, I forgot to turn it off, and you can't turn it off in the middle of a run. Levels! We have Void Burn. At the start of your turn, generate Wild. Oh. At the end of your turn, consume Wild and deal 3 damage hit to this monster for each. Oh shit. We're gonna take Fatal Upkeep because it's too good, but Wild Burn sounds insane. At the start of combat and whenever an enemy is staggered, apply 1 force to self. This was really cool. We're gonna take Cruelty this time. Will happen tomorrow or this week? Why would stuff be happening this week? Thunderhawk, what are you doing? Thunderhawk, what did you do? Confess thy sins to me. What did you do? Oh lord. Okay, that's everything. We have a knight, an ether spring, and loot drop. I'm not taking loot drops anymore. 480 is too much for hotel Wi-Fi. Is it that bad? I'm so sorry. That self-damage skill would fit my name. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I don't do anything this week. Yeah, you've already arrived, right? That's why the hotel Wi-Fi is so bad. Stay safe, okay? How long are you going to be over there, Thunderhawk? You said it's 2 weeks? Right? Said it's 2 weeks? So we can now pick up the Amit, Eldu, or this Cockatrice. So we're going to pick up the Amit. We want to give it a name. So, let me pick up a random name. Let me pick up a random name from the Redeems. This little chunky croc is going to be Misty. That makes sense because this thing is made of violence. That is very fitting. You're suffering and tired? I believe that, same. The history of the Fractured Ruins, just like every true monsterkin, it has always been my dream to be here, to walk the pilgrimage path, pass through the ancient gates, see the beauty of the city. You know, I believe the monster deities are still here. They only show themselves to the most courageous and worthy of monsterkin, that's what it said in the stories my mother read to me. Sadly, most of the monsterkin I met in Pilgrim's Rest don't believe me, but I don't care. I'll keep venturing into the void until the monster deities themselves recognize me as a monsterkin true and noble. I wouldn't expect to see a monster deity anymore, but I wish you the best of strength in your endeavor. Let me know if you do find one just in case. Ah, thanks. Much appreciated. I most certainly will, my friend. Pick equipment. We We can take a drum. On support, cleanse 2 debuffs, apply 1 temporary power, debuff cleanse defense. Or a belt, chance to apply power to self, water generator. Can I take none of the above? Oh, so that one is good. I mean, good choice. The other one is a better one, but we're going to scrap it anyway. We should have probably scrapped the rarer one because I believe that gives you more resources. Aha! Peasants on the ground. Peasants on the ground. Eat shit. There we go. If anyone will say otherwise, they might be saying untrue things. Thunderhawk, they would never lie, right? Like, who would do that? Just go tell lies on the internet. No one would do that. Hey, jokes aside, Thunderhawk, I hope you stay safe. I know work away that far is fucking annoying, but stay safe, okay? You got this. We could break the bird. We will break the bird. And now, can't stop the croc. So what do we even have? Let's remind ourselves what the Amit does. So Glutton wants regeneration. Regen heals 10% of our max HP, which is a lot. But, well, right now it's less than what Regen normally would trigger. But it doesn't trigger at the start of turn. It only triggers if we can make Regen trigger or on attack from this monster or its minions, triggers Regen on self, and then deals damage equal to the healed amount. Applies redirect to self, applies 2 regen to self. Permanently increases max health by 1 when used for the first time. What? Permanently increase max health by 1 when used for the first time each combat. So every combat, we need to press this button. I love its animation so much. Oh, this is great. Chaos mocking us from the high ground again? I would never. We also have Summon Fire Lance. Summon Minion Fire Lance with 4 essence on target ally. Fire Lance, fire damage +1, but we don't have anything else that we can do. Like, that's it. Oh, it crosses it out as well. That way you know that you've already used it once. That's sick. Drinking a few beers, trying to get back home on Saturday or not, who cares? No, I care. I would like you to make it back on Saturday, Thunderhawk. I care about that deeply. I would like you to be back, please. If that's possible. Thank you. Bit of interface there. Yeah, that's really nice. I appreciate that a lot. The weakness decks, dude. So let's Fire Lance down here. It immediately fires. And it triggered one of our regenerations. Cool. That's so nifty. What the fuck? So this Fire Lance that we have attached to ourselves now, right? It says it has 4 essence. I don't know what that means. Oh, it means it has 3 more shots, basically. So this thing fires 4 over the course of 4 turns and then it goes away. Cool. Time for science. Can we summon another one? Can't have additional minions. Oh. We'll see if you still think that after this week. Thunderhawk, I will always think that after this week. I would like you to come home safe and sound. That won't change. Stay safe, please. +1 healing. So Ringsong permanently is now worthiness level 3. You can have a minion on every monster, and the Sphinx, I think, said can have 2 minions, right? It fires end of turn. I believe it fires when that monster has acted. That's a cool mechanic. I love summoning stuff. Very nifty. Would love to see how that evolves and what traits we can find that help us with that. We gained a monster soul. I'm gonna be honest, the goal of this run is to capture a gargoyle and then soul bond the gargoyle. That's what we're about to do. The fuck are you? A Necron Tomb World? This must be an elemental challenge. They say that it's up to the gods themselves whether one may pass it unscathed. You may send one of the wind monsters in your party to take on the wind elemental challenge. We have none. They have a 50% chance to succeed and they may retry until they succeed the challenge. On success, they gain 1 XP and 100 worthiness. On failure, they take 3 corruption. Cool. Don't have a wind monster though. Oh, 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 oh! Aha! Motherfucker. Let's go grab this bird. The bird can die. Imagine a trait that makes the summon fire on all enemies. Right? Something like this. Or just that triggers all summons. The summon mechanic has me incredibly intrigued. But we do need to do this first. This needs to be our first action every combat. Unless for some reason we can't do it because of we will die or some shit like that, right? Okay. And we just go in on the bird. See whether we can kill the bird turn 2. $18. We take the bubbles. So we heal for 20% of our health right now. That's not a lot. Never mind, we only healed once. You don't heal for every stack of regen on yourself. That's just lasting longer. Call the extra an artist right now, right? You should. You absolutely should. Scary fuck. Put poison over there. And then we have a force on us, which means this is gonna hurt like a bitch. Let's see. This down there. Hold up. This is a leeching strike, so it will heal. However, it's weakened, so it doesn't do as much. This up here is going to hurt us. So if we break this instead, that should reduce the damage that we take this turn more than just killing this one would. Yeah, that's true indeed. Wonderful. On top of that, we can Leeching Strike to heal Misty. And then we give ourselves a summon. Misty eats the other regen stack she has. Beautiful. They have Kung Fu kicks. They are Kung Fu fighting. Remember, in the song it says everybody was Kung Fu fighting. Not like some people were Kung Fu fighting. Everybody was Kung Fu fighting. That includes the Wolpertingers in the yard. Those kids are fast as lightning. It's a little bit frightening, I have to admit. Misty! We have Incorruptible. We're going to try to turn Misty into a tank, by the way. Shield self for 4 on Retaliate. Cool. If this trait triggers 3 times, cleanse 3 Corruptible himself. Important. As long as we have Redirect, which we can apply via skill 1, all allies gain 1 defense. So that's the opposite of power. Or the opposite of Terror, I guess. Well, no, Terror is just first. Anyway, whatever. And +1 shielding. And at the end of your turn, if the monster has less than 8 shields, shield self equal to the difference. So you will always have 8 shields. This makes any future shield trait worse, and any future shielding we find worse. This is just kind of fine. So we take that. Some against the vacuum cleaner, yeah, and I lost. And wasn't that a little bit frightening, huh? See, I'm right. Oh, stuff. There's stuff on the ground. Wait. There's more stuff on the ground. Where are we? Oh, wait, there's stuff up top? Huh? Oh yeah, of course, the wind shrine that we can't trigger because no wind monster with us. Random NPC, an Ether Spring, or loot drop rare. Let's go check out an Ether Spring. New question, so what everybody and everybody was Kung Fu fighting regionally dependent. Why would it be, Theosim? Why would it be? Oh, no, we're not picking up a different monster right now. It doesn't say, hey, everybody in Texas was Kung Fu fighting, or everybody, like, anywhere was Kung Fu fighting. No, it was everybody was Kung Fu fighting. Equipment boot fire. Equipment from random loot drops have a 35% chance to have a higher tier. Or wind. At the end of each combat, 25% chance that one of your monsters gains 1 extra XP. That's until the end of the run. Oh, wait, these are huge. What the fuck? Oh, so ether fountains are really important. Oh, okay. That's fascinating. Oh, sure, the quote is everybody loves Kung Fu fighting. No. No, everybody was Kung Fu fighting. They're no longer. They've broken their feet too many times. You see? We don't get to do the cool fire thing again. We could do the cool fire thing if we deck off cards here, but I don't want to. So instead, we're going to commit into this here bird. And we're going to try to do the cool fire thing next turn. Hiya! We're taking a shit ton of damage this turn. But there's no world around that. So that's just more than half of our health. Cool. Redirect just seems like such a gamble. We've already figured out that we can die in one hit to a lot of things, right? And now you're telling me that one status effect that you can play around is something that makes you get hit twice minimum? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Kill it until it bleeds. And we don't have the fire for this now, huh? Let's go heal Misty. It does, it does. I don't feel like I want to hit Sprout. At the start of your turn, heals this monster by 5, then consumes a stack. But that means we only ever heal 10% of our health. We don't heal more. Honestly, I'm just gonna break this chicken. Nom 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 nom. God, the art, like the art team cooked so hard on this game, so fucking hard. So we have things to do whatever the hell we want to right now. We can do whatever we want. That's nifty. Weirdly enough, this prognosticizes that we're going to hit that chicken, whereas if we give this to anyone else, it doesn't. So we can see who this cannon is going to hit. I don't get the logic behind that, but sure. Dies to poison. Hurts early, but it's necessary to use it early too. Yeah, absolutely. I don't even think it hurts all that early. The redirect on it is a bit double-edged, but it's also our only way to get good regen on us. And we do want regen to trigger our trait. We'd want something else that helps us with regen now. Toxic Eruption. Oh, there's Toxic Eruption again. Heals target ally for 4 times 7. Permanently increase their max health by 3 when used for the first time in each combat. Okay. We're leaning into that. Your monsters may sometimes learn Maverick skills. While most skills belong to one type, Maverick skills combine 2 different types, creating unique synergies. Each Maverick skill requires 2 specific types to be present among the monsters in your party. Viral Burst. 3x3 water earth damage against target enemy. On crit applies 2 poison to target enemy, triggers poison on target enemy. That's incredibly dumb. Very, very silly. Very, very hard to afford too, but damn, that's powerful, right? Ooh. Honestly, yeah, we're taking that. Armor. Shield cell for 2. Poison hits. Apply. Okay, cool. More shield on Misty, I suppose. We do need it. We do need it. Oh, oh, ah! Okay, there's a blob there. We need to be aware of the slime. This is probably the first thing that needs to die. This is gonna have so much HP. Yes, we now need to slightly drag out combat to allow for stacking these. So in combat, we need to use that heal once, and we need to use Misty's Sprout once. Kind of every combat. We also need to kill this slime. The problem is that triggered poison, therefore... Yeah, ouch, there it is. We could capture the slime right now, which we're going to do, because I do want a slime eventually. That's our artifact action for the turn. I hadn't thought about that. Fuck. I had not considered... We don't need to hit this. Fuck, we have... Never mind, that makes Earth. That makes Earth. We're okay, we're okay. Misty goes Stumpy Stump. We gain our Retaliate. We gain our Retaliate. Okay, never mind, that worked out. Once per target per combat? Good question. Let's see. Gemstone Healing. Permanently increase their max HP by 3 when used for the first time each combat. Let's find out. Did that do anything? Did that do something? We're gonna sprout for the redirect, if I'm being entirely honest with you. And then we're gonna break this chicken. We're redirecting the middle attack to us. 50 health to 53. Okay, that did something. So now we're gonna use this on MJM. Do we go to 35 health? No, so it's only the first time we ever use it. Only the first time we ever use it does it work. That's very fair. Very, very fair. Make a cannon. Still really good healing, absolutely. And it will make our redirect tank a lot more powerful, especially since we have it this early. It also means that Misty's regen healing goes up. 35 damage, by the way. Misty's regen healing goes up because of it. Because remember, regen is 5% of her max health. And it still fulfills our normal purpose of just, you know, having poison on the enemy. Nice. I like Misty a lot. This little crocodile of violence is adorable. A talisman. Whenever a buff is applied to this monster, giving the chance to play another... No. Not like that. What are you? This is a void meteorite, a fragment of a dying star that has landed here. They are quite rare. Something must have pulled it here by force. Grant MGM an elemental affinity perk. It will enhance a monster's basic attack to deal damage of the respective element and generate an additional ether of that element. Misty, make an earth affinity, please. Because that's the one that I can see us using the most out of all of them. Oh, you're a soul lantern? A soul lantern! Grant 5 health to a monster. This will be... I mean, Misty as well, right? This is kind of greedy. We should probably put it on MJM because he's incredibly squishy. Like, incredibly squishy, but... For now, we will greed. And then get punished accordingly. Oh, here we go. A merchant. Rare loot drop. A witch. Let's go, merchant. You can use it to supplement the health of the other critters. Can I? Please call me Sirix. What is it? Why'd you come here? When the void opened, I felt it was urgent enough to investigate. Interesting, so you just happened to be in the area? I sensed the opening of the void from quite a distance, actually. No offense, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm being interrogated. Oh, we're just a concerned party asking questions is all. Gonna buy anything? A tome. A rare tome. Ether chance plus 50%. On 50% generate random ether. That's kind of cool. On any action, that might matter. A really cheap monster soul. A hexing harp. We're always buying this, right? We're buying this hexing harp too. And then this is just an upgrade over what we have. It's not a great upgrade, but it's an upgrade. And then 1 random XP. I was hoping it would go to Misty. It did not. That's alright. That means Misty is leveling next combat. Oh, never mind. Next combat is there's a boss right now. Here we go. Whee! Begin with redirect and regen. The world's tiniest heal. Double weakness already. Sick. This doesn't feel like something we need to purge. But I would really like to start, I really want to start viral bursting. Let's go deck of cards. We did not randomize the right things. That's okay. More poison, more weakness. Echo! Beautiful. I'm happy just applying redirect, if I'm being honest. Oh, I really want to Hexing Harp that, though. So here's a Pollen Blast, which is weakness to all targets. Instead of that, can we generate 5 hits? We can generate 5 hits, right? Or do we need to generate 7 hits? We might not be able to generate 7 hits. You know what? Fuck this. No Pollen Blast. Beautiful. Put this on Misty. More poison. We've already sprouted, which we can just summon a Fire Lance now, and then we still can Fire Claw. Fire Lance. Bonk. And here's some more poison. And some more weakness. Can we capture the boss? We already have Afid. And yes, absolutely, you can. We've already done that. Echo's fine. It purges some. That's alright. We live. So Gemstone Healing is done with. And now we're viral bursting. But we want to viral burst after. That means we do not have water. We could viral burst deck of cards. We could viral burst summon Firelands deck of cards. Let's do that. Hiya. We're still getting Pollen Bursted, which is unfortunate. Oh, we don't need to do that. Interesting. Very interesting. I guess we just eat the Pollen Burst then, huh? I suppose. This doesn't purge enough for us to prevent it. Because even if it purged to Earth, which it's not going to. Bleh. Redirect does nothing here. More minions. Firelance! Whee! You want to put the Firelance on a minion that is still left to act, I see. We could have redirected this, honestly. We should have redirected this. There's 3 power now. We're just gonna heal to full and call this. The fight's over. It's got like a billion poison on it. We're just gonna try to heal to full. We fulfilled our optional objectives. Eat. Nifty! Misty also looks so happy. Happy little crocodile. Smiling. Ring Song! Synchronous Healing, Polluted Ether. Consume up to 1 Earth Ether to deal a 6 Earth damage hit and apply 6 poison. Kind of cracked. But on Earth action from an ally applies poison to each enemy. Misty has Earth actions, the Tatzelworm has Earth actions. This triggers for the entire party. We're picking that. Misty! Energizing Strike. 4 times 2 fire wind damage against target enemy. Applies 3 regen to self. Important. This would be the first big thing we get to do where we do something and also still get regen off. Mind you though, we don't need a lot of regen, we just need one regen to exist on us. So our ideal attack is like a 1 or 2 cost, do something, gain 1 regen, right? Thorns, retaliate, trigger earth damage attack against the enemy, free action, nifty, but a bit too early, we need to find things to do. And reactive storm. Fire water damage against all enemies, crit chance, triggers regen on lowest health ally. Considering we're the only one with regen, that will trigger it on us. But that's very, very expensive. We can't afford this. I'm gonna take this energizing strike here. And even that is a bit high cost for my liking. Another hexing harp. Cool, I guess. Double hexing harp. I suppose you'll try to close the void, eh? If at all possible, yes, why? There are some who believe the void to be sacred, and it would certainly try to hinder your progress. Not us, though. The way we see it, the void's just a byproduct of something bigger that happened by the Fractured Ruins. As a concerned party, we're interested to see what will happen next, and as a child of soul, it's certain you have a bigger role to play in this. I see. That's why you've been following me around. Exactly. Something big must happen around you sooner or later. We just know it. I suppose that's true. You don't buy anything. We've already spent quite a lot of money, so we're kind of broke now. Shields all of your monsters for 10. That's kind of sick. I would have liked that. Orb. Skull. Let's go take a monster soul. A random level. Well, random experience. And then envoy, epic, knight. Knight, please. If I was a huge hippo crocodile, yes, of course. What do you mean? But of course. A worm? I don't know. A gigantic hippo crocodile that eats people? Definitely. Imagine my shock, Sirix, when I first arrived here and found the entire Fractured Ruins lost inside the void. Not only that, but the void also threatens all of the good people of Pilgrim's Rest. Maybe even Terraste itself. I'm not quite sure. But I know that I will put a stop to it. Are you sure? It's quite dangerous to be inside the void. Even though you're much more resistant to ether poisoning than humans, the void still dismantles your body the longer you stand in it. Especially the deeper you go. It's best to support from outside, or at most from the void's outer radius. Nonsense! Us monster kin are tougher than you might think, especially me. I don't fear the void should fear me. My sense of heroism doesn't allow me to sit by idly. Also, I don't want to miss out on an opportunity to see the Fractured Ruins as well as the monster deities. Trade in tome, trade in tome, trade in armor. Let's trade in this armor. We have epic drums on support action, ether chance, crit chance, initial weakness. Scepter at the end of turn, apply 1 temporary power and heal self for 6. Minion damage plus 1 water generator. And a salve, minion damage wild conversion water gen. It's the scepter, right? End of turn, heal for 6, also temporary power. It's minion damage, we have a minion, we're not leaning into it, but we have one. Yeah, let's do that. Hey, Yukix, how you doing? Welcome in. Nope, give me that. We'll go south. We find a common scepter. Okay, we've got 2 scuttlers and a book. But can we find a domovoy? Domovoy also interesting, not what I'm looking for though. Couldn't you? Oh, I'm doing fantastic, thank you for asking. I'm doing great. Can I? No. Okay, so we can't find what we're looking for immediately. Are we playing with corruption? We are. Let's go. Well, I'm afraid of the crab now since last time, but let's go kill Crab. We don't have any good access to fire hits outside of a minion hitting it. So killing Crab kind of difficult. And Fire Claws isn't up and running. We're gonna start with... Well, are we gonna start on Gemstone Healing? No, we're not. Middle... We can't take 2 hits to middle. We can Hexing Harp. And we will Hexing Harp. And I will redirect one of these. That is an earth action of an ally. I already forgot about that. Poison, 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 poison. Poison everywhere. And more poison. That's gonna hit the top wall putting. There we go. Alright. How's the game? So far I've got really mixed opinions. Visually, it's fucking beautiful. This is some of the best, like, animated monster collector comet we've ever seen. As far as the gameplay itself goes, I'm incredibly split. Very, very split right now. There's a lot about it that I do not like whatsoever. And I'm trying to not bitch about it. I'm not doing a good job at that. Snack! Oh, what? The combat's incredibly volatile. There's a lot of volatility in it, which means we have, in our first run, had 2 creatures die in 1 hit from an enemy. And mind you, it's permadeath, it's a roguelike, right? So 2 of our creatures just, like our Tatzelworm in the middle here, without any debuffs at full health, got 100 to 0'd by one of these crabs. Out of kind of nowhere. Then in the stage afterwards, one of our Nixie, like main creature, really got hit for 59 crit from 100 to 0. So it's incredibly volatile. The time to kill is kind of bullshit. Kind of incredibly bullshit. And I do not majorly like that. I wish that didn't exist. In a sense, I wish the comet was a bit more brawly than it is. But it's not. It's just incredibly not. Did you check the traits and skills of the enemies? Yes, absolutely. Like, we know why these things happen. We are aware of why they happen. The problem isn't why they happen, the problem is that they happen. I don't believe that stuff like this should exist. I think that if you're dealing with roguelikes, or like video games in general, that major punishing action should derive from like blatant carelessness. Let's say there's a giant red marker on the ground that you refuse to move out of because you want to finish casting a fireball. I think it's totally fair that you get one shot by the fucking fireball, right? Enemy has stacked a singular buff on it last turn. That's not like a big scary boss buff. It's just a single buff that it has that is widely available throughout the game. And now one of you is going to die with no available counterplay, not no possible counterplay, no currently available counterplay, is not a mechanic that I want in the games that I play. I'm trying to be careful about phrasing it because, you know, like, there's different takes on this. And there's different levels of this being okay or not being okay. And it depends on what you like in your video games, obviously. But, my god, is it volatile. Incredibly volatile. What would be the benefit of crafting another Wolpertinger memento? Oh, we never crafted a Wolpertinger memento. That's it, right? That's what it would be. Geomonster shares sorry tubs? What is that? Sorry, what does that mean? We can't purge ether in a way that matters, so we're not going to. Honestly, I'm tempted to deck for like no reason. This does nothing to us. It just heals them, right? We can just accept that existing. Just accept that existing. We're letting the poison tick through. This will do enough. Each month have 3... Have 3 what? Sorry, I might be a bit stupid, Yuki. Types! Types. No, Yuki, I appreciate you trying to help me. You don't need to explain the basic game to me. I've played, like, the closed alpha. Like, I've played this for a while. I do appreciate the attempt. The types. You're trying to teach me about synergy and about how to build. This is not my concern. I'm not worried about difficulty. I'm not worried about oh, I can't beat this. This is not what we're talking about. I'm talking about a general design aspect of the game, a philosophy upon which the game is based. Not about it being too difficult or about like, my team doesn't do this thing. No matter what your team is, Aethermancer has very low time to kill. In turns expressed, there are fights that have a very low TTK. That is a design decision by the dev team. This isn't like a difficulty thing. It's some games want to be hyper volatile. I think you can think of shooters. It's much more easier if you think of shooters, right? Like an FPS. Do you want an enemy to like take a lot of bullets before they go down, or do you want combat to be hyper lethal? Would you like to like do this, do that, do that? I want to say I disagree with, but that's just the way that the game works. I do not like the hyper volatility of this. I do not like that. We had an enemy Naga with one singular 4-stack just hit us for 59, right? That shit's, in my opinion, that's bullshit. We had the Crab one-tap a Tatzelworm from full. In my opinion, that's bullshit. Not every game needs to be made the way that I like it to be. That's why I want to be careful with how I phrase things. These are design decisions based in the like core of the game that I don't like. Flat out do not like. The combat itself, if we remove them, the combat itself is fucking sick. I love the ether generation aspects. I love the way that monsters interact with one another. I absolutely adore the way that like the traits interact, right? Like all of this is so cool. Like this synergy building, this, oh, I've got toxic here, so now I have regen there, and the regen there interacts with my third monster, and that makes the first one trigger this. It's, all of this is so nifty. And all of it yearns for a combat that takes longer than 2 fucking turns. And yet, everything about the way the game actually plays seems, whether that's the original intention or not, seems designed to push you towards either kill them immediately or they kill you immediately. I'm not going back into the corruption mechanic. We've talked about corruption enough today. But it's another thing that seems designed to want you to not deal with any of it and just say, I kill you turn 1 and then I move on. How can I find the most degen bullshit is interesting, but it's not how I want to play. So, between that and like the hyper volatility, it begs the question, how many different squads are valid to build, and how many different squads are actually fun to build? And I don't have an answer. I haven't played enough, right? There are people like on the Discord, people are part of the testing team, the developers obviously themselves, that have played a lot more of Aethermancer than I have. I just have played too much Monster Sanctuary, which is a different beast entirely. That can answer that question more thoroughly than someone that has only been very, very casual. Like even with the closed testing, I've been like really, really hyper casual. I barely put in like 40 hours, I think. Like I'm pretty sure we're like sub 40 hours. What difficulty are you playing on? This is my second run in the current live version only. So I haven't even seen the option to change difficulty yet, which means we're just flat out on normal. Earth Bolt! 1 × 9, ooh, big hit. Against target enemy consumes all Earth Ether plus 4 damage plus 1 poise damage for each. Fundamentally, I like stuff like this. Wrong area to pop up in. I think the Ether part is something that we're going to be focusing on a lot less, but interesting. Healing Brew, we've seen that earlier for Ether generation. Really, really cool. Snowmark. I don't really care about Snowmark here. This is the first time we're rerolling. Water Bolt, the equivalent to water. Toxic Healing! Hi. But we also have Water Charm back. Water Charm was really cool last time. I enjoyed this a lot. I feel like the main difficulty is finding the balance between scaling difficulty and making fights matter. This is what I've been saying, right, Mano? It's an impossibly difficult balancing act. It's incredibly fucking difficult to balance something like this. And I entirely see your point. You want to find a way to make combat matter. You want to find a way to scale up combat over time to make it matter even later. You don't want your players to just outpace the enemy. You want the gameplay to be meaningful, right? And how do you do that? The cheapest, easiest way, and mind you, this is not going to make the game better. This is worse. But the cheapest and easiest way is to say, hey, we 5x every health bar, and we like minus 25% all damage in the game. Now your fights last longer and are higher time to kill and less one-shotty. Are people gonna enjoy that more? No. I am, but is the player base that you're aiming for, are they going to enjoy that more? I doubt it. Everything's now grindy, the combat is now... the combat now takes longer, that's all it does, right? The combat now takes longer. I believe that if combat takes longer, more actions need to be taken and more of those actions might matter. You're trying to have your players make meaningful decisions, right? Because that's what's fun about video games. If you want to boil it down to the bottom line, the fun thing about video games is making a meaningful choice. Like, if I as a player move up instead of down and that up turns out to be a good thing, then I like that a lot. Cool, I did a thing. And if combat goes out longer, you have a chance to make more of those meaningful decisions. But then you run the risk of making combat too grindy, take too long, players needing to make more non-meaningful decisions, just like auto-pressing the same attack. If you've ever played any Final Fantasy, you've probably run into the problem... Sorry, if you've ever played any of the old Final Fantasies, you've probably run into the issue of like, well, I just cast Thundaga every turn anyway. When is this finally going to be over? That's something you're trying to avoid. And we're going to pick up Water Charm because I don't think we have the Ether generation for the big one, but I want the big one instead. It's fucking difficult. It's just fucking difficult. I'm the guy who came up with the current corruption implementation here, by the way. I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. I'm sorry that I hate your mechanic viscerally. I'm sorry that I absolutely, like, I can't stress this enough. I fucking hate this. But I see what you're trying to do with it, right? That's the important thing. I'm not a game designer. I'm the furthest away from a game designer you can possibly be, right? Like, I'm not a creative, I'm a lawyer. I'm awful. But I can see why what it's trying to accomplish. I can see what it's trying to do. I think it doesn't do that. But I'm not a dev. Like, what do I know? The greater vision behind it is something that's not me. Even the development project that I'm involved in, big quotation marks, fuck it, I'm not a developer. Even there, the only thing I do is I have the actual creative people yell things at me and then I give them my opinion on what I think that does. Like, I'm just a wall to be talked at. I'm just literally the rubber duck, right? That's all I offer in that regard. It's not like I have the experience to go like, oh yeah, this will do well. I know what I like. And on streaming with the 2 people that have chosen to watch me for whatever reason, I try to be incredibly vocal about the things that I like. Whether those are the good things or the bad things, who knows? Who fucking knows, right? For Christ's sake, I like Final Fantasy VIII, so feel free to disregard anything I'll ever say. Underlevels without enough items, soft-locked in a late-game dungeon. Rough. Kello's having a back and forth with his enemy no matter the game, even if his preferred style is turtling and dots. Yes, no, absolutely. I love doing things, then the enemy does something, then I do something, then they do something, etc, etc, etc. I'm a control player. For Christ's sake, I play Esper Control and Magic. I'm the person that doesn't get invited to Magic games because, God forbid, I would like to last them longer than a turn. Something we have to take a look at is what players yearn, because our runtime is already quite high, and maybe by increasing the health pool we could reduce this need for fast combat, but we would have maybe have to reduce the general amount of combats. What's a game I can like pull quick comparisons to? Sorry, we're idling on this screen for a second. What was it I just played? Hold up. My memory is dog shit. Congratulations. Come on, where are ya? Shape of Dreams. I just played a bit of Shape of Dreams, right? Shape of Dreams is like an action-based roguelike thing, and the runtime in Shape of Dreams is pretty middling, right? Like, it's okay. But you can very quickly see your version of the game where the runtime is like 3 to 4 hours, and you go like, oh, high runtime roguelikes are difficult to fuck with, right? They're really difficult. They're difficult to stream. Because like, hey, I can get like half a run in per stream. Oh no, what do I do now? And they're also difficult to play for a lot of people that like roguelikes as a quick one and done, as a quick like in between, like, hey, I have an hour of time, let me go. Play Blue. Blue, Black, White, it's worse than that, Yuki. Like, I don't like counter spells, don't get me wrong, but I do like board interaction. I do like, hey, I kill this. Hey, this goes away. Hey, this goes away. I like interaction. I like interaction back and forth. I hate on it enough myself. Remember, just because you've made something that people don't like doesn't mean that people don't like you. Okay? It's hard to try to balance this, right? The only thing that I can say is I do not like fast combat like this. I don't. Every fiber of my being wants to just pick up shields and just go, all right, we're gonna be here for half an hour. Shield, retaliation, spikes. You hit me, I don't take damage, I hit you back. Hey, Toby, how you doing? Stuff like this, right? Like every fiber of my being wants to do that. And after the first half of our run, I was convinced, oh, that's just what we're doing now, screw this. We're just playing shield runs now. However, now that we've run into like the third act, I don't know whether we can even do that. Like, yeah, I can take like 30 shields and that's it, because shielding is limited to half your health. And then they're still gonna hit me for 60. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Right? Shielding tries to substitute the enemy's mechanics with your own. That's what turtling does in almost any game. I usually play turn-based tactics, right? Like grid-based shit. What you do in turtling strats is you're trying to let the enemy play their mechanic, but your mechanic of just tanking up supersedes that, right? I stack enough shields to disregard what you're doing. If the enemy prevents you from doing that, either through like armor piercing stuff or through like skills that hit harder if you have armor, things that strip armor entirely and then hit you, and then that counters your strategy, and that's bad because there's no counterplay to counterplay. But if you're successful in setting up your turtle, then what the enemy does doesn't matter anymore. In a PvP game, that's really bad because one side will always feel awful. In a PvE game like this, who gives a shit what the AI feels about this, right? I don't know how I feel about it in this because I haven't done enough runs yet and I haven't like actually tried to get into that yet, but I want to play like the slow, meticulous route, and nothing I've yet seen supports this, even though I've seen shields, I've seen retaliation, I've seen regeneration, I've seen all of the hallmarks of, oh, I should be able to do something like this. But no enemy that we've run into so far like seems to support any of this. It's all just like, no, you die. I don't know about that. We kind of have to balance between Balatro and magic, especially some combos. Poison right now can go crazy and give you a Balatro-like experience, where you just go ding, 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 done. Yeah. Completely depends on how crazy some things go. That makes sense. Stuff like Sidekick feels more like MTG. Sidekick feels really rampy, right? Like you build Sidekick, and then like you try to combo off with other creatures. It's weird, right? So when you think of a dot build, when you think of like damage over time, like poison, the first associations that people always have with dots is stalling. You apply dots to the enemy, and then you either kite, or you tank, or you like damage mitigate, you take yourself away from the enemy for long enough for the dots to do the job. That's usually the association that come with dots. The problem is that that stall aspect doesn't work here, right? Like I can give my opponent, I can go like crazy on the dot stacks, and I can give my opponent like 60 poison and then they all die, cool. But the other natural association doesn't really work, right? It's weird. It's really weird. Especially because whenever we talk about damage over time, we talk about how do dots actually work. There are two types of dot functionalities that you usually see. Well, there's three types of dot functionality you usually see. There is, dots are a lingering time bomb that need to be triggered by something. We see this here, we have a bunch of traits that say, hey, trigger poison on enemy. That's one way. And then the other two ways are quite simple. Dots trigger at the start of one's turn, dots trigger at the end of one's turn. every game where dots trigger at the start of a turn, dots are now incredibly powerful by default. No matter what you do, a dot will now be incredibly, incredibly powerful. Why? Because a high enough dot stack can negate your turn. If you have 50 poison, but 10 HP, you are not going to be taking your turn, or the enemy isn't going to take their turn. One of the two things. If dots tick at the end of your turn, then dots are already much, much less powerful and require some other kind of play, right? Like, you need to prevent your enemy still punching you. They might still go out in a blaze of glory, taking one of yours with them as they slowly succumb to the illness. I really like dot builds. And every game that we have dots ticking at the end of a turn, I go like, yeah, maybe we play something else. Maybe we play something else. Aethermancer obviously takes the route of dots happening at the start of turn, which means if you can somehow infinite your way into enough dot stacks on an enemy very, very quickly, you don't have to concern yourself with the aftermath. They now die. Cool. Problem solved. So you never need to do anything but dot stacking. You just need to get there. You just need to get to that critical mass, right? I kind of want to push for some dodge X poison maverick traits. I don't know what to do with dodge yet, I'm gonna be honest. Dodge looks incredibly interesting. I've never seen, hey, dodge only works on every second hit. That's nifty. But I don't know, I haven't seen enough around the dodge mechanic yet. But there's a lot of like damage mitigation there, huh? You can do a lot with it. I reckon you can do a lot with dodge. I need to see like some supporting talents with it. But by itself, dodge is already kind of 50% damage reduction, right? Unless the skill has an odd number of hits, then it isn't. But it's already damage mitigation, in a way. We'll see. Let's for now put a trait on MGM. For every 3 consumed regen stack, apply power to the ally with the least amount of power. We don't consume regen. We consume regen on Misty, but that's about it. There's Sleight of Hand again, Poison Glance. I would love to pick up Poison Glance on exactly Misty and not on MGM. On the MGM, this is a really cool trait, but we have about 3 health and he dies in a breeze. So we're picking up Sleight of Hand for just crits. I don't like Sleight of Hands. Want to play a dodge build now? Once I've seen enough dodge talents, I kind of want to build one too, because I think it's inherently interesting with how it interacts with the environment. I haven't found my target. Unfortunately, we have not found our target, so we hope we find it in the next stage. We need to roll into 2 fire in order to make that hit worthwhile. And I think the Grimoire I'm okay with, like, letting live for a turn. Grimoires get real scary once all ether has been consumed, and Shamblers obviously make that a lot easier with wilds. But I believe we could be fine here. Bottom Shambler doesn't matter for now. We do have Fire Claws. So no matter what happens, we're Fire Clawing this guy. Like, no matter what. Beautiful. What target? I want a Gargoyle. I'm trying to Memento a Gargoyle. We have one blank Memento left, and I'm trying to find a Gargoyle for it. Cool thing as a dev is that even I, who has some hundreds of hours in the game, still didn't play all the different builds. That helps with the days where you go, oh god, is our game good enough? Just being able to like find something else to figure out, right? Just like set up something different. I can see that. I can totally see that. It's hard. Like, this is something that I said earlier. In a game that deals with team building like this, right? That deals with team building. It's incredibly difficult because the amount of combinations exceed anything you could conceivably play in your lifespan, right? Like, Aethermancer goes into early access with how many creatures? Hold up. Do we have this on store page? We go into early access with 20, 40? 20, 30, 40? Something like that? I want to say it's like 20 something. 20, 30? I don't know. Let's assume 30. With 28 monsters and each has a shiny. Sick. Wait, what? We have shinies. Cool. So we go into combat with like 28 monsters, right? Someone do math for me real quick. Someone do like some cute math, please. How many different combinations can you make out of 28 monsters if you combine 3 of them like together? Because it's a lot. The answer is, for those of you not mathematically inclined like myself, it's a lot. Good luck fucking playtesting this. You can playtest concepts that are more broadly applicable across all your monsters that you've made, obviously, but yeah, no, this shit hard then, right? 27,000 different teams. Yeah, okay. There you go, there you go, there you go. Good luck. Chinese have different elements. Oh, that's actually hype. Hold up, that's actually really cool. Did you get all the what, Yuki? Sorry? Chinese change 1 element and 1 type normally, so we have around 56 monsters. I personally wouldn't. I don't think any normal player would qualify that as a different monster. It's kind of. I had a rant about this yesterday. With Digimon, right? A shit ton of Digimon are just recolors that they give a different name to. That's not a different monster. Fuck you. That's just a recolor. Almost from bio. No, Yuki. Second run. Second run. Second run. You might realize I'm talking too much. This is a recurring problem. I am talking a lot and not playing a lot. Someone bloody remind me, we do have fatal upkeep, so that's dead now. Front Shambler down. I repeat, front Shambler down, front Shambler down. We do need to gemstone heal, because we're just stacking max health now. Cool, beautiful. Do love that, like a lot actually. Okay, math time. 4 times 7. And you're going to hit top lane with that. We don't have redirect up, and we can't have redirect up this turn. Does that 7 already factor in the power stack or no? I'm gonna say no. So this is just 32 damage. Which means we live. It fucking hurts, but we do live. Never mind. It's another +4. So we take 36. You're lucky with memento finding. We didn't find a single memento. Nothing. The next 6 months you will tune into a care stream is either him yelling at horse girls or ranting about how he still has no shiny gargoyle. Who doesn't want 3 Ogremon color variations taking up the slots in Time Strangers? Right, Link, right. I haven't looked at the Time Stranger roster and I'd appreciate no spoilers about it. But that's not a spoiler, like that's just how Digimon works, huh? I'm killing this book. I really don't like this. I know why this works mechanically. I know why the poison stacks go onto it while we apply it, because it's our target and everything resolves at the same time. But I really detest the fact that all of the poison went to a creature that is already dead by attack resolution. And here, this is what I mean. So now I'm taking corruption because like I just took all of that damage. What was I supposed to do? We're now actively being punished for shit because of the way that combat resolves. Nifty. Really cool. However, we are on double fire, which means we can break it. Break. God, I love the crit staggers. There's our weakness stacks. We don't need to sprout again. I only have 1 memento. The memento goes to Gargoyle. There is the trigger off of... Yeah, and there goes the poison. Okay, cool. Passive or active corruption skills. Yes, absolutely, Yuki, you're right. The problem is I don't believe in trying to force this into every single build. In reality, what I'm going to do, and I wanted to do it for this run already, I'm from here on out just going to play with corruption turned off. I just forgot to turn it off for this run. Cool that the ability to turn it off exists. That's nifty. But I just flat out don't like it existing whatsoever. So I'm just not gonna play with it if I don't have to. It's not fun whatsoever. Retaliate, generate random ether. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. This is cool, but also, this doesn't work with the rest of the team. The rest of the team right now is trying to stack poison through action. And then we're trying to keep Misty to tank and get healed. And off of that healing, we're trying to stack poison. That's the idea. The idea necessarily doesn't revolve around minions. It's just one of the skills Misty has. If we were more minion heavy, if we were on like a Sphinx or something, I'd like this a lot. This is cool as all hell. Safeguard is pretty poor as well. I think we're just going to pick Return to Ether. We're going to get at least one Retaliate off anyway. That means Retaliate replaces itself minimum. A skill reroll. Nifty. And then we'll see whether that has an impact or it doesn't. Over here. Up, up, up. We don't have access to Earth, so the initial strike on the Wolpertinger does nothing. We do not have good access to Wind. We do have Energizing Strike, but there's no world in which we cast Energizing Strike. The only thing we're reliably casting ever is really Fire, and then we can stun the Nosferatu out. Okay, so breaking this team is going to be incredibly difficult. Love the Domo. Look at this little soup gremlin. He's so cool. God, the monster design in this is sick. Like, I just, oh, look at, So, this is the thing, right? Just look at the screen. And like, look at the screen like without me being on there, right? Look at this. This is so fucking sick. Every single creature, every single movement of every single creature. The skill animations, the the normal hit animations by themselves, the Mandragora we had last run, like diving underground, coming up. All of this is so fucking cool. The UI design is nifty. It's not designed for VTubers to exist, unfortunately, so hey. Unfortunately, there's no space to put a VTuber on this. Boo. But this game is fucking gorgeous. Fucking gorgeous. Domo is based on Eastern European legends. We had people explain this in chat earlier, Yuki, absolutely. I love the idea of like the little house spirit like helping cooking stew. And then if you piss it off it, like, you know, give it some milk. Give it some milk. He's worked really hard. He deserves it. He deserves it. Please. Like, I hate having to cover up this Wolpertinger, but like I need to exist on this screen, unfortunately. Selfish broadcaster. Awful. Awful. But if anything, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Aethermancer has a lot of other, like, cool things about it. I'm just currently being really critical about design decisions, because, I don't know, I ate something wrong today. If anything, this game is fucking gorgeous. So fucking gorgeous. There's a reason why I saw Nixie and immediately fell in love with the bloody thing. Okay, it also does dots. It dots and it heals. Two of my favorite things, but there's a reason I saw it and was like, oh. And that reason is with deck. We could be really annoying about this. Can we, like, you don't get your cooking stack, we just Hexing Harp here? No, we never Hexing Harp here, right? We leech into... Who's eating the poison stack? Is it the Domovoy? It is the Domovoy, right? You know what? Let's do this instead. Let's do this instead. And then... Oh no, we don't get to do that. No, wait, we have Fatal Upkeep. We have Fatal Upkeep. Never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. We're on Fatal Upkeep. We're on Fatal Upkeep. Goodbye. All monsters are based on different legends around the world. Wolpertinger I'm personally familiar with. Like, goddamn Germans, I swear. Immer diese Deutschen. Fürchterlich. Fürchterlich. Need to go to bed. Good night. Yuki, thank you for dropping in. I hope you have a wonderful rest. Thank you so much for being here. Let's go Sprout. Oh god, what time is it? Holy shit, it's midnight. We've got 2 hours overtime. Oops. Oops. I don't get to disregard what the enemy's doing here, unfortunately, right? We do not. You act first, you lava soup us, that's okay. And then leeching strike, that's okay too. It's all hitting Misty. That means we gemstone healing next turn. We do need to get a gemstone healing out. We do need one. This poisons the Wolpertinger. Weakness, weakness. That makes that a lot better. And then we just Viral Burst. Wait, Viral Burst could do so much here. One of these crits, we're home free. Fucking delicious. I still have the Steifwall, putting a plush from 30 years ago in the house. It doesn't get more German than that. Damn, Link, that's so cool. Oh, that's such a nifty little keepsake. Okay, now we need to gemstone for the perma. And I believe we're leaving Misty at that. The next couple of gemstone healings are all going to go into MJM. Obviously not this turn, but on future turns. Generates water, fire, earth, earth. That means we could Viral Burst afterwards? Yes. None! Heal for 8. Heal for 8, feel great. Gods. 2 XP. Slime Volley Chain Lightning. Apply 5 poison to... Hello? Oh. 2 times 6 fire wind. Additionally deal 1/8 damage to enemy with lowest health that didn't receive additional damage this way yet. Oh. Oh, cool. Incredibly cool, actually. I think we're going Earth Ritual, but... nifty. Missy's more than twice MGM's HP. Yep. Blank Memento! We got a Blank Memento. We got another Memento. So now we go Mementothlan Fusion. And I haven't played Memento, I have no idea how that archetype works. There's a cook, an envoy. We have not dealt with the cook yet. Let's go meet the cook. Zoop. I'm afraid. Mern.
Hello, little crappies.
Crappies! Well, what do we have here? Another one of those ghastly void creatures. I'm an Aethermancer, actually. My name is Sirix. I mean you no harm. An Aethermancer. Your kind doesn't come around Pilgrim's Rest often, do they? They have a giant spoon! They have a giant spoon! Mern is now my favorite character. By a lot. Or at least they don't show up at my restaurant anyhow. That would make sense. Our kind doesn't eat or drink. How ghastly. Well, I suppose we won't have much to talk about then. Goodbye, sir. Unless those monsters of yours happen to have a better appetite than you do. Certainly. What do you have in mind, chef? Oh, you can call me Mern. My dishes will bring the best out of your monsters. I just know it. If they can stomach it, that is. I never hold back on my spices, you see. I see. You make my monster stronger, but at a price. Seems risky. Risky? Risk's the most important spice of life. Ha! A thick cloud of steam envelops Mern, its origin a sizzling hot pan filled with glowing food. Now this will give your monsters a real kick. I call it the memory vegetable stew. It'll bring back some nice memories as well as some corruption, but that's normal. The best memories are bittersweet. Okay, MJM gains random XP 2 through 4 at the cost of 7 corruption. Oh. 2 through 4. I want to level Misty. Misty! We're gonna just cleanse 5. No, we're taking this. Misty has gained 4 XP. Sick. We have Nature Guard. Heals all allies for 2 times 6. Applies redirect to self. Permanently increases max health by 2 when used for the... You keep doing this, huh? Didn't find a cool gargoyle clip Rilf sent to me once, but I sent you something else regarding gargoyle per PN. Ooh. Ooh, hold up, hold up, hold up. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful, Mano. I love it. Absolutely love it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, God. Kirk is seen as the most broken NPC by some. We will have to see what the data says. Interesting. So the trade corruption for... Well, does Myrn do anything else? Because, for example, a knight, he gives you an item or sometimes he trades you an item, right? So is there another function that we randomly can stumble into that isn't just experience? Because 4 experience is a lot. And the corruption price doesn't seem particularly awful. Wait, no, we found her in a... No, we didn't. You can also give you a perk. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of sick. Understandable why. Can improve or give new equipment. Yeah, that's the 2 modes that we found so far. Yeah, just getting a perk would be crazy as well. Fire Charm plus 2 region to target ally. Cool. Blossoming Strike. Oh, Blossoming Strike is sick too. I think we're going Nature Guard. That's all I have for now, but I'll whip up something new by the time we meet again. Your monsters won't go hungry as long as I'm in the void. Hell yeah. No gargoyle here either. Many gargoyles, no gargoyle. Where's my goyle? Shit, oh, there's a... Not nightmare, what are they called? I forgot its name. No what's happening? We start with a Shambler. I'm now incredibly afraid of Shamblers. An early witch can make a run, especially on Mythic, way easier. If you can find a key perk to go off, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Because otherwise you're trying to ramp to that point, right? We're starting on Nature Guard. Oh, I had not realized what I just did. Of course it heals all allies and therefore it triggers Nixie. I forgot about that. I have to admit I always skip it because I see it every day, but it's so cool that people read it. Well, I'm meeting these people for the first time, right? So the first time I meet them, the first time I see new dialogue, of course I want to read them. Later down the line, if you're playing a roguelike, you're gonna skip everything, right? Like once you've seen an event once you've exhausted events, yeah, you're just gonna skip everything. But the period of time where you still find all of these new things, I really enjoy that part. So yeah, I just wanna like sit through them and like see what everyone's cooked up for them, right? Because these NPCs should matter to you to a way. The power gaming way would just be to disregard, absolutely. But like, yeah, you know, we're deck of carding here. Siphon! Hello, Siphon. How you doing? Rewarded! Get clawed, idiot! Nice. Okay. Okay. We're taking slightly less damage now. So Misty's gonna take that hit. That's 16 stacks for the matter of... What was its name again? God, I keep forgetting its name. Was it called Mephisto? I want to say it's called Mephisto. It is called Mephisto. Okay, never mind. Schadenfreude. And now we are going to die. We are not going to die. Sup? Cool. Cool. Next up, we do still need to sprout for one, right? God, that's so much setup, though. That is so much setup. I feel like now we've been too greedy. I'm just setting up, I'm not executing. Death is no escape? I mean... Only in death does duty end, right? We're gonna... Can I harp this? Harp would have to eat exactly 1 earth. But I can already see that pressing harp doesn't do that because it previews it, right? Oh no, it does now. Yeah, let's go. Let's go harp. I really don't want to... They have 5 wild ether. I can't fucking read. That never mattered. That's why it didn't do anything there. Okay. Fair. That's on me. Hito. Because you can get so much HP right now. There was a bug where the text wraps by accident. That's beautiful. Good night, Thana. Thank you for being here. Stay safe, okay? Okay, Book now becomes really scary. Actually, everyone's now really scary. But Book now has access to Book skill. Reset Ether, yeah. Here it is. Our first look at Unleashed Tome. Oh, never mind. No look at Unleashed Tome. It doesn't tell us what this is, but we'll have to figure this out for ourselves. Can I kill this book while also casting Gemstone Healing? That is the question. The book's already dead. Never mind. The book has already fallen. The gates are down. The enemy is already upon us. 'Tis over. 'Tis over. Hiya. How nice of you to reset your Stagger threshold. We should probably change the preview for Grimoire. Well, I, as a player that hasn't, like, I haven't played with Grimoire yet, right? Like, I have not seen this before, except in one of the previews. I don't know what its 3 random actions are, but if it's random, I get it. That it's not showing you what it is, you're about to be hit by something, you can't tell what it is. Grimoire is dead, and the Shambler, they're all dead to poison, which means we get to gain free 1 max HP. I've done that before, huh? No, I hadn't. There we go. Free max HP. Nifty. It's from a random selection of 3. Ah, I see. That makes it really scary as an enemy. Poison glands. Once again, can I please get this on Misty? Thank you. Whenever an ally is healed to full health, cleanses to corruption from them. Cool. Apply to power to each ally. I think we just go cleanse corruption, right? Then again, Ascension does a lot for us at the moment. It's going to be too slow to trigger for our current setup, I believe. This is too slow to us to trigger right now, but cleanse corruption helps. Let's go cleanse corruption. Nom? A heroic horn. Heroic horn. How many souls do we have? We have 4 souls? Okay. 4 souls is fine. Misty gains 1 XP! God, I don't like these being random. Honestly, the random experience drops being random feels lackluster. Still no Goyle, huh? Is there a Goyle done? Aye? This must be Torment's blessing, a desperate attempt by the fortress's final commander to defend the Holy City against Goldland's army. Witness the result of Commander Torment's experience with the dark arts. By submerging an equipment in these cursed waters, it grows stronger, but at a price. Torment's blessing allows you to grant a special upgrade to one of your monster's equipments. You may choose from one of 3 rare affixes, but the equipment also gains a curse affix, which can never be removed. Okay. Ether chance plus 50, corruption chance 25. So what is that? Just on random action? Yeah, on action chance to apply corruption. Poison hit 25. Wow. Wild generator is funky, but I think we're just gonna take the poison hit. Oh, that's crazy. Oh. Huh. Right, on action. I'm being scary. I'm being scared. We're gonna go towards the gargoyle! Finally! There you are. I finally found you. Now, I must break you. Oh god. We're starting with lightning shield, huh? Okay. We're starting with lightning shield. This is great. This is fantastic. Let's not start with lightning shield, shall we? Let's not do that. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? We can capitalize on that next turn. This turn, we're just taking poison. And also hitting this book. Tatzelworm. God, I love this Tatzelworm. It's a shame that he has about 3 HP. Punch! Super Sentai Gargoyle will never not be a fantastic design decision. The animations, dude. The animations. Look at them! Ah! When you see the creatures in, like, your creature game actually feel alive, this is the sick part. That's what all of this does. That's what the, like, the cool attack animations, the taking damage animation, that's what all of this does. It makes them feel alive. And that adds so much to a fucking creature collector. So, so, so much. It's incredible how much that does. You're gonna get Energizing Struck. And then we're gonna viral boist the gargoyle into oblivion. You're mine now, you can now leave. Thank you. Viral burst is very fun. Reminds me a bit of an early creature in Cassette Beast. I forgot what it was called. It was a Kamen Rider bug. The Boog ring song. Yes, the Boog. Absolutely. We're gonna try to just do the max health thing now. So MJM goes to 40 max health. You're gonna hit top for a gazillion, right? 4 times 8? Yes, a gazillion. Conservative estimate. So why not just hit Misty for like 4 million? Cool, cool, cool. Oh, wait. You're not hitting anyone. This crits. We just crit. Whatever. We got all of our scaling out. We got all of our max HP gain out this round. Nifty. Hippo Crocodile? Love it. Absolutely love it. I want to get back into the next area. I want to see all of the other creatures. There's Poison Glands. What was I talking about? If this monster has not used a free action in its turn yet, it can use any summoning actions. What? What? Huh? Huh? What? Galundia, sleep well, okay? Stay safe at work tomorrow, and thank you for being here. I want to play a summon build at one point. We're taking the poison thing now, but damn do I want to play a summon build now. Oh, no, I'm stuck. Chain! We're not going to do anything with that. But I'm going to take this money. And then up. Up, 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 up. And we're going to be fighting around the frog. Nosferatu? Okay. Do we have to fire ether? We do not. We do not. Can we change that? We could... No, we're out of deck, right? I think we're out of deck. We're not out of deck, but we're about to be out of deck. To power, that's not it. Is that alright? I believe that's just okay, right? What if we hit the Notcheroof Mephisto in its cute little face, and then we just hit it hard? The Domovoy starts cooking. And both attacks go into Misty. Sudden Splish! There's Terror. Terror from Schadenfreude, right? We apply Poison. Wonderful. This is just a kill. But it doesn't have to be just a kill. We can also just Toxic Slash and stun it. Like, we don't have to rely on killing this turn. Does this prevent us from doing anything else? It prevents us from Nature's Guarding, which we weren't going to do. So we can Energizing Strike pretty comfortably. And then what? Then do what? You know what? No. All the Mephisto is doing is normal attacking. I can live with a normal attack on a Mephisto. Let's put this into Stagger. Let's... This does not give us Redirection. I would like a Redirection right now. Would I? All the Redirection does is it eats the top attack, right? It eats this one. We need 2 Redirection to also eat the Lava Soup. Lava Soup sounds delicious. You can eat it once. Something we still have to add, but it's kind of a hidden feature already, is that you can change your follower monster by pressing 4, 5, and 6. One of the numbers... Ooh! Okay, we're having Misty Fallouts in a second. So, in the next patch, we'll now get the ability that every monster has an overworld traversal ability. In the patch afterwards, we're going 2D side-scroller again, and then we do play Monster Sanctuary too. Oh, enemies attack in a random order? Shit, I thought they attacked from top to bottom. Never mind. In that case, I don't know whether this does shit nor fuck for us, huh? Huh. Constantly thinking about if we should add that in the preview. What, the monster changes, or the fact that monsters attack differently? What do you mean? Because I know from Rill and Conan that too many people are already complaining about not getting Monster Sanctuary 2. I don't know whether that wouldn't be... Oh, the attack order. I would like to know the attack order, especially if, like, I can very easily see a world where you have to rely on the enemy attack order to go your way, or, like, one of your monsters dies. I would really like to know it. Hell, it might even change every turn, whatever, right? But, like, knowing it does a lot. Fuck it, we're sprouting and we're gonna see what happens. We're sprouting and we'll see what happens. Wait, what? Why did the symbol for poison glands just pop up? What? Retaliate. Triggers when this monster is attacked or receives non-attack damage. Actions that grant retaliate effects last until your next turn. We didn't burn! We received burn damage. That's why it triggered. Mystery solved. Never mind. Never mind, everyone, go on. There we go. And now MGM has some level of health. We want the Domovoy to go first. The Domovoy is going first, so we eat the soup. We eat the soup. It is delicious. We get slapped for fucking 17. Yikes. And now, the end. Cool. We need to kill like so... Oh, no, wait. We need to kill like so many things that we're not killing, huh? That hurts. That hurts. That's just 48 damage. And then applies 4 affliction to target enemy and self. Wow. Kind of cracked. Hailstorm. I should not have placed Nature's Guard. I think we need to Energizing Strike, otherwise we have a problem. Or we needed to Energizing Strike, otherwise we have a problem. I would really like you to not be able to do that anymore. Okay, that's out. We kill the Mephisto. Never mind, we miss all of the attacks on the Mephisto. It's still dead. It's still dead to poison. And then we hit the Domovoy for regen. Yeah, we're fine. Getting a comment log is soon getting fulfilled properly. Yeah. A comment log will help a lot. There was a game we played a while ago. This is also a sponsored stream, so everyone beware of that always. Called... I will remember what this is called. I talked about it recently, very recently actually. Cardamon. Cardamon is also a monster collector roguelike, but it's an auto-battler. And Cardamon's singular problem, which kind of makes the game unplayable unfortunately, is that at no point can you ever tell what the fuck is going on. Because, like... Aethermancer isn't at that point where that many things are happening, but it's also not that far away from that. But in Cardamon, a billion things are happening at any given time, and you can never tell what's going on like ever. Comment log would be sick. What's the easiest way to hit this without... Actually, you know what? The easiest way to hit this without dying to... or without taking damage from burn is just to do this. And then we normal attack because that doesn't trigger burn. I like burn, by the way. Many games struggle to differentiate between burn and poison. Burn is fire damage, poison is like some other damage type, but in reality they both work the same. I absolutely adore that poison is dot damage and burn is dot damage, but burn only triggers if you consume ether. That is so fucking cool. Also, hello Plague. Frog. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? Absolutely. How much money do I have right now? How much money do I have right now? If I go out of this, I can check, right? How much money do I have right now? Inventory, maybe? Am I blind? Am I stupid or something? Oh. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. I've looked at it a million times. What do you mean, Karen? I've looked at that like, I don't know how many times. And I just flat out forgot that it's there. Then I played dumb. Yeah, superb. Demonstrating his expert gaming skills, Karen I momentarily forgets how basic UI functions work. Do you want to be mad at this again? Let's be mad at epic loot drops again, shall we? Let's just go be mad. At this point, like, this is my own fault now. We actually got something from it for once? What? A lance converts the element of the first hit of each attack into wild damage. Wild damage +4. Debuff mitigation +1. Evasion 10%. Regen healing +2. Okay. Fuck. Okay. High ground next to my boss fight, you don't say. Let's go. Alexa sleepy and started to misremember base UI. Yeah, that's what it is. Tides of the Void water. Alright. No water. That's gonna make this incredibly weird. We're just eating normal attacks for this turn. We're both out of, like, we're out of both Hexing Harps. What a fucking shame. What we're not out of is starting to buff. Might as well, right? We could go Fire Lance, or we could start on Energizing. We're starting on Energizing Strikes. Nom 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 nom. sick. I love that. Misty normal attacks, because we are not casting water. And this should give us enough ether to do something funny. Yes, exactly. Set up Earth Ether for next turn. 5 poison. Here we go. Good night, Thunderhawk. Stay safe, okay? I hope the week over there goes by quickly. Hit, 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 hit. All of these are fine. So I've talked about the art a lot so far, right? Like I've talked about the visual art so far, but damn, the music is pretty hot too. No Earth? I really like the music. Wait, no Earth. Ugh, no Earth. I just realized what I said. That sucks. We just heal to full first. And now we're suffering from getting hit by lava wave-itis, lava surge-itis, and then an icy assault mid. These together will kill MJM. This is 5 times 6. Stupid. Means we need to get up a redirect. The problem is the only redirect we have is Earth-based. Fuck. You know what? Fine. We break here. We give him 1 wild. We can't let him get to 5 wild, right? But we can let him get to any other amount of wild. Also, you might know. Starspawn. Unlocked. So this is going to do 30 damage. And as far as I'm aware, he can't crit at the moment, right? There's no critting, there's no nothing. There's nothing else untoward going on. We can take 30. It's determinative like this, right? We also... Oh, we have 2 weakness on him, you're right. So this is... It's 26. We take 26 instead. Still a shit ton. No, that's not how this works. Weakness isn't the stack number, it's 24. It's 24. Weakness is -3. I would still prefer to just take this hit on Misty, but I don't want to give him another wild. You know what we're gonna do? Fuck it. Fire Lance. Love the design of these little guys. Just a little fire slime in a gun. It's so cute. Might as well set it up, huh? Yeah, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Wonderful. And then it gets its little fury stack, which means it now has +1 power. Element fire. Do not cast fire. I wonder whether the summon going off counts. Do not think it does, but who knows. Hito? I don't want to be greedy enough to set up our like HP healing on a boss fight. 30 off of the original rip. Nift. Goodbye, my friends. Get eaten. Fireball! Also, take 34. Thought of something you really, really like. We call them ducklings. Oh, we have many ducklings. Wait, ducklings? Hold up. Hold up. You see the little duck like dangling from Zoe's hair down there? The little panda-shaped duck? These are ducks based on some of my like long time viewers. They have the ability to like play a specific card and then I commission a specific duck for them. Like basically duck NFTs, but without it being that disgusting. And like they're all called ducklings. Like that's what my community is called. They're called ducklings. Duckling name is originated from. Hold up. I want to see. Oh my god, look at the little guy. Hell yeah. The summon mechanic is something I'm incredibly excited about. The summon mechanic is something I'm very, very excited about. Hell yeah. But yeah, Ducklings is just our basic community name for everyone. Misty leveled in worthiness. Initial region +1. Oh no, we spawned with 1 region. Wait, that's huge. Wait, that is gigantic. And ring song levels. Vampiric seed. First of all, giggity. Second of all, 3 times 2 water earth damage against target. Heals all allies. Wait, this is insane. That's a flat out upgrade to leeching, right? There's toxic healing again. I'm taking this. I'm taking this and we're taking it over restore. That one's huge. Zoop. A heroic horn +1 artifact. Oh, we're so fast now. What? What? An occult ritual circle, definitely a recent addition to its environment. It is dedicated neither to Sol nor the monster deities. The isolated nature of the Forbidden Fortress has made it a perfect hiding place for unheard of religious groups that prefer to remain unheard of. And soup! It is time for soup. How have I not noticed that yet? How have I not noticed the movement speed boost after dash until now? What the fuck? Welcome to the Forbidden Fortress series! Beautiful, isn't it? It's charming, that's true. I knew you had good taste. Of course, the Forbidden Fortress is our home. That explains some things. Care to buy anything? The south again, Meteor. I like Meteor. Wind Generator, I like that less. Another Heroic Horn. Honestly, sure. Random XP? Misty? No, not Misty. And we might as well take the Monster Soul with us. We might find more soul rooms. Night feels pretty good. Ether Spring. Let's go take Ether Spring. I'm the healer that heals the party but can't stop cursing on TeamSpeak while I do. The toxic healer. You're me? What do you mean you're me? Ever since I switched to main healing in 14, like I felt so much more grateful to be alive. At the start of your turn, generate 1 Earth Ether. At the start of your turn, generate 1 Wind Ether. Okay. That's cool. You know what these remind me of? The elemental bonfires from Golden Sun. Incredibly evocative of that. There's a Sphinx again. Oh, that's not actually a thing. We are out of blanks, right? Yeah, we're out of blanks. Never mind. We have no more blanks to fire. Giggity. Okay, we don't want to keep going. We want to start fighting, right? Ah, Naga! This Naga needs to die. Did we find a gargoyle? We did. And Sulking, welcome back. Love me a snake friend, this Naga needs death. Oh my. Why do you have 2 actions? Because you're casting Smog. Yeah, oh no, never mind. Heals target ally. This thing is adorable. Hold up, I'm going up top so you can see the swings. Look at it. Look at it. So cute. And then you get aquatic armor and apply force to self. So we just need to hit you next turn. Okay. What do we actually counterplay then? I really want to counterplay this. But it's going to be really, really dicey. It doesn't have to be dicey. We can gamble. We can gamble. Okay, never mind. I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. That's a cool amount of poison. Here we go! Hee hee hee. Hee hee XD. Untetzes your worm. Okay, now we remember the basic counterplay against Nagas. They do force themselves and now they're going to kill me But if I hit them, they have to use their 4 stacks on their auto-retaliate instead of on Flame Skewer for my life, right? That's the important part. So we go Vampiric Seed. They now have to retaliate with Fearless Attack. They have to crit twice because of Force. They no longer have crit. So Flame Skewer can't crit anymore. It's still 28 damage, so we're still fucking dead as of right now. But that's something that's fixable inherently. We can AoE heal, which first of all also gives us redirect, so now it's hitting Misty instead. And then we hit it. We also have a gazillion heroic horns, and on top of that we can purge its ether. So it wouldn't even get to do that. But I don't need to do that right now. So we're not going to. Hit it. Okay. That's the Flame Skewer for 29. The cat has Sidekick. Because the cat can't learn attacks. We heal Misty. And also Misty gets more HP because she needed that. What are you trying to cast here? Electrical Jolt. That's okay. We kill the Naga. No more Naga. And now it summons Venomenaga, the snake deity. And then we die. Wait, wrong game. Unless the cat starts summoning minions, we can just kind of chill now, right? Love the Sphinx animation. So every time that you don't summon anything, we can kind of do whatever. We've already triggered that. We've already triggered that. We've already gained all the max health we can. So all we need to do is go to max health ourselves. And go clear. Cool. Nice. We're gonna take these hits. Yeah, Misty needs more health. We need a better way to apply redirect to her. That's what we need. Because right now we don't have a good way to do that. But I need a controllable way to apply redirect. If I can just apply to her always, then we might get into a situation where we don't want it, otherwise she dies. Thorns is nifty, but doesn't do what I need it to do, but it is nifty. Explosive Rebirth. Deal 5 damage hit to self. That would trigger Retaliate. Oh, let's go reroll. Summon Earth Thorn, Reactive Storm. Taking Thorns over Summon Fire Lance. We're just not into pets at the moment. Apply to Force to Self as a free, no Toxic Erupt. We have Viral Burst, no Toxic Eruption. Critical hits, purge one enemy ether. Go into Purging Ether. We're going Toxic Eruption. And we're taking it instead of Fire Claws. It's 4 hits though. We're taking it instead of Earth Ritual. Fuck Earth Ritual. This was a nice idea, but we want the hits. Do we want the chance to crit? Misty gained 1 XP. I wish these weren't random. Oh, there you... Hold up. Aha! Sucker! Here we go. There's a Naga. There is a Naga. Weirdly enough, the Naga isn't... Well, the Naga is scary, don't get me wrong, but the Tatzel Worm concerned me a lot more. Because, yeah, they're doing that shit. Okay, we are stunning out the Naga first thing. A snake with a human for a tail. Is that... Is she ending in a tail or no? I love the snake with the snakes though. We're going to Hexing Harp the top Tetzelworm. We're going to accept the smog into our life. And that puts us to 0. Both of them are attacking down, right? So we do want to just go Thorns. Let's go Thorns. Get Retaliation going. How does Retaliation work? Triggers when this monster is attacked or receives non-attack damage. Actions that grant Retaliate effect last until your next turn. Okay, so both of them are going to trigger this. We eat you, which heals us for 12 and deals 12 to you. And then we Vampire Seed, we heal the entire party, and all of you are going to take poison. Let there be plague! Should probably hit someone else to put weakness on like the bottom Tatzelworm or something, but... Get hit, idiot. Cool. Smog on everyone. I must have ready to bed. Ori, have a good night's sleep, okay? How am I even still streaming? I don't know, because I've been complaining all day, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. That's the other thing, right? Like, I've been a bitch about this all day, but I'm having a shit ton of fun playing it, so maybe that's why. There is that at the end of the day. The top Tatzel craves the sweet embrace of death. Cool. I want to just tank this. I don't want to give up on the ability to get 3 max health, so I do want to go into gem healing next turn still. But we also don't have any regen. Hiya. Envenom. Triple crits, that's a lot of poison. A lot of poison. Ow, ow, ow. Gemstone healing. And then it dies to poison flat out. But we can still heal 2 HP on MJM. How much has this changed from the demo anyway? Well, a lot. There's more regions than 2 now, for example, Seraiden. There is way more creatures now as well. There's now 28, which is a lot. No. Thank you. There we go. Meteorite! Regen chance 50%. Really cool, but we're not picking up Meteorite. I would want that on something else. That's a dangerous group down there. You've just been spotted by a roaming monster. Combat is unavoidable at this point. You have a small time window left to perform Void Blitz using space. If you don't initiate combat by Void Blitz, combat begins without either side having an advantage. I'm on it, I'm already doing it! Good night, Kensei. Alright, the Naga needs to die. We know this. We know this to be true. Oh, it's immediately starting with the bullshit. Cool. That's great. That's fantastic. I love that for you, buddy. That's my favorite. Well, it's hitting the right one anyway. You know what? Fine. Fine then. We have to purge this. Because I can't take a slime volley on top of all of this, right? That also prevents the big hit. Never bloody mind. We are now fine. Out of ether, but so be it. There's its cleanse popping off. But they're forced on basic actions. Very cool. We get hit for basically anything. There's the sidekick. Basic for 10. And we are good to go. How are we sitting here? We still have 3 remaining afterwards, so we can just do this. Vampiric Seed. Stacks on cat. That's okay. Hit. Perfect. The Naga's now dead. So is the snake. We can now deal with the cat. Or we can start stacking. You really think Misty's holding the team together? Misty is holding the team together. That is correct. Absolutely correct. Electrical Jolt, that's fine. It would really have to commit to like summoning stuff right now for us to give a shit. Let's put Misty to 101 HP. $102. Then we hit the cat. And now the cat's down. Ooh. Incubation! I think taking incubation is what killed us last time. We didn't have a good way to trigger poison. This is super powerful, but you need to be able to trigger your poison. And I leaned into this too early. Not doing that again. Blood Pact. Also, Vigorous Edge wasn't like a great idea. At the start of combat applies 2 redirect and shield self. Sick. There is a way to have a redirection going now. Unfortunately, it's always active, so even if we don't want it, Misty will now eat attacks. But if someone with over 100 HP can't eat a shot, I don't know what can. This colorful tree is known for its varieties of magical nectar. Each one may alter one's current features in different ways. It is harvest season for this enchanted tree. 3 different kinds of nectar are available. Keep in mind that you may only choose one of them, for the tree will be dry then, so only one of your monsters may benefit. Each nectar grants a different perk to a monster. Ether +1, damage +1, or defense +1. Each one requires you to first choose one of the monster's current perks to be replaced, however. Oh, it replaced the current perk. Huh. Okay. Misty. We're eating that Earth Affinity. And we're taking +1 defense. So now every attack Misty ever eats is -2 damage. A cook? Yeah, we're going cook. We're going cooking. Did we capture a cat yet? No, we don't have mementos right now. But the cat's basically next. Oh, Mern! Would you look at that? It's been quite a while since I've last visited the garden district. I used to come here often to collect all kinds of exotic herbs. They were implanted long ago and have spread far and wide ever since. A head chef's dream, if you will. But ever since that void opened up with much more monsters around than ever before, I just didn't bother heading this far anymore. Now things have changed. I'm gonna take back what's rightfully mine and give it straight to you hungry little monsters. The pungent smell of something truly unholy brings tears to Mern's eyes. Truly only the worthy will stomach this fermented void fish. Let's get this over with. Which lucky monster is getting the fish? Do you take the fermented void fish? 300 worthiness for 7 corruption. Go on, Ringsong, go on. No complaints as always. You've got some real troopers fighting for you, Syrinx. Okay, so what did we get for worthiness? Nothing? We just got ether crystals? That's it? Aw, that's boring. I thought all worthiness levels were like some permanent unlock thing. Maybe that'd make them too powerful? Too many unlocks then? Wait, is that a new creature? Look at you. A real beaut. What are you? What are you? You're cool. What the fuck? Surcat. Judgment. Whenever one or more shielded allies gets attacked, trigger poison on the enemy and applies force to the attacked ally. Okay. Okay. Shield tank plus this. Let's go. Oh my god. I found my perfect team. Nixie, Surcat, anything that massively shields. Gargoyle? Well, maybe it's the one that shields, honestly. A Jotun would be an easy one, yeah. I love this. I want this. Unfortunately, we don't have any more mementos, so we can't get it. What a cool little creature. What a cool beast. What do we do here? We have redirects on Misty, so Misty is the first one to eat attacks, right? So we just do a little bit of damage. Then we do a little bit of breaking. That Naga? The Naga's sick, right, Ringsong? You thought the color was different? The top one looked slightly darker on first glance. I think I know what you mean, but no such thing. Check it probably has shields? Yeah, it probably does. I love that creature. I want it. I want to play like a Nixie Surcat run. Damn me for not having anything to capture it with. Nom! The animation. Oh, the animation. So good. Okay, so you're done for. And now the Nagas are gonna do scary shit, right? No, they're not. The top one is actually kind of just chilling. Okay, we can capitalize on that. Toxic Eruption. This triggers Plague. Oh, I should have just gone Vampiric Seed first, huh? But we're still gonna do that. We're still gonna do that. Incredibly necessary. So the top Naga is now dead. Let's go get max HP while we're here. Only the bottom Naga lives. Nixie Circuit Ooze. No, Ooze, I think I want to play with that Naga. It's not a Naga. This is a Medusa. Because Ooze applies poison to allies, and then the Medusa has Lamentation of Woes that cleanses debuffs from her. For every 4 debuffs stamped to himself, trigger an attack that deals 1 times earth water damage to all enemies, and applies 4 affliction. Really, really cool concept. Nixie Circuit is shielder. I mean, the circuit is the shielder, right, Mato? We can just go. More health on the Tatzel. It is very over. 1 more max health. Nixie Misty? That would be cool, yeah. But it basically, that doesn't feel like it has any offense, right? It's a pure reactive team. Oh, MGM leveled up. What does hit +1 mean? Wait. That doesn't just mean we have +1 hits, huh? Allies gain 15% crit chance, just like that? Sure. MJ game tricks me. Is that a fucking giraffe? Sundor. Hey, Aethermancer! I am Sundor of the Steppes. I'm here to investigate the void and put an end to it. If you wish, I'll let you assist me. For one, could you watch over me while I take a few hours to rest my eyes? I don't think you should do that. There's a place called Pilgrim's Rest that'd be perfect for that though, just outside the void. Indeed, I must have missed it somehow when I rushed inside the void. You can find it if you just follow the path behind me. Alright, I shall head there immediately then. And once my weary body has recovered, I'll return to end this void once and for all. By rescuing this character, you and your monsters have formed a bond to Pilgrim's Rest. Corruption cleanse. Cool. Giraffe. Oh, there's our path to the next area. Oh, what's over here? I expect like one more fight? One of Vigil's magical creations, a fruit which allows one to cultivate their own innate ability. Fittingly, it's called the cultivation. A product of a mix of careful cultivation and ether crystal magic, the ripe cultivation fruit glistens invitingly. Any one of your monsters could certainly enjoy tasting it. Choose one of your monsters to receive the cultivation fruit. Shit. Then choose one of its types. One of the monsters next level up, the transfer skills of that type to appear will be heavily increased. And there will be at least 1 Maverick skill. The chosen monster also immediately gains 2 XP. Damn. MJM, poison. MJM gladly takes a bite of the cultivation fruit. It gains 2 XP and its next level up will be curated according to the poison type. Sick. The Toteme's not allowed to steal the Unso plushie my friend sent me. Good, you gotta be selfish with things like this sometimes. Give me more ether crystals. I want them. We're jumping this circuit. I'm worried about the circuit. If this is allowed to develop, we might have like a real problem with it. Right? The Tatzel is also worrying. Maybe we burst the Tatzel? Let's try that. Let's try that. Hito, hito, hito. Kill. Hiya! Cool. And, hit. Very anemic, just like, hit. So Misty eats the Sercat hit. Oh, after all of our plague goes off here. And Venomone. Easy. And then we take this. No problem whatsoever. Would have loved this to be in the other way around. We have Ether. That's the thing we just have now, right? We need to stop the Naga from doing what it's doing, by all means. But the Nixie trade is going to hit the Sercat first. This does it, right? Like, if any part of this crits, then the poison just takes her out. Yeah, this is over. Wonderful. Another one does indeed bite the dust. Let's go make more max health. Did you see my dead slugging the local stray cat? Stray cat! Adorable. I'll look at it later. Thank you, Sir Raiden. Hit plus 1 says every offensive action does an additional 2 damage. There's no way that's actually true. That is just... Oh my god, that is just what it does, huh? Is there a way that I can look at what these things do? Oh, I can hover over them! I forgot that you all have figured out mouse controls since Monster Sanctuary. Sorry about that. On attack deals an additional 2 damage hit. This is huge, right? This is monstrous, is what this is. Fuck yeah. It's not in the original, like, it doesn't show up in the skills now, but not that it has to, mind you. You know what? I would like more HP on the Nixie. Near the end of the stream while I'm heading to laundry. Hey, Taco! Yeah. I'm getting ready to log off myself, but we're finishing this run. We are finishing this run. Nifty! Eat it. And more XP. MJM. Earth Ritual, we've... So this is the curated one for poison. We're not taking this, we're not taking this. This is the... No, this is the Maverick. Okay, we're not taking any of these, but I will take 5 max health. Shielding Dust. Oh, that's the plus 10 shields to everyone, huh? These shiny obelisks were built by the Monster King to commemorate the monster deities. They were built after the monster deities' mysterious disappearance. The Monster King sought to pay tribute to them in hopes that they would eventually return. Over time, their function transitioned to keeping the memories of the monster deities alive, not unlike gravestones. Oh. When belief dies off, all that's left is the memorials we've built, huh? A witch, a trader we have no money for, or a knight? Witch time? Witch time. We've arrived in Vigil. Feels momentous, doesn't it? The Garden District has always been an imposing place to be in. Like being in the presence of the monster deities themselves. The void is only added to the otherworldly atmosphere. Reroll an action, reroll a trait. Cruelty? This just guarantees a crit, really. That's all it does to us right now, right? I think it's cruelty. Incubation, toxic cycle. Whenever allies apply 5 or more poison in the same turn, apply regen to each ally. Very cool. That's not a lot of regen, and we don't have anything that makes regen really good, mind you. What are you? Oh, you're the boss. Oh, I forgot we're boss fighting. We're boss fighting. All right, here is our third boss fight. A hand. I have never fought this thing before. This is new. So we're fighting Hackathon Cares. I never know how to pronounce this. This is also a new Yu-Gi-Oh archetype, and also the first boss fight in Aeon Trespass. Hackathon Cares. 100 hands. Gains aging. At the end of your turn, if this monster has 3 or more Age, triggers an attack against each enemy that deals 1 times fire wind damage for every 3 Age stacks and applies 1 weakness. Okay, so it works on Age. No innate effect, Age mainly determines when aging traits trigger. At the start of your turn, applies an Age stack to self. A monster cannot have more than 1 aging. Okay. Summon Mastery, +1 minions. Okay. It's summon minions, yep. Okay. Okay, let's fuck with this. So we're immediately getting AoE. Let's go read abilities. Soundwave. 2 times 9 wind damage against all enemies. Applies weakness to all enemies. So we're going to hit 4 less. I want to start like this. Then we're gonna getting hit twice on Misty. So we could go Thorns here, but what does that do for us? Nothing, right? So why not get this out of the way? Heal Misty to full. And hit it. There is some poison. And 2 weakness as well, which will help against the AoE coming in. Would have liked for that to be... We needed 6 weakness for that to really do something, huh? Sick animation! Love that. Donk! Cool! How violent. Crystal Charge. 3 times 8 against target enemy. If one says 3 or fewer H, applies H to self. Otherwise deals an additional 2 times 4. So this gains an additional H. Eon Shield. Shields all allies for 2 times 6. Applies H to all allies with H. So now he's going to be at 3 H. Which means he's going to be at max. Like at his like minimum threshold, not at max, obviously. Okay. Let's see whether we can do anything with that. The attack is still going to hit Misty because we still have 3 redirect. And we want to go Viral Burst. Because we're building. Every crit is more poison. Eventually we want to go Toxic Eruption to finish the bloody thing, but Viral Burst is how we build. And then we go Energizing Strike on Misty because we want to start getting regen up as well. There's our stagger. That's lovely. So now it's only going to shield itself, so it is still below 3. It will gain 1 at start of turn, but that's okay. That's as much age prevention as we can have. So we see the same Crystal Charge, but this time has 3 or fewer age, so it still gains... it still gains 1 H off of it. It doesn't get the bonus hits. Cool. But it's also going to make a Fire Lance. Okay. It's going to make a Fire Lance. We have 3 redirects. Goes down to 2 and 1, which is enough. Okay, Vampiric Seed. There's 4 weakness. Hit ya. 216. 216, bitches. Fuck it, let's go get the little thorns up. The thorns don't do anything. They're just here to be funny, I suppose. Nom! Misty eats it for 21. Wonderful. Crystal Charge! Get absolutely punched, idiot. Well, that was cool. Well, that was nifty. Well done, Misty. Well done. Fantastic. Ring Song, Waterbolt, Healing Brew, Jewel Charm. None of the above. Misty, Summon Fawn. Summons minion Fawn with 5 essence on target ally. Fawn, health plus 5. Action, heals self for 3 times 2. Then deals all earth water damage to target enemy equal to 10% of the attached monster's current health. Fascinating. Wait. Fucking fascinating. It's health-based damage, just like Misty's perk. Well, it goes off of region, which goes off of max health for Misty. What a cool thing. Can't pick it up, not what we're playing right now. Fascinating. Collective. We're taking the 5 max health. That hurts, but... Sometimes you realize that your toolkit... You have to realize that your toolkit's done. Chome. Debuff cleanse plus poison hit versus poison damage plus water gen. Now we're fine. And we got next. Damn, I didn't think we'd make it this far. Sip. Welcome to the sacred remains of Vigil, the holy city. Can you imagine what lavish lives the Monsterkin lived here hundreds of years ago? Of course, the Garden District was reserved for the most blue-blooded and noble Monsterkin. Care to buy anything? Armor. Shield cell for 3, start of turn, crit chance 10, water gen. No, not quite. Antidote flask. Ensis 5 debuffs from it. That's nifty. We're taking that. Oh. Oh. Wait, where are we going now? We're close to the origin, I can feel it. Something seems to be locked behind a veil here, intentionally sealed away. So this void's no accident. There's another route, less hidden. I might be able to access it. Alright, let's do this. Oh! The Forbidden Fortress! No. Something seems off. It's distorted even more than usual. We need to get ready. The route's approaching. That's bird-shaped. Wait, that's bird-shaped! Friend! Hello, Aethermancer. To make it this far. Quite impressive. So you do remember. You look well. Have you enjoyed life? Your freedom? Us? We could never imagine to complain. We take it your surprise has robbed you of your speech? Or is it the guilt? Who could say? Can you hear them? Farewell, Syriax, for your soul will rot in the eternal flow of ether, as is their will. It's less bird-shaped than I thought it would be. Please stop doing that. This enemy is special. Their arms can be attacked and have traits. The 2 arms are immune to damage and can only be staggered. Staggering them temporarily removes them from the fight. Each turn, each arm curses a random monster of yours, corrupting its actions. Corrupted 15, corrupted 15, corrupted 8, corrupted 8. What does that mean? When a monster uses a corrupted action, it applies X corruption to it. Okay. Chernobog, Arm, Corrupted Ether. At the start of each round, 1 random enemy is chosen. All non-basic actions on the chosen enemy will become Corrupted 15, Corrupted 8 for 3 actions. Until the arm is staggered, okay. This limb is immune to damage, cannot gain buffs or debuffs, and can only be temporarily knocked out through being staggered, which lasts for 3 rounds. Same thing here. Chernobog, Eldritch Horror, gains aging. For every 3 age, applies terror stacks to the enemy with the lowest amount of terror equal to their total amount of age on all allies. Nightmare, terror plus 1. At the start of your turn, deal a wind damage hit with 9 damage to all enemies with 5 or more terror. Synchronous aging. Whenever you reach 5 ether of the same element, applies age and shields all allies with age for 7. Okay. So all I've read is does a lot of stuff with ether. I'm gonna be honest with you, I think we're just gonna play it anyway. Like, what am I gonna do about this? I can't stagger it. We're just gonna eat 15 corruption now, I guess. We could basic attack, of course, but none of our basic attacks are imbued with anything, so they don't do anything. This is where having, hey, your earth attack, like your basic attack counts as XYZ would really, really help, huh? But we flat out don't have that. It's bird adjacent? It's adjacent to a bird. I'm directly next to it, that's true. Karate Chop Misty. Minus corruption. Corrupt Nixie, corrupt Tatzel again. Okay, and the element of the arms change as well. What is this? Glacier Smash. Damage against target enemy. That's 40. Applies H to self. Shields out allies with H for 9. Doom Bloom. Okay, so the first thing we're doing is telling it that it's not going to do that. Cool. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you could make it. I'm glad you could join us. I can hit this for wind, but it's not going to do anything. But I'm still going to hit it, because the damage that we deal here doesn't matter to us. There's a stagger. That's the crit I was hoping for. Thank fuck for that. So this frees up Nixie. Which means we get to hit this. Not quite. But it still fulfills the role that it needed to fulfill, right? So now we have to make a decision of whether I want another 15 corruption in my life or not. Hey, Rill! Welcome back, Rill! Hey, Igor, hello. Are you gonna get enough beauty sleep? No, but it's too late for that. Wait, what? This counts? Oh! Hiya! Okay, both of the arms are out for 3 turns. That means we get to, like, be uncorrupted for a little bit. You can see the countdown on the top right. Wonderful. Love that there's a... Ah! Huh? Uh-oh. By sapping all corruption from your 2 most corrupted allies, Chernobog healed themselves and created 2 corruption copies, based on the amount of corruption on your respective monsters. Ah! Additionally, the 2 arms now have the ability to steal 1 action from each cursed monster, locking you from using it. To free it, you need to stagger the corresponding arm. This is no longer enough. Okay. Let's go remove, I suppose. The more ads we remove, the better, right? -1. All of these are wonderful staggers, which I'm going to be taking, I reckon. This sucks. Applies 5 terror to target enemy, that's okay. But then this is just going to hit for 45? Yes. I wish we had the command rod thing again. Shielding Dust. We have 5 terror already, so this is going to be 10 terror. This means this hits for 50. This hits for 50. Fuck, this hits for 50. God, I don't want to hit it with that, but we're going to. Corruption Grouse. Source carries with the 2 most corrupted enemy monsters. Heals themselves scaling with the amount of corruption on them, fully cleansing it when a copy dies. Another summon after 3 rounds. Okay. So everything's on cooldown for it right now. Everything. Get him. $77. We've barely enough to survive this. No, wait, we have 1 redirect. Redirect doesn't trigger on debuffs. Shit, I thought we would eat the debuff first. Never mind. Misty, let's go. Hell yeah. Okay. And now we have a turn where there's no bullshit happening. Yes, we do. Shit ton of doom. And this is going to murder us. Okay. We have enough to cast Viral Burst. Let's start on Viral Burst. Viral Burst is the way that we're hopefully going to win this, if anything, so we need to develop that game plan further. That's the path we need to progress down. Next step is Nature Guard. Next step should really be Thorns. And then we can't Nature Guard anymore, that's okay. We're just gonna Sprout. The important part is that I just redirect this down. That's all we need to do. Any redirect is good enough. I'm however worried that we're never cleansing off the Terra there, because taking a hit from Terra reduces half of it, right? And that's just not getting anywhere. Next turn the arms are gonna be back, and then we're gonna have to deal with the corruption mechanics again. We're making progress. We're getting somewhere. 5 Terra. Misty takes the hit. As long as Terra doesn't hit Misty and just hits... Oh no, never mind. Misty's on 9 Terra now. Hit them. There's a stagger. That's a good time as well. We don't get to benefit from that, do we? Oh! Oh, look at that. Now they've stolen my actions. Now they've taken them. They've taken my baby. Oh, how I detest this. Okay. However, counter argument, toxic eruption. Cool. What if this isn't it? There's another phase, isn't there? There's no way we're finding this out like this. We can't sap anything, not to a way that wouldn't matter, and they don't pay for it anyway. We're just gonna shield. We're just gonna Shielding Dust. No matter whether that does anything or not, I don't know. Does Turner even take a turn? Because its arms are taking turns now, right? It isn't. Oh! That's a cool bird. That's a hella cool bird. What a sick dude! Holy shit! Okay, those are nifty mechanics. deal with random shit that doesn't prevent you from acting, but gives you something to consider. Then deal with the consequences of the thing that you have to deal with. Do shit based off of it. Super cool fight design. Oh, I love that. That was cool. That's a nifty fight. Damn. Cool boss fight. Honestly, I want to say we should buff Chernobog more, but your team was just all around well built. I mean, we did one thing, right? There's barely anything you could have done anything. Props for reading everything and understanding it so well. It's just build poison and trigger poison, right? This is a cool fight, though. I like the mechanics of it. I like the first phase with the arms of just like giving you a thing to consider. Am I doing something with this? Am I not doing something with this? I didn't quite get that it was then going to use the corruption against me, but that's okay. Like on first being jumped by this, that's all right. The ad creation, that can be super lethal in so many builds, but it's something to plan around, right? Nifty. The fact that the ads are governed based off of the corruption that you've invested in the first part, hella cool. I don't know whether 3 turns cooldown isn't like a bit brutal for like your average build, but that was cool fight. Very, very cool fight. So here we go. Oh, God, these little mementos are so adorable. I love these little necklace creatures. They're my favorite. I'm sorry. They're so good. We've crafted our... I forgot what our little time wizard is called. We got our Goyle, and we've got our Schleim. We rescued Sandor, and we made home with 638 ether crystals. It's alright to be surprised by a mechanic if it's salvageable like that. Honestly, that feels like a mechanic that is fine to surprise you, because the payoff isn't instantly killing you, the payoff is making a stronger ad that you now have to deal with. And that ad gives you time to then deal with it. I think that's perfectly fine, Sinjin, you're right. You're absolutely right. Ah, Pilgrim's Rest, what a truly peaceful place, wouldn't you agree? It is. Since the few times I've been here, I've really grown quite fond of it. It is something idyllic not many places have. Well spoken, I most certainly agree. It's nice to simply relax here after a hard day's work and to talk to other monsterkin. It would be even nicer if not threatened by void. Oh, that reminds me. I might be able to improve your tracking skills, helping you find rare monsters and uncover new paths. In return, could ask you for some of the ether crystals you've already found. I'll potentially need them. What do you need them for? You see, I'm thinking about asking Gustavo to connect me to a blacksmith that could craft Aetherium armor with them. So in case he knows someone, I want to be prepared. I can't go there empty-handed now, can I? Sounds good. Really? Haha, splendid! Might you happen to have any more of those ether crystals to spare? If I've gathered enough, I could potentially approach Gustavo to connect me to someone that can craft them into Aetherium armor. Shifted monsters. Oh, you motherfuckers. Whenever you encounter an enemy monster, if you already have its base memento, there's now a chance that it will be shifted. You may craft a shifted memento of it, allowing you to shift the monster at rebirth. Shifted monsters have altered base attributes. The chance for regular monsters to be shifted is 5%. For champions and hidden monsters, the chance is 15%. Ah! This is sick. Cool. We also have Search Command, allows you to press E or RB to make your monster reveal secret areas nearby. Additionally, if you stand close to a secret area, your monster will show an exclamation mark above them. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, this is nifty. Lily. Not that many people even know about Pilgrim's Rest, you know. I remember how I got to know about it. It just happened to come across it in my travels. Same thing for me, except that it was about 100 years ago. Has it changed much since then? It has grown. Soulbound. Where are you? Gargoyle? I want to soulbound like a couple of other things, but for now it will be the Gargoyle because that's the next run we're playing. There we go. You truly are following me around, aren't you? I told you, big things must happen around you, and we wouldn't want to miss them. Besides, we do have some business to attend here, too. We're tangled up in the town's most inner workings, so we do have to visit from time to time. Giraffe! Aye, Sandor of the Steppes, did not expect to find such a hospitable place here. and such friendly people who eagerly listen to the tales of my many adventures. I shall stay here a while longer just to ensure that my strength fully recuperates. Don Quixote, it's okay. Tyrix, how are things with closing the void? Any progress? A little bit. The whole thing seems to be even bigger than I anticipated. I could have told you that. This darn void keeps growing like it owns the place. I meant in scope, complexity-wise. I see. Any progress in what's causing it? I have an assumption, but I can't say for sure yet. Let's hope I'm wrong. Well, shoot, son. Not until I'm certain. Even then, I'll do my best, you have my word. That'll have to do for now. Let's make a deal. Anti-corruption meal upgrade. Upgrades the monster meal to cleanse 5 additional corruption. Cool. Max HP. Upgrades the monster meal to additionally increase the max health of each monster by 5. Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you. We need so many more shards. So many more shards. However, for today, everybody. Third run of the stream? Fuck no, it's 1:30 in the morning, for Christ's sake. For today, everybody, that is it. We're going to be back tomorrow. We're going to be back tomorrow for Aethermancer's early access launch. The game goes live tomorrow. And thanks to a certain gremlin-y rill over there, we have 2 keys to give away tomorrow. So if you're interested in Aethermancer, go check it out. It's going live tomorrow, and tune in tomorrow for your chance to grab one of those 2 keys. We're going to give them away over the course of tomorrow's stream. I guess we're giving away one after every run. It's going to be really, really cool. Thank you all for being here today. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night or evening, whatever it currently is, wherever you are. Thank you to so many of the development team being here today as well. I know it's stressful just before launch. I wish you all the best. I hope my complaining today hasn't annoyed anyone too much and hasn't dissuaded you enough. Because I really, really, at the end of it all, had a lot of fun. I wouldn't be doing another stream tomorrow if I hadn't. Looking forward to what we can find tomorrow and additional creatures we can mess with tomorrow. Just overall, I've been excited for Aethermancer and I remain excited. Corruption's bullshit. Anyway. Let's see. Where we going? Hannah. There's a Hannah. There's a Hannah. I'm gonna throw you all at Hannah. See you tomorrow, everybody, okay? Until then, I'm gonna go, like, rest this foot somehow, because this hurts. Once again, thank you so much for being here, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Good night!